Introduction of My Bondage and My Freedom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. By James McCune Smith. Introduction. When a man raises himself from the lowest condition in society to the highest, mankind pay him the tribute of their admiration. When he accomplishes this elevation by native energy, guided by prudence and wisdom, their admiration is increased. But when his course, onward and upward, excellent in itself, furthermore proves possible what had hitherto been regarded as an impossible reform, then he becomes a burning and a shining light on which the aged may look with gladness, the young with hope, and the downtrodden as a representative of what they may themselves become. To such a man, dear reader, it is my privilege to introduce you. The life of Frederick Douglass, recorded in the pages which follow, is not merely an example of self-elevation under the most adverse circumstances. It is, moreover, a noble vindication of the highest aims of the American anti-slavery movement. The real object of that movement is not only to disenthrall, it is also to bestow upon the Negro the exercise of all those rights from the possession of which he has been so long debarred. But this full recognition of the colored man to the right, and the entire admission of the same to the full privileges, political, religious, and social of manhood, requires powerful effort on the part of the enthralled, as well as on the part of those who would disenthrall them. The people at large must feel the conviction as well as admit the abstract logic of human equality. The Negro, for the first time in the world's history, brought in full contact with high civilization, must prove his title to all that is demanded for him. In the teeth of unequal chances, he must prove himself equal to the mass of those who oppress him, therefore absolutely superior to his apparent fate and to their relative ability. And it is most cheering to the friends of freedom today that evidence of this equality is rapidly accumulating, not from the ranks of the half-freed colored people of the free states, but from the very depths of slavery itself. The indestructible equality of man to man is demonstrated by the ease with which black men, scarce one removed from barbarism, if slavery can be honored with such a distinction, vault into the high places of the most advanced and painfully acquired civilization. Ward and Garnett, Wells Brown and Pennington, Loguen and Douglass are banners on the outer wall, under which abolition is fighting its most successful battles, because they are living exemplars of the practicability of the most radical abolitionism. For they were all of them born to the doom of slavery. Some of them remained slaves until adult age, yet they all have not only won equality to their white fellow citizens in civil, religious, political, and social rank, but they have also illustrated and adorned our common country by their genius, learning, and eloquence. The characteristics whereby Mr. Douglass has won first rank among these remarkable men, and is still rising toward highest rank among living Americans, are abundantly laid bare in the book before us. Like the Autobiography of Hugh Miller, it carries us so far back into early childhood as to throw light upon the question when positive and persistent memory begins in the human being. And like Hugh Miller, he must have been a shy, old-fashioned child, occasionally oppressed by what he could not well account for, peering and poking about among the layers of right and wrong, of tyrant and thrall, and the wonderfulness of that hopeless tide of things which brought power to one race and unrequited toil to another, until finally he stumbled upon his first found ammonite, hidden away down in the depths of his own nature, and which revealed to him the fact that liberty and right for all men were anterior to slavery and wrong. When his knowledge of the world was bounded by the visible horizon on Colonel Lloyd's plantation, and while everything around him bore a fixed iron stamp as if it had always been so, this was, for one so young, a notable discovery. To his uncommon memory, then, we must add a keen and accurate insight into men and things, an original breadth of common sense which enabled him to see and weigh and compare whatever passed before him, and which kindled a desire to search out and define their relations to other things not so patent, but which never succumb to the marvelous nor the supernatural. A sacred thirst for liberty and for learning, first as a means of attaining liberty, then as an end in itself most desirable. A will, an unfaltering energy and determination to obtain what his soul pronounced desirable, a majestic selfhood, determined courage, a deep and agonizing sympathy with his embruted, crushed, and bleeding fellow slaves, and an extraordinary depth of passion, together with that rare alliance between passion and intellect which enables the former, when deeply roused, to excite, develop, and sustain the latter. With these original gifts in view, let us look at his schooling, the fearful discipline through which it pleased God to prepare him for the high calling on which he has since entered, the advocacy of emancipation by the people who are not slaves. And for this special mission his plantation education was better than any he could have acquired in any lettered school. What he needed was facts and experiences, welded to acutely wrought up sympathies, and these he could not elsewhere have obtained in a manner so peculiarly adapted to his nature. His physical being was well trained also, running wild until advanced into boyhood, hard work and light diet thereafter, and a skill in handicraft in youth. For his special mission, then, this was considered, in connection with his natural gifts, a good schooling; and for his special mission he doubtless left school just at the proper moment. Had he remained longer in slavery, had he fretted under bonds until the ripening of manhood and its passions, until the drear agony of slave wife and slave children had been piled upon his already bitter experiences, then not only would his own history have had another termination, but the drama of American slavery would have been essentially varied. For I cannot resist the belief that the boy who learned to read and write as he did, who taught his fellow slaves these precious acquirements as he did, who plotted for their mutual escape as he did, would, when a man at bay, strike a blow which would make slavery reel and stagger. Furthermore, blows and insults he bore at the moment without resentment. Deep but suppressed emotion rendered him insensible to their sting. But it was afterward, when the memory of them went seething through his brain, breeding a fiery indignation at his injured selfhood, that the rebel came to resist, and the time fixed when to resist, and the plot laid how to resist, and he always kept his self-pledged word. In what he undertook in this line, he looked fate in the face, and had a cool, keen look at the relation of means to ends. Henry Bibb, to avoid chastisement, strewed his master's bed with charmed leaves, and was whipped. Frederick Douglass quietly pocketed a like fetish, compared his muscles with those of Covey, and whipped him. In the history of his life in bondage we find well developed that inherent and continuous energy of character which will ever render him distinguished. What his hand found to do, he did with his might. Even while conscious that he was wronged out of his daily earnings, he worked, and worked hard. At his daily labor he went with a will. With keen, well-set eye, brawny chest, lithe figure, and fair sweep of arm, he would have been king among calkers, had that been his mission. It must not be overlooked in this glance at his education that Mr. Douglass lacked one aid to which so many men of mark have been deeply indebted. He had neither a mother's care nor a mother's culture, save that which slavery grudgingly meted out to him. Bitter nurse! May not even her features relax with human feeling when she gazes at such offspring? How susceptible he was to the kindly influences of mother culture may be gathered from his own words on page 57. It has been a lifelong, standing grief to me that I know so little of my mother, and that I was so early separated from her. The counsels of her love must have been beneficial to me. The side view of her face is imaged on my memory, and I take few steps in life without feeling her presence. But the image is mute, and I have no striking words of hers treasured up. From the depths of chattel slavery in Maryland, our author escaped into the caste slavery of the North in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Here he found oppression assuming another and hardly less bitter form. Of that very handicraft which the greed of slavery had taught him, his half freedom denied him the exercise for an honest living. He found himself one of a class, free colored men, whose position he has described in the following words: "Aliens are we in our native land. The fundamental principles of the Republic, to which the humblest white man, whether born here or elsewhere, may appeal with confidence in the hope of awakening a favorable response, are held to be inapplicable to us. The glorious doctrines of your revolutionary fathers and the more glorious teachings of the Son of God are construed and applied against us. We are literally scourged beyond the beneficent range of both authorities, human and divine. American humanity hates us, scorns us, disowns and denies in 1,000 ways our very personality. The outspread wing of American Christianity, apparently broad enough to give shelter to a perishing world, refuses to cover us. To us its bones are brass and its features iron. In running thither for shelter and succor, we have only fled from the hungry bloodhound to the devouring wolf, from a corrupt and selfish world to a hollow and hypocritical church." Speech before American and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, May, 1854. 4 years or more, from 1837 to 1841, he struggled on in New Bedford, sawing wood, rolling casks, or doing what labor he might to support himself and young family. 4 years he brooded over the scars which slavery and semi-slavery had inflicted upon his body and soul. And then, with his wounds yet unhealed, he fell among the Garrisonians, a glorious waif to those most ardent reformers. It happened one day at Nantucket that he diffidently and reluctantly was led to address an anti-slavery meeting. He was about the age when the younger Pitt entered the House of Commons. Like Pitt, too, he stood up a born orator. William Lord Garrison, who was happily present, writes thus of Mr. Douglass' maiden effort: "I shall never forget his first speech at the convention, the extraordinary emotion it excited in my own mind, the powerful impression it created upon a crowded auditory, completely taken by surprise. I think I never hated slavery so intensely as at that moment. Certainly my perception of the enormous outrage which is inflicted by it on the godlike nature of its victims was rendered far more clear than ever. There stood one in physical proportions and stature commanding and exact, in intellect richly endowed, in natural eloquence a prodigy. It is of interest to compare Mr. Douglass's account of this meeting with Mr. Garrison's. Of the two, I think the latter the most correct. It must have been a grand burst of eloquence, the pent-up agony, indignation, and pathos of an abused and harrowed boyhood and youth bursting out in all their freshness and overwhelming earnestness. This unique introduction to its great leader led immediately to the employment of Mr. Douglass as an agent by the American Anti-Slavery Society. So far as his self-relying and independent character would permit, he became, after the strictest sect, a Garrisonian. It is not too much to say that he formed a complement which they needed, and they were a complement equally necessary to his make-up. With his deep and keen sensitiveness to wrong, and his wonderful memory, he came from the land of bondage, full of its woes and its evils, and painting them in characters of living light, and on his part he found, told out in sound Saxon phrase, all those principles of justice and right and liberty which had dimly brooded over the dreams of his youth, seeking definite forms and verbal expression. It must have been an electric flashing of thought and a knitting of soul, granted to but few in this life, and will be a lifelong memory to those who participated in it. In the society, moreover, of Wendell Phillips, Edmund Quincy, William Lloyd Garrison, and other men of earnest faith and refined culture, Mr. Douglass enjoyed the high advantage of their assistance and counsel in the labor of self-culture to which he now addressed himself with wonted energy. Yet these gentlemen, although proud of Frederick Douglass, failed to fathom and bring out to the light of day the highest qualities of his mind. The force of their own education stood in their own way. They did not delve into the mind of a colored man for capacities which the pride of race led them to believe to be restricted to their own Saxon blood. Bitter and vindictive sarcasm, irresistible mimicry, and a pathetic narrative of his own experiences of slavery were the intellectual manifestations which they encouraged him to exhibit on the platform or in the lecture desk. A visit to England in 1845 threw Mr. Douglass among men and women of earnest souls and high culture, and who, moreover, had never drank of the bitter waters of American caste. For the first time in his life he breathed an atmosphere congenial to the longings of his spirit, and felt his manhood free and unrestricted. The cordial and manly greetings of the British and Irish audiences in public, and the refinement and elegance of the social circles in which he mingled, not only as an equal, but as a recognized man of genius, were doubtless genial and pleasant resting places in his hitherto thorny and troubled journey through life. There are joys on the earth, and to the wayfaring fugitive from American slavery or American caste, this is one of them. But his sojourn in England was more than a joy to Mr. Douglass. Like the platform at Nantucket, it awakened him to the consciousness of new powers that lay in him. From the pupilage of Garrisonism he rose to the dignity of a teacher and a thinker. His opinions on the broader aspects of the great American question were earnestly and incessantly sought from various points of view, and he must perforce bestir himself to give suitable answer, with that prompt and truthful perception which has led their sisters in all ages of the world to gather at the feet and support the hands of reformers. The gentlewomen of England were foremost to encourage and strengthen him, to carve out for himself a path fitted to his powers and energies in the life battle against slavery and caste to which he was pledged. And one stirring thought, inseparable from the British idea of the evangel of freedom, must have smote his ear from every side. Hereditary bondmen, know ye not who would be free? Themselves must strike the blow. The result of this visit was that on his return to the United States he established a newspaper. This proceeding was sorely against the wishes and the advice of the leaders of the American Anti-Slavery Society, but our author had fully grown up to the conviction of a truth which they had once promulged, but now forgotten, to wit, that in their own elevation, self-elevation, colored men have a blow to strike on their own hook against slavery and caste. Differing from his Boston friends in this matter, diffident in his own abilities, reluctant at their dissuadings, how beautiful is the loyalty with which he still clung to their principles in all things else, and even in this. Now came the trial hour. Without cordial support from any large body of men or party on this side the Atlantic, and too far distant in space and immediate interest to expect much more after the much already done on the other side, he stood up, almost alone, to the arduous labor and heavy expenditure of editor and lecturer. The Garrison party, to which he still adhered, did not want a colored newspaper. There was an odor of caste about it. The Liberty party could hardly be expected to give warm support to a man who smote their principles as with a hammer, and the wide gulf which separated the free colored people from the Garrisonians also separated them from their brother, Frederick Douglass. The arduous nature of his labors from the date of the establishment of his paper may be estimated by the fact that anti-slavery papers in the United States, even while the organs of and when supported by anti-slavery parties, have, with a single exception, failed to pay expenses. Mr. Douglass has maintained, and does maintain, his paper without the support of any party, and even in the teeth of the opposition of those from whom he had reason to expect counsel and encouragement. He has been compelled, at one and the same time, and almost constantly during the past 7 years, to contribute matter to its columns as editor and to raise funds for its support as lecturer. It is within bounds to say that he has expended $12,000 of his own hard-earned money in publishing this paper, a larger sum than has been contributed by any one individual for the general advancement of the colored people. There had been many other papers published and edited by colored men, beginning as far back as 1827, when the Reverend Samuel E. Cornish and John B. Russwurm, a graduate of Bowdoin College and afterward governor of Cape Palmas, published the Freedom's Journal in New York City. Probably not less than 100 newspaper enterprises have been started in the United States by free colored men, born free, and some of them of liberal education and fair talents for this work, but one after another they have fallen through, although in several instances anti-slavery friends contributed to their support. It had almost been given up as an impracticable thing to maintain a colored newspaper when Mr. Douglass, with fewest early advantages of all his competitors, essayed and has proved the thing perfectly practicable, and moreover of great public benefit. This paper, in addition to its power in holding up the hands of those to whom it is especially devoted, also affords irrefutable evidence of the justice, safety, and practicability of immediate emancipation. It further proves the immense loss which slavery inflicts on the land while it dooms such energies as his to the hereditary degradation of slavery. It has been said in this introduction that Mr. Douglass has raised himself by his own efforts to the highest position in society. As a successful editor in our land, he occupies this position. Our editors rule the land, and he is one of them. As an orator and thinker, his position is equally high in the opinion of his countrymen. If a stranger in the United States would seek its most distinguished men, the movers of public opinion, he will find their names mentioned and their movements chronicled under the head of "By Magnetic Telegraph" in the daily papers. The keen caterers for the public attention set down in this column such men only as have won high mark in the public esteem. During the past winter, 1854–5, very frequent mention of Frederick Douglass was made under this head in the daily papers. His name glided as often, this week from Chicago, next week from Boston, over the lightning wires as the name of any other man of whatever note. To no man did the people more widely nor more earnestly say, "Tell me thy thought." And somehow or other revolutions seemed to follow in his wake. His were not the mere words of eloquence which Kossuth speaks of, that delight the ear and then pass away. No, they were workable, doable words that brought forth fruits in the Revolution in Illinois and in the passage of the franchise resolutions by the Assembly of New York. And the secret of his power, what is it? He is a representative American man, a type of his countrymen. Naturalists tell us that a full-grown man is a resultant or representative of all animated nature on this globe, beginning with the early embryo state, then representing the lowest forms of organic life, and passing through every subordinate grade or type, until he reaches the last and highest, manhood. In like manner, and to the fullest extent, has Frederick Douglass passed through every gradation of rank comprised in our national make-up, and bears upon his person and upon his soul everything that is American. And he has not only full sympathy with everything American, his proclivity or bent to active toil and visible progress are in the strictly national direction, delighting to outstrip all creation. Nor have the natural gifts already named as his lost anything by his severe training. When unexcited, his mental processes are probably slow, but singularly clear in perception and wide in vision, the unfailing memory bringing up all the facts in their every aspect. Incongruities he lays hold of incontinently, and holds up on the edge of his keen and telling wit. But this wit never descends to frivolity. It is rigidly in the keeping of his truthful common sense, and always used in illustration or proof of some point which could not so readily be reached any other way. "Beware of a Yankee when he is feeding," is a shaft that strikes home in a matter never so laid bare by satire before. The Garrisonian views of disunion, if carried to a successful issue, would only place the people of the North in the same relation to American slavery which they now bear to the slavery of Cuba or the Brazils, is a statement in a few words which contains the result and the evidence of an argument which might cover pages, but could not carry stronger conviction, nor be stated in less pregnable form. In proof of this, I may say, that having been submitted to the attention of the Garrisonians in print in March, it was repeated before them at their business meeting in May, the platform par excellence on which they invite free fight à l'outrance to all comers. It was given out in the clear, ringing tones wherewith the Hall of Shields was wont to resound of old. Yet neither Garrison, nor Phillips, nor May, nor Ramon, nor Foster, nor Burleigh, with his subtle steel of the ice brook's temper, ventured to break a lance upon it. The doctrine of the dissolution of the Union as a means for the abolition of American slavery was silenced upon the lips that gave it birth, and in the presence of an array of defenders who composed the keenest intellects in the land. "The man who is right is a majority," is an aphorism struck out by Mr. Douglass in that great gathering of the Friends of Freedom at Pittsburgh in 1852, where he towered among the highest because, with abilities inferior to none, and moved more deeply than any, there was neither policy nor party to trammel the outpourings of his soul. Thus we find, opposed to all the disadvantages which a black man in the United States labors and struggles under, is this one vantage ground. When the chance comes, and the audience where he may have a say, he stands forth the freest, most deeply moved, and most earnest of all men. It has been said of Mr. Douglass that his descriptive and declamatory powers, admitted to be of the very highest order, take precedence of his logical force. Whilst the schools might have trained him to the exhibition of the formulas of deductive logic, nature and circumstances forced him into the exercise of the higher faculties required by induction. The first 90 pages of this life in bondage afford specimens of observing, comparing, and careful classifying of such superior character that it is difficult to believe them the results of a child's thinking. He questions the earth and the children and the slaves around him again and again, and finally looks to God in the sky for the why and the wherefore of the unnatural thing, slavery. Yea, if indeed thou art, wherefore dost thou suffer us to be slain? Is the only prayer and worship of the God-forsaken dodos in the heart of Africa. Almost the same was his prayer. One of his earliest observations was that white children should know their ages, while the colored children were ignorant of theirs. And the songs of the slaves grated on his inmost soul, because a something told him that harmony in sound and music of the spirit could not consociate with miserable degradation. To such a mind, the ordinary processes of logical deduction are like proving that two and two make four. Mastering the intermediate steps by an intuitive glance, or recurring to them as Ferguson resorted to geometry, it goes down to the deeper relation of things, and brings out what may seem to some mere statements, but which are new and brilliant generalizations, each resting on a broad and stable basis. Thus Chief Justice Marshall gave his decisions, and then told Brother Story to look up the authorities, and they never differed from him. Thus also in his lecture on the anti-slavery movement, delivered before the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society, Mr. Douglass presents a mass of thought, which, without any showy display of logic on his part, requires an exercise of the reasoning faculties of the reader to keep pace with him. And his claims of the Negro, ethnologically considered, is full of new and fresh thoughts on the dawning science of race history. If, as has been stated, his intellection is slow when unexcited, it is most prompt and rapid when he is thoroughly aroused. Memory, logic, wit, sarcasm, invective, pathos, and bold imagery of rare structural beauty well up as from a copious fountain, yet each in its proper place and contributing to form a whole, grand in itself, yet complete in the minutest proportions. It is most difficult to hedge him in a corner, for his positions are taken so deliberately that it is rare to find a point in them undefended of forethought. Professor Reason tells me the following. On a recent visit of a public nature to Philadelphia, and in a meeting composed mostly of his colored brethren, Mr. Douglass proposed a comparison of views in the matters of the relations and duties of our people, he holding that prejudice was the result of condition and could be conquered by the efforts of the degraded themselves. A gentleman present, distinguished for logical acumen and subtlety, and who had devoted no small portion of the last 25 years to the study and elucidation of this very question, held the opposite view, that prejudice is innate and unconquerable. He terminated a series of well dovetailed Socratic questions to Mr. Douglass with the following. If the legislature at Harrisburg should awaken tomorrow morning and find each man's skin turned black and his hair woolly, what could they do to remove prejudice? Immediately pass laws entitling black men to all civil, political, and social privileges, was the instant reply, and the questioning ceased. The most remarkable mental phenomenon in Mr. Douglass is his style in writing and speaking. In March, 1855, he delivered an address in the Assembly Chamber before the members of the legislature of the State of New York. An eyewitness describes the crowded and most intelligent audience and their rapt attention to the speaker as the grandest scene he ever witnessed in the Capitol. Among those whose eyes were riveted on the speaker full 2 hours and a half were Thurlow Weed and Lieutenant Governor Raymond. The latter, at the conclusion of the address, exclaimed to a friend, "I would give $20,000 if I could deliver that address in that manner." Mr. Raymond is a first-class graduate of Dartmouth, a rising politician, ranking foremost in the legislature, Of course his ideal of oratory must be of the most polished and finished description. The style of Mr. Douglass in writing is to me an intellectual puzzle. The strength, affluence, and terseness may easily be accounted for, because the style of a man is the man. But how are we to account for that rare polish in his style of writing, which, most critically examined, seems the result of careful early culture among the best classics of our language? It equals, if it do not surpass, the style of Hugh Miller, which was the wonder of the British literary public until he unraveled the mystery in the most interesting of autobiographies. But Frederick Douglass was still caulking the seams of Baltimore clippers, and had only written a pass at the age when Miller's style was already formed. I asked William Whipper of Pennsylvania, the gentleman alluded to above, whether he thought Mr. Douglass's power inherited from the Negroid or from what is called the Caucasian side of his make-up. After some reflection, he frankly answered, "I must admit, although sorry to do so, that the Caucasian predominates." At that time I almost agreed with him, but facts, narrated in the first part of this work, throw a different light on this interesting question. We are left in the dark as to who was the paternal ancestor of our author, a fact which generally holds good of the Romuluses and Remuses who are to inaugurate the new birth of our republic. In the absence of testimony from the Caucasian side, we must see what evidence is given on the other side of the house. My grandmother, though advanced in years, was yet a woman of power and spirit. She was marvelously straight in figure, elastic, and muscular. After describing her skill in constructing nets, her perseverance in using them, and her widespread fame in the agricultural way, he adds, "It happened to her, as it will happen to any careful and thrifty person residing in an ignorant and improvident neighborhood, to enjoy the reputation of being born to good luck." And his grandmother was a black woman. My mother was tall and finely proportioned, of deep black, glossy complexion, had regular features, and among other slaves was remarkably sedate in her manners. Being a field hand, she was obliged to walk 12 miles and return between nightfall and daybreak to see her children. I shall never forget the indescribable expression of her countenance when I told her that I had had no food since morning. There was pity in her glance at me, and a fiery indignation at Aunt Katy at the same time. She read Aunt Katy a lecture which she never forgot. I learned, after my mother's death, that she could read, and that she was the only one of all the slaves and colored people in Tuckahoe who enjoyed that advantage. How she acquired this knowledge I know not, for Tuckahoe is the last place in the world where she would be apt to find facilities for learning. There is in Pritchard's Natural History of Man the head of a figure on page 157, the features of which so resemble those of my mother that I often recur to it with something of the feeling which I suppose others experience when looking upon the pictures of dear departed ones. The head alluded to is copied from the statue of Ramses the Great, an Egyptian king of the 19th dynasty. The authors of the Types of Mankind give a side view of the same on page 148, remarking that the profile, like Napoleon's, is superbly European. The nearness of its resemblance to Mr. Douglass's mother rests upon the evidence of his memory, and judging from his almost marvelous feats of recollection of forms and outlines recorded in this book, this testimony may be admitted. These facts show that for his energy, perseverance, eloquence, invective, sagacity, and wide sympathy he is indebted to his Negro blood. The very marvel of his style would seem to be a development of that other marvel, how his mother learned to read. The versatility of talent which he wields, in common with Dumas, Ira Aldridge, and Miss Greenfield, would seem to be the result of the grafting of the Anglo Saxon on good original Negro stock. If the friends of Caucasus choose to claim for that region what remains after this analysis, to wit, combination, they are welcome to it. They will forgive me for reminding them that the term Caucasian is dropped by recent writers on ethnology. for the people about Mount Caucasus are and have ever been Mongols. The great white race now seek paternity, according to Dr. Pickering, in Arabia. Arida nutrix, of the best breed of horses, etc. Keep on, gentlemen, you will find yourselves in Africa by and by. The Egyptians, like the Americans, were a mixed race, with some Negro blood circling around the throne, as well as in the mud hovels. This is the proper place to remark of our author that the same strong selfhood which led him to measure strength with Mr. Covey, and to wrench himself from the embrace of the Garrisonians, and which has borne him through many resistances to the personal indignities offered him as a colored man, sometimes becomes a hypersensitiveness to such assaults as men of his mark will meet with on paper. Keen and unscrupulous opponents have sought, and not unsuccessfully, to pierce him in this direction, for well they know that if assailed he will smite back. It is not without a feeling of pride, dear reader, that I present you with this book, the son of a self-emancipated bondwoman. I feel joy in introducing to you my brother, who has rent his own bonds, and who, in his every relation, as a public man, as a husband, and as a father, is such as does honor to the land which gave him birth. I shall place this book in the hands of the only child spared me, bidding him to strive and emulate its noble example. You may do likewise. It is an American book, for Americans, in the fullest sense of the idea. It shows that the worst of our institutions, in its worst aspect, cannot keep down energy, truthfulness, and earnest struggle for the right. It proves the justice and practicability of immediate emancipation. It shows that any man in our land, no matter in what battle his liberty may have been cloven down, no matter what complexion an Indian or an African sun may have burned upon him, not only may stand forth redeemed and disenthralled, but may also stand up a candidate for the highest suffrage of a great people, the tribute of their honest, hearty admiration. Reader, Valet. New York, James McCune Smith. End of introduction of My Bondage, My Freedom. Chapter 1 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The author's childhood, place of birth, character of the district, Tuckahoe, origin of the name, Choptank River, time of birth, genealogical trees, mode of counting time, names of grandparents, their position, grandmother especially esteemed, born to good luck, sweet potatoes, superstition, the log cabin, its charms, separating children, author's aunts, their names, first knowledge of being a slave, old master, griefs and joys of childhood, comparative happiness of the slave boy and the son of a slave holder. In Talbot County, Eastern Shore, Maryland, near Easton, the county town of that county, there is a small district of country, thinly populated, and remarkable for nothing that I know of more than for the worn-out, sandy, desert-like appearance of its soil, the general dilapidation of its farms and fences, the indigent and spiritless character of its inhabitants, and the prevalence of ague and fever. The name of this singularly unpromising and truly famine-stricken district is Tuckahoe, a name well known to all Marylanders, black and white. It was given to this section of country probably at the first merely in derision, or it may possibly have been applied to it, as I have heard, because of some one of its earlier inhabitants had been guilty of the petty meanness of stealing a hoe, or taking a hoe that did not belong to him. Eastern Shore men usually pronounce the word took as tuck. Tuckahoe, therefore, is in Maryland parlance Tuckahoe. But whatever may have been its origin, and about this I will not be positive, that name has stuck to the district in question, and it is seldom mentioned but with contempt and derision on account of the barrenness of its soil and the ignorance, indolence, and poverty of its people. Decay and ruin are everywhere visible, and the thin population of the place would have quitted it long ago but for the Choptank River, which runs through it, from which they take abundance of shad and herring, and plenty of ague and fever. It was in this dull, flat, and unthrifty district or neighborhood, surrounded by a white population of the lowest order, indolent and drunken to a proverb, and among slaves who seemed to ask, "Oh, what's the use?" every time they lifted a hoe, that I, without any fault of mine, was born, and spent the first years of my childhood. The reader will pardon so much about the place of my birth, on the score that it is always a fact of some importance to know where a man is born, if indeed it be important to know anything about him. In regard to the time of my birth, I cannot be as definite as I have been respecting the place. Nor indeed can I impart much knowledge concerning my parents. Genealogical trees do not flourish among slaves. A person of some consequence here in the North, sometimes designated father, is literally abolished in slave law and slave practice. It is only once in a while that an exception is found to this statement. I never met with a slave who could tell me how old he was. Few slave mothers know anything of the months of the year, nor of the days of the month. They keep no family records, with marriages, births, and deaths. They measure the ages of their children by springtime, winter time, harvest time, planting time, and the like, but these soon become undistinguishable and forgotten. Like other slaves, I cannot tell how old I am. This destitution was among my earliest troubles. I learned when I grew up that my master, and this is the case with masters generally, allowed no questions to be put to him by which a slave might learn his age. Such questions are deemed evidence of impatience, and even of impudent curiosity. From certain events, however, the dates of which I have since learned, I suppose myself to have been born about the year 1817. The first experience of life with me that I now remember, and I remember it but hazily, began in the family of my grandmother and grandfather, Betsy and Isaac Bailey. They were quite advanced in life, and had long lived on the spot where they then resided. They were considered old settlers in the neighborhood, and from certain circumstances I infer that my grandmother especially was held in high esteem, far higher than is the lot of most colored persons in the slave States. She was a good nurse and a capital hand at making nets for catching shad and herring, and these nets were in great demand, not only in Tuckahoe, but at Denton and Hillsborough, neighboring villages. She was not only good at making the nets, but was also somewhat famous for her good fortune in taking the fishes referred to. I have known her to be in the water half the day. Grandmother was likewise more provident than most of her neighbors in the preservation of seedling sweet potatoes, and it happened to her, as it will happen to any careful and thrifty person residing in an ignorant and improvident community, to enjoy the reputation of having been born to good luck. Her good luck was owing to the exceeding care which she took in preventing the succulent root from getting bruised in the digging. and in placing it beyond the reach of frost, by actually burying it under the hearth of her cabin during the winter months. In the time of planting sweet potatoes, Grandmother Betty, as she was familiarly called, was sent for in all directions, simply to place the seedling potatoes in the hills; for superstition had it that if Grandmamma Betty but touches them at planting, they will be sure to grow and flourish. This high reputation was full of advantage to her and to the children around her. Though Tuckahoe had but few of the good things of life, yet of such as it did possess, Grandmother got a full share in the way of presents. If good potato crops came after her planting, she was not forgotten by those for whom she planted; and as she was remembered by others, so she remembered the hungry little ones around her. The dwelling of my grandmother and grandfather had few pretensions. It was a log hut or cabin built of clay, wood, and straw. At a distance it resembled, though it was much smaller, less commodious, and less substantial, the cabins erected in the Western States by the first settlers. To my child's eye, however, it was a noble structure, admirably adapted to promote the comforts and conveniences of its inmates. A few rough Virginia fence rails, flung loosely over the rafters above, answered the triple purpose of floors, ceilings, and bedsteads. To be sure, this upper apartment was reached only by a ladder, but what in the world for climbing could be better than a ladder? To me this ladder was really a high invention, and possessed a sort of charm as I played with delight upon the rounds of it. In this little hut there was a large family of children. I dare not say how many. My grandmother, whether because too old for field service, or because she had so faithfully discharged the duties of her station in early life, I know not, enjoyed the high privilege of living in a cabin, separate from the quarter, with no other burden than her own support, and the necessary care of the little children imposed. She evidently esteemed it a great fortune to live so. The children were not her own, but her grandchildren, the children of her daughters. She took delight in having them around her, and in attending to their few wants. The practice of separating children from their mothers, and hiring the latter out at distances too great to admit of their meeting, except at long intervals, is a marked feature of the cruelty and barbarity of the slave system. But it is in harmony with the grand aim of slavery, which always and everywhere is to reduce man to a level with the brute. It is a successful method of obliterating from the mind and heart of the slave all just ideas of the sacredness of the family as an institution. Most of the children, however, in this instance, being the children of my grandmother's daughters, the notions of family, and the reciprocal duties and benefits of the relation, had a better chance of being understood than where children are placed, as they often are, in the hands of strangers, who have no care for them apart from the wishes of their masters. The daughters of my grandmother were 5 in number. Their names were Jenny, Esther, Millie, Priscilla, and Harriet. The daughter last named was my mother, of whom the reader shall learn more by and by. Living here with my dear old grandmother and grandfather, it was a long time before I knew myself to be a slave. I knew many other things before I knew that. Grandmother and grandfather were the greatest people in the world to me, and being with them so snugly in their own little cabin, I supposed it be their own. Knowing no higher authority over me or the other children than the authority of grandmamma, for a time there was nothing to disturb me. But as I grew larger and older, I learned by degrees the sad fact that the little hut and the lot on which it stood belonged not to my dear old grandparents, but to some person who lived a great distance off, and who was called by grandmother "Old Master." I further learned the sadder fact that not only the house and lot, but that grandmother herself (grandfather was free) and all the little children around her belonged to this mysterious personage called by grandmother with every mark of reverence "Old Master." Thus early did clouds and shadows begin to fall upon my path. Once on the track, troubles never come singly. I was not long in finding out another fact, still more grievous to my childish heart. I was told that this old master, whose name seemed ever to be mentioned with fear and shuddering, only allowed the children to live with grandmother for a limited time, and that in fact as soon as they were big enough, they were promptly taken away to live with the said old master. These were distressing revelations indeed, and though I was quite too young to comprehend the full import of the intelligence, and mostly spent my childhood days in gleesome sports with the other children, a shade of disquiet rested upon me. The absolute power of this distant old master had touched my young spirit with but the point of its cold, cruel iron, and left me something to brood over after the play and in moments of repose. Grandmammy was indeed at that time all the world to me, and the thought of being separated from her in any considerable time was more than an unwelcome intruder. It was intolerable. Children have their sorrows as well as men and women, and it would be well to remember this in our dealings with them. Slave children are children, and prove no exceptions to the general rule. The liability to be separated from my grandmother, seldom or never to see her again, haunted me. I dreaded the thought of going to live with that mysterious old master, whose name I never heard mentioned with affection, but always with fear. I look back to this as among the heaviest of my childhood's sorrows. My grandmother, my grandmother, and the little hut, and the joyous circle under her care, but especially she, who made us sorry when she left us but for an hour, and glad on her return. How could I leave her and the good old home? But the sorrows of childhood, like the pleasures of after life, are transient. It is not even within the power of slavery to write indelible sorrow at a single dash over the heart of a child. The tear down childhood's cheek that flows is like the dewdrop on the rose. When next the summer breeze comes by and waves the bush, the flower is dry. There is, after all, but little difference in the measure of contentment felt by the slave child neglected and the slaveholder's child cared for and petted. The spirit of the All Just mercifully holds the balance for the young. The slaveholder, having nothing to fear from impotent childhood, easily affords to refrain from cruel inflictions, and if cold and hunger do not pierce the tender frame, the first 7 or 8 years of the slave boy's life are about as full of sweet content as those of the most favored and petted white children of the slaveholder. The slave boy escapes many troubles which befall and vex his white brother. He seldom has to listen to lectures on propriety of behavior or on anything else. He is never chided for handling his little knife and fork improperly or awkwardly, for he uses none. He is never reprimanded for soiling the tablecloth, for he takes his meals on the clay floor. He never has the misfortune, in his games or sports, of soiling or tearing his clothes, for he has almost none to soil or tear. He is never expected to act like a nice little gentleman, for he is only a rude little slave. Thus, freed from all restraint, the slave boy can be, in his life and conduct, a genuine boy, doing whatever his boyish nature suggests, enacting by turns all the strange antics and freaks of horses, dogs, pigs, and barn door fowls, without in any manner compromising his dignity, or incurring reproach of any sort. He literally runs wild, has no pretty little verses to learn in the nursery, no nice little speeches to make for aunts, uncles, or cousins, to show how smart he is, and if he can only manage to keep out of the way of the heavy feet and fists of the older slave boys, he may trot on in his joyous and roguish tricks, as happy as any little heathen under the palm trees of Africa. To be sure, he is occasionally reminded, when he stumbles in the path of his master, and this he early learns to avoid, that he is eating his white bread, and that he will be made to see sights by and by. The threat is soon forgotten, the shadow soon passes, and our sable boy continues to roll in the dust, or play in the mud, as best suits him, and in the veriest freedom. If he feels uncomfortable from mud or from dust, the coast is clear, he can plunge into the river or the pond, without the ceremony of undressing, or the fear of wetting his clothes. His little tow linen shirt, for that is all he has on, is easily dried, and it needed ablution as much as did his skin. His food is of the coarsest kind, consisting for the most part of corn meal mush, which often finds its way from the wooden tray to his mouth in an oyster shell. His days, when the weather is warm, are spent in the pure open air and in the bright sunshine. He always sleeps in airy apartments. He seldom has to take powders, or to be paid to swallow pretty little sugar coated pills to cleanse his blood or to quicken his appetite. He eats no candies, gets no lumps of loaf sugar, always relishes his food, cries but little, for nobody cares for his crying, learns to esteem his bruises but slight, because others so esteem them. In a word, he is, for the most part of the first 8 years of his life, a spirited, joyous, uproarious, and happy boy, upon whom troubles fall only like water on a duck's back. And such a boy, so far as I can now remember, was the boy whose life in slavery I am now narrating. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The author removed from his first home. The name, Old Master, a terror. Colonel Lloyd's plantation. Wye River, whence its name. Position of the Lloyds. Home attraction. Meat offering. Journey from Tuckahoe to Wye River. Scene on reaching Old Master's. Departure of grandmother. Strange meeting of sisters and brothers. Refusal to be comforted. Sweet sleep. That mysterious individual referred to in the first chapter as an object of terror among the inhabitants of our little cabin under the ominous title of Old Master was really a man of some consequence. He owned several farms in Tuckahoe, was the chief clerk and butler on the home plantation of Colonel Edward Lloyd, had overseers on his own farms, and gave directions to overseers on the farms belonging to Colonel Lloyd. This plantation is situated on Wye River, the river receiving its name, doubtless, from Wales, where the Lloyds originated. They, the Lloyds, are an old, and honored family in Maryland, exceedingly wealthy. The home plantation where they have resided perhaps for a century or more is one of the largest, most fertile, and best appointed in the state. About this plantation, and about that queer old master, who must be something more than a man and something worse than an angel, the reader will easily imagine that I was not only curious but eager to know all that could be known. Unhappily for me, however, all the information I could get concerning him but increased my great dread of being carried thither, of being separated from and deprived of the protection of my grandmother and grandfather. It was evidently a great thing to go to Colonel Lloyd's, and I was not without a little curiosity to see the place, but no amount of coaxing could induce in me the wish to remain there. The fact is, such was my dread of leaving the little cabin, that I wished to remain little forever, for I knew the taller I grew, the shorter my stay. The old cabin, with its rail floor and rail bedsteads upstairs, and its clay floor downstairs, and its dirt chimney and windowless sides, and that most curious piece of workmanship of all the rest, the ladder stairway, and the hole curiously dug in front of the fireplace, beneath which Grandmammy placed the sweet potatoes to keep them from the frost, was my home, the only home I ever had, and I loved it and all connected with it. The old fences around it, and the stumps in the edge of the woods near it, and the squirrels that ran, skipped, and played upon them, were objects of interest and affection. There, too, right at the side of the hut, stood the old well, with its stately and skyward pointing beam, so aptly placed between the limbs of what had once been a tree, and so nicely balanced that I could move it up and down with only one hand, and could get a drink myself without calling for help. Where else in the world could such a well be found, and where could such another home be met with? Nor were these all the attractions of the place. Down in a little valley, not far from Grandmammy's cabin, stood Mr. Lee's mill, where the people came often in large numbers to get their corn ground. It was a water mill, and I never shall be able to tell the many things thought and felt while I sat on the bank and watched that mill and the turning of that ponderous wheel. The mill pond, too, had its charms, and with my pin hook and thread line I could get nibbles if I could catch no fish. But in all my sports and plays, and in spite of them, there would occasionally come the painful foreboding that I was not long to remain there, and that I must soon be called away to the home of old master. I was a slave, born a slave, and though the fact was incomprehensible to me, it conveyed to my mind a sense of my entire dependence on the will of somebody I had never seen. And from some cause or other I had been made to fear this somebody above all else on earth. Born for another's benefit as the firstling of the cabin flock, I was soon to be selected as a meat offering to the fearful and inexorable demigod, whose huge image on so many occasions haunted my childhood's imagination. When the time of my departure was decided upon, my grandmother, knowing my fears, and in pity for them, kindly kept me ignorant of the dreaded event about to transpire. Up to the morning, a beautiful summer morning, when we were to start, and indeed during the whole journey, a journey which, child as I was, I remember as well as if it were yesterday, she kept the sad fact hidden from me. This reserve was necessary, for could I have known all, I should have given grandmother some trouble in getting me started. As it was, I was helpless, and she, dear woman, led me along by the hand, resisting, with the reserve and solemnity of a priestess, all my inquiring looks to the last. The distance from Tuckahoe to Wye River, where my old master lived, was full 12 miles, and the walk was quite a severe test of the endurance of my young legs. The journey would have proved too severe for me, but that my dear old grandmother, blessings on her memory, afforded occasional relief by toting me, as Marylanders have it, on her shoulder. My grandmother, though advanced in years, as was evident from more than one gray hair which peeped from between the ample and graceful folds of her newly ironed bandana turban, was yet a woman of power and spirit. She was marvelously straight in figure, elastic and muscular. I seemed hardly to be a burden to her. She would have toted me farther, but that I felt myself too much of a man to allow it, and insisted on walking. Releasing dear grandmamma from carrying me did not make me altogether independent of her, when we happened to pass through portions of the somber woods which lay between Tuckahoe and Wye River. She often found me increasing the energy of my grip, and holding her clothing, lest something should come out of the woods and eat me up. Several old logs and stumps imposed upon me, and got themselves taken for wild beasts. I could see their legs, eyes, and ears, or I could see something like eyes, legs, and ears, till I got close enough to them to see that the eyes were knots, washed white with rain, and the legs were broken limbs, and the ears only ears, owing to the point from which they were seen. Thus early I learned that the point from which a thing is viewed is of some importance. As the day advanced, the heat increased, and it was not until the afternoon that we reached the much dreaded end of the journey. I found myself in the midst of a group of children of many colors, black, brown, copper colored, and nearly white. I had not seen so many children before. Great houses loomed up in different directions, and a great many men and women were at work in the fields. All this hurry, noise, and singing was very different from the stillness of Tuckahoe. As a newcomer, I was an object of special interest, and after laughing and yelling around me, and playing all sorts of wild tricks, they, the children, asked me to go out and play with them. This I refused to do, preferring to stay with grandmamma. I could not help feeling that our being there boded no good to me. Grandmamma looked sad. She was soon to lose another object of affection, as she had lost many before. I knew she was unhappy, and the shadow fell from her brow on me, though I knew not the cause. All suspense, however, must have an end, and the end of mine, in this instance, was at hand. Affectionately patting me on the head, and exhorting me to be a good boy, grandmamma told me to go and play with the little children. "They are kin to you," said she. "Go and play with them." Among a number of cousins were Phil, Tom, Steve, and Jerry, Nance, and Betty. Grandmother pointed out my brother Perry, my sister Sarah, and my sister Eliza, who stood in the group. I had never seen my brother nor my sisters before, and though I had sometimes heard of them, and felt a curious interest in them, I really did not understand what they were to me, or I to them. We were brothers and sisters, but what of that? Why should they be attached to me, or I to them? Brothers and sisters we were by blood, but slavery had made us strangers. I heard the words brother and sisters, and knew they must mean something, but slavery had robbed these terms of their true meaning. The experience through which I was passing they had passed through before. They had already been initiated into the mysteries of old master's domicile, and they seemed to look upon me with a certain degree of compassion, but my heart clave to my grandmother. Think it not strange, dear reader, that so little sympathy of feeling existed between us. The conditions of brotherly and sisterly feeling were wanting. We had never nestled and played together. My poor mother, like many other slave women, had many children, but no family. The domestic hearth, with its holy lessons and precious endearments is abolished in the case of a slave mother and her children. Little children love one another are words seldom heard in a slave cabin. I really wanted to play with my brother and sisters, but they were strangers to me, and I was full of fear that grandmother might leave without taking me with her. Entreated to do so, however, and that too by my dear grandmother, I went to the back part of the house to play with them and the other children. Play, however, I did not, but stood with my back against the wall, witnessing the playing of the others. At last, while standing there, one of the children, who had been in the kitchen, ran up to me in a sort of roguish glee, exclaiming, "Fed, fed! Grandmammy gone! Grandmammy gone!" I could not believe it, yet fearing the worst, I ran into the kitchen to see for myself, and found it even so. Grandmammy had indeed gone, and was now far away, clean out of sight. I need not tell all that happened now. Almost heartbroken at the discovery, I fell upon the ground and wept a boy's bitter tears, refusing to be comforted. My brother and sisters came around me and said, "Don't cry," and gave me peaches and pears, but I flung them away and refused all their kindly advances. I had never been deceived before, and I felt not only grieved at parting, as I supposed forever, with my grandmother, but indignant that a trick had been played upon me in a matter so serious. It was now late in the afternoon. The day had been an exciting and wearisome one, and I knew not how or where, but I suppose I sobbed myself to sleep. There is a healing in the angel wing of sleep, even for the slave boy, and its balm was never more welcome to any wounded soul than it was to mine the first night I spent at the domicile of old master. The reader may be surprised that I narrate so minutely an incident apparently so trivial, and which must have occurred when I was not more than 7 years old. But as I wish to give a faithful history of my experience in slavery, I cannot withhold a circumstance which at the time affected me so deeply. Besides, this was in fact my first introduction to the realities of slavery. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The author's parentage. Author's father, shrouded in mystery. Author's mother, her personal appearance. Interference of slavery with the natural affections of mother and children. Situation of author's mother. Her nightly visits to her boy. Striking incident. Her death. Her place of burial. If the reader will now be kind enough to allow me time to grow bigger, and afford me an opportunity for my experience to become greater, I will tell him something by and by of slave life, as I saw, felt, and heard it on Colonel Edward Floyd's plantation, and at the house of old master, where I had now, despite of myself, most suddenly, but not unexpectedly, been dropped. Meanwhile, I will redeem my promise to say something more of my dear mother. I say nothing of father, for he is shrouded in a mystery I have never been able to penetrate. Slavery does away with fathers as it does away with families. Slavery has no use for either fathers or families, and its laws do not recognize their existence in the social arrangements of the plantation. When they do exist, they are not the outgrowths of slavery, but are antagonistic to that system. The order of civilization is reversed here. The name of the child is not expected to be that of its father, and his condition does not necessarily affect that of the child. He may be the slave of Mr. Tilghman, and his child, when born, may be the slave of Mr. Gross. He may be a free man, and yet his child may be a chattel. He may be white, glorying in the purity of his Anglo-Saxon blood, and his child may be ranked with the blackest slaves. Indeed, he may be, and often is, master and father to the same child. He can be father without being a husband, and may sell his child without incurring reproach, if the child be by a woman in whose veins courses 1/32nd part of African blood. My father was a white man, or nearly white. It was sometimes whispered that my master was my father. But to return, or rather to begin, my knowledge of my mother is very scanty but very distinct. Her personal appearance and bearing are ineffaceably stamped upon my memory. She was tall and finely proportioned, of deep black, glossy complexion, had regular features, and among the other slaves was remarkably sedate in her manners. There is in Pritchard's Natural History of Man the head of a figure on page 157, the features of which so resemble those of my mother that I often recur to it with something of the feeling which I suppose others experience when looking upon the pictures of dear departed ones. Yet I cannot say that I was very deeply attached to my mother, certainly not so deeply as I should have been had our relations in childhood been different. We were separated according to the common custom when I was but an infant, and of course before I knew my mother from any one else. The germs of affection with which the Almighty, in his wisdom and mercy, arms the helpless infant against the ills and vicissitudes of his lot, had been directed in their growth toward that loving old grandmother, whose gentle hand and kind deportment it was the first effort of my infantile understanding to comprehend and appreciate. Accordingly, the tenderest affection which a beneficent father allows as a partial compensation to the mother for the pains and lacerations of her heart, incident to the maternal relation, was in my case diverted from its true and natural object by the envious, greedy, and treacherous hand of slavery. The slave mother can be spared long enough from the field to endure all the bitterness of a mother's anguish when it adds another name to a master's ledger, but not long enough to receive the joyous reward afforded by the intelligent smiles of her child. I never think of this terrible interference of slavery with my infantile affections, and its diverting them from their natural course, without feelings to which I can give no adequate expression. I do not remember to have seen my mother at my grandmother's at any time. I remember her only in her visits to me at Colonel Lloyd's plantation, and in the kitchen of my old master. Her visits to me there were few in number, brief in duration, and mostly made in the night. The pains she took and the toil she endured to see me tells me that a true mother's heart was hers, and that slavery had difficulty in paralyzing it with unmotherly indifference. My mother was hired out to a Mr. Stewart, who lived about 12 miles from old master's, and being a field hand, she seldom had leisure by day for the performance of the journey. The nights and the distance were both obstacles to her visits. She was obliged to walk, unless chance flung into her way an opportunity to ride, and the latter was sometimes her good luck. But she always had to walk one way or the other. It was a greater luxury than slavery could afford to allow a black slave mother a horse or a mule upon which to travel 24 miles when she could walk the distance. Besides, it is deemed a foolish whim for a slave mother to manifest concern to see her children, and in one point of view the case is made out she can do nothing for them. She has no control over them, the masters, even more than the mother, in all matters touching the fate of her child. Why then should she give herself any concern? She has no responsibility. Such is the reasoning and such the practice. The iron rule of the plantation, always passionately and violently enforced in that neighborhood, makes flogging the penalty of failing to be in the field before sunrise in the morning, unless special permission be given to the absenting slave. I went to see my child is no excuse to the ear or heart of the overseer. One of the visits of my mother to me while at Colonel Lloyd's I remember very vividly as affording a bright gleam of a mother's love and the earnestness of a mother's care. I had on that day offended Aunt Katy, called aunt by way of respect, the cook of old master's establishment. I do not now remember the nature of my offence in this instance, for my offences were numerous in that quarter, greatly depending, however, upon the mood of Aunt Katy as to their heinousness. But she had adopted that day her favourite mode of punishing me, namely, making me go without food all day, that is, from after breakfast. The first hour or two after dinner I succeeded pretty well in keeping up my spirits; but though I made an excellent stand against them, and fought bravely during the afternoon, I knew I must be conquered at last unless I got the accustomed reinforcement of a slice of corn bread at sundown. Sundown came, but no bread, and in its stead there came the threat, with a scowl well suited to its terrible import, that she meant to starve the life out of me. Brandishing her knife, she chopped off the heavy slices for the other children and put the loaf away, muttering all the while her savage designs upon myself. Against this disappointment, for I was expecting that her heart would relent at last, I made an extra effort to maintain my dignity. But when I saw all the other children around me with merry and satisfied faces, I could stand it no longer. I went out behind the house and cried like a fine fellow. When tired of this, I returned to the kitchen, sat by the fire, and brooded over my hard lot. I was too hungry to sleep. While I sat in the corner, I caught sight of an ear of Indian corn on an upper shelf of the kitchen. I watched my chance and got it, and shelling off a few grains, I put it back again. The grains in my hand I quickly put in some ashes and covered them with embers to roast them. All this I did at the risk of getting a brutal thumping, for Aunt Katy could beat as well as starve me. My corn was not long in roasting, and with my keen appetite it did not matter even if the grains were not exactly done. I eagerly pulled them out and placed them on my stool in a clever little pile. Just as I began to help myself to my very dry meal, in came my dear mother. And now, dear reader, a scene occurred which was altogether worth beholding, and to me it was instructive as well as interesting. The friendless and hungry boy, in his extremest need, and when he did not dare to look for succor, found himself in the strong, protecting arms of a mother who was, at the moment, being endowed with high powers of manner as well as matter, more than a match for all his enemies. I shall never forget the indescribable expression of her countenance when I told her that I had had no food since morning, and that Aunt Katy said she meant to starve the life out of me. There was pity in her glance at me, and a fiery indignation at Aunt Katy at the same time, and while she took the corn from me and gave me a large ginger cake in its stead, she read Aunt Katy a lecture which she never forgot. My mother threatened her with complaining to old master in my behalf, for the latter, though harsh and cruel himself at times, did not sanction the meanness, injustice, partiality, and oppressions enacted by Aunt Katy in the kitchen. That night I learned the fact that I was not only a child, but somebody's child. The sweet cake my mother gave me was in the shape of a heart with a rich, dark ring glazed upon the edge of it. I was victorious and well off for the moment, prouder on my mother's knee than a king upon his throne. But my triumph was short. I dropped off to sleep and waked in the morning only to find my mother gone and myself left at the mercy of the sable virago, dominant in my old master's kitchen, whose fiery wrath was my constant dread. I do not remember to have seen my mother after this occurrence. Death soon ended the little communication that had existed between us, and with it, I believe, a life. Judging from her weary, sad, downcast countenance and mute demeanor, full of heartfelt sorrow. I was not allowed to visit her during any part of her long illness, nor did I see her for a long time before she was taken ill and died. The heartless and ghastly form of slavery rises between mother and child even at the bed of death. The mother at the verge of the grave may not gather her children to impart to them her holy admonitions and invoke for them her dying benediction. The bondwoman lives as a slave and is left to die as a beast, often with fewer attentions than are paid to a favorite horse. Scenes of sacred tenderness around the deathbed, never forgotten, and which often arrest the vicious and confirm the virtuous during life, must be looked for among the free, though they sometimes occur among the slaves. It has been a lifelong standing grief to me that I knew so little of my mother, and that I was so early separated from her. The counsels of her love must have been beneficial to me. The side view of her face is imaged on my memory, and I take few steps in life without feeling her presence, but the image is mute, and I have no striking words of hers treasured up. I learned after my mother's death that she could read, and that she was the only one of all the slaves and colored people in Tuckahoe who enjoyed that advantage. How she acquired this knowledge I know not, for Tuckahoe is the last place in the world where she would be apt to find facilities for learning. I can, therefore, fondly and proudly ascribe to her an earnest love of knowledge. That a field hand should learn to read in any slave state is remarkable. But the achievement of my mother, considering the place, was very extraordinary, and in view of that fact I am quite willing and even happy to attribute any love of letters I possess, and for which I have got, despite of prejudices, only too much credit, not to my admitted Anglo-Saxon paternity, but to the native genius of my sable, unprotected, and uncultivated mother, a woman who belonged to a race whose mental endowments it is at present fashionable to hold in disparagement and contempt. Summoned away to her account with the impassable gulf of slavery between us during her entire illness, my mother died without leaving me a single intimation of who my father was. There was a whisper that my master was my father, yet it was only a whisper, and I cannot say that I ever gave it credence. Indeed, I now have reason to think he was not. Nevertheless, the fact remains in all its glaring odiousness, that by the laws of slavery, children in all cases are reduced to the condition of their mothers. This arrangement admits of the greatest license to brutal slaveholders and their profligate sons, brothers, relations, and friends, and gives to the pleasure of sin the additional attraction of profit. A whole volume might be written on this single feature of slavery, as I have observed it. One might imagine that the children of such connections would fare better in the hands of their masters than other slaves. The rule is quite the other way, and a very little reflection will satisfy the reader that such is the case. A man who will enslave his own blood may not be safely relied on for magnanimity. Men do not love those who remind them of their sins, unless they have a mind to repent, and the mulatto child's face is a standing accusation against him who is master and father to the child. What is still worse, perhaps, such a child is a constant offense to the wife. She hates its very presence, and when a slave-holding woman hates, she wants not means to give that hate telling effect. Women, white women I mean, are idols at the South, not wives, for the slave women are preferred in many instances. And if these idols but nod or lift a finger, Woe to the poor victim! Kicks, cuffs, and stripes are sure to follow. Masters are frequently compelled to sell this class of their slaves out of deference to the feelings of their white wives. And shocking and scandalous as it may seem for a man to sell his own blood to the traffickers in human flesh, it is often an act of humanity toward the slave child to be thus removed from his merciless tormentors. It is not within the scope of the design of my simple story to comment upon every phase of slavery, not within my experience as a slave, but I may remark that if the lineal descendants of Ham are only to be enslaved according to the Scriptures, slavery in this country will soon become an unscriptural institution, for thousands are ushered into the world annually who, like myself, owe their existence to white fathers, and most frequently to their masters and masters' sons. The slave woman is at the mercy of the fathers, sons, or brothers of her master. The thoughtful know the rest. After what I have now said of the circumstances of my mother and my relations to her, the reader will not be surprised nor be disposed to censure me when I tell but the simple truth, viz., that I received the tidings of her death with no strong emotions of sorrow for her, and with very little regret for myself on account of her loss. I had to learn the value of my mother long after her death, and by witnessing the devotion of other mothers to their children. There is not beneath the sky an enemy to filial affection so destructive as slavery. It had made my brothers and sisters strangers to me. It converted the mother that bore me into a myth. It shrouded my father in mystery and left me without an intelligible beginning in the world. My mother died when I could not have been more than 8 or 9 years old, on one of old master's farms in Tuckahoe, in the neighborhood of Hillsboro. Her grave is as the grave of the dead at sea, unmarked and without stone or stake. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A general survey of the slave plantation. Isolation of Lloyd's plantation. Public opinion there. No protection to the slave. Absolute power of the overseer. Natural and artificial charms of the place. Its businesslike appearance. Superstition about the burial ground. Great ideas of Colonel Lloyd. Etiquette among slaves. The comic slave doctor. Praying and flogging. Old master losing its terrors. His business. Character of Aunt Katy. Sufferings from hunger. Old master's home. Jargon of the plantation. Guinea slaves. Master Daniel. Family of Colonel Lloyd. Family of Captain Anthony. His social position. Notions of rank and station. It is generally supposed that slavery in the State of Maryland exists in its mildest form, and that it is totally divested of those harsh and terrible peculiarities which mark and characterize the slave system in the Southern and Southwestern States of the American Union. The argument in favor of this opinion is the contiguity of the free States and the exposed condition of slavery in Maryland to the moral, religious, and humane sentiment of the free States. I am not about to refute this argument so far as it relates to slavery in that State generally. On the contrary, I am willing to admit that to this general point the argument is well grounded. Public opinion is indeed an unfailing restraint upon the cruelty and barbarity of masters, overseers, and slave drivers whenever and wherever it can reach them. But there are certain secluded and out-of-the-way places, even in the State of Maryland, seldom visited by a single ray of healthy public sentiment, where slavery, wrapped in its own congenial midnight darkness, can and does develop all its malign and shocking characteristics; where it can be indecent without shame, cruel without shuddering, and murderous without apprehension or fear of exposure. Just such a secluded, dark, and out-of-the-way place is the home plantation of Colonel Edward Lloyd on the Eastern Shore, Maryland. It is far away from all the great thoroughfares, and is proximate to no town or village. There is neither schoolhouse nor town house in its neighborhood. The schoolhouse is unnecessary, for there are no children to go to school. The children and grandchildren of Colonel Lloyd were taught in the house by a private tutor, a Mr. Page, a tall, gaunt sapling of a man who did not speak a dozen words to a slave in a whole year. The overseer's children go off somewhere to school, and they, therefore, bring no foreign or dangerous influence from abroad to embarrass the natural operation of the slave system of the place. Not even the mechanics, through whom there is an occasional outburst of honest and telling indignation at cruelty and wrong on other plantations, are white men on this plantation. Its whole public is made up of and divided into three classes: slaveholders, slaves, and overseers. Its blacksmiths, wheelwrights, shoemakers, weavers, and coopers are slaves. Not even commerce, selfish and iron-hearted as it is, and ready as it ever is to side with the strong against the weak, the rich against the poor, is trusted or permitted within its secluded precincts. Whether with a view of guarding against the escape of its secrets, I know not, but it is a fact that every leaf and grain of the produce of this plantation and those of the neighboring farms belonging to Colonel Lloyd are transported to Baltimore in Colonel Lloyd's own vessels, every man and boy on board of which, except the captain, are owned by him. In return, everything brought to the plantation comes through the same channel. Thus even the glimmering and unsteady light of trade, which sometimes exerts a civilizing influence, is excluded from this tabooed spot. Nearly all the plantations or farms in the vicinity of the home plantation of Colonel Lloyd belong to him, and those which do not are owned by personal friends of his, as deeply interested in maintaining the slave system in all its rigor as Colonel Lloyd himself. Some of his neighbors are said to be even more stringent than he. The Skinners, the Peakers, the Tilghmans, the Lockermans, and the Gibsons are in the same boat. Being slaveholding neighbors, they may have strengthened each other in their iron rule. They are on intimate terms, and their interests and tastes are identical. Public opinion in such a quarter, the reader will see, is not likely to be very efficient in protecting the slave from cruelty. On the contrary, it must increase and intensify his wrongs. Public opinion seldom differs very widely from public practice. To be a restraint upon cruelty and vice, public opinion must emanate from a humane and virtuous community. To no such humane and virtuous community is Colonel Lloyd's plantation exposed. That plantation is a little nation of its own, having its own language, its own rules, regulations, and customs. The laws and institutions of the state apparently touch it nowhere. The troubles arising here are not settled by the civil power of the state. The overseer is generally accuser, judge, jury, advocate, and executioner. The criminal is always dumb. The overseer attends to all sides of a case. There are no conflicting rights of property, for all the people are owned by one man, and they can themselves own no property. Religion and politics are alike excluded. One class of the population is too high to be reached by the preacher, and the other class is too low to be cared for by the preacher. The poor have the gospel preached to them in this neighborhood only when they are able to pay for it. The slaves, having no money, get no gospel. The politician keeps away because the people have no votes, and the preacher keeps away because the people have no money. The rich planter can afford to learn politics in the parlor and to dispense with religion altogether. In its isolation, seclusion, and self-reliant independence, Colonel Lloyd's plantation resembles what the baronial domains were during the Middle Ages in Europe. Grim, cold, and unapproachable by all genial influences from communities without, there it stands, full 300 years behind the age in all that relates to humanity and morals. This, however, is not the only view that the place presents. Civilization is shut out. but nature cannot be, though separated from the rest of the world, though public opinion, as I have said, seldom gets a chance to penetrate its dark domain, though the whole place is stamped with its own peculiar iron-like individuality, and though crimes high-handed and atrocious may there be committed, with almost as much impunity as upon the deck of a pirate ship, it is nevertheless altogether, to outward seeming, a most strikingly interesting place, full of life, activity, and spirit, and presents a very favorable contrast to the indolent monotony and languor of Tuckahoe. Keen as was my regret, and great as was my sorrow at leaving the latter, I was not long in adapting myself to this my new home. A man's troubles are always half disposed of when he finds endurance his only remedy. I found myself here. There was no getting away, and what remained for me but to make the best of it? Here were plenty of children to play with, and plenty of places of pleasant resort for boys of my age and boys older. The little tendrils of affection, so rudely and treacherously broken from around the darling objects of my grandmother's hut, gradually began to extend and to entwine about the new objects by which I now found myself surrounded. There was a windmill, always a commanding object to a child's eye, on Long Point, a tract of land dividing Miles River from the Wye, a mile or more from my old master's house. There was a creek to swim in, at the bottom of an open flat space of 20 acres or more, called the Long Green, a very beautiful playground for the children. In the river, a short distance from the shore, lying quietly at anchor, with her small boat dancing at her stern, was a large sloop, the Sally Lloyd, called by that name in honor of a favorite daughter of the Colonel. The sloop and the mill were wondrous things, full of thoughts and ideas. A child cannot well look at such objects without thinking. Then here were a great many houses, human habitations, full of the mysteries of life, at every stage of it. There was the little red house up the road, occupied by Mr. Sevier, the overseer. A little nearer to my old master's stood a very long, rough, low building, literally alive with slaves of all ages, conditions, and sizes. This was called the Long Quarter. Perched upon a hill across the Long Green was a very tall, dilapidated old brick building, the architectural dimensions of which proclaimed its erection for a different purpose, now occupied by slaves in a similar manner to the Long Quarter. Besides these, there were numerous other slave houses and huts scattered around in the neighborhood, every nook and corner of which was completely occupied. Old master's house, a long brick building, plain but substantial, stood in the center of the plantation life, and constituted one independent establishment on the premises of Colonel Lloyd. Besides these dwellings, there were barns, stables, storehouses, and tobacco houses, blacksmiths' shops, wheelwrights' shops, coopers' shops, all objects of interest. But above all, there stood the grandest building my eyes had then ever beheld, called by every one on the plantation the Great House. This was occupied by Colonel Lloyd and his family. They occupied it. I enjoyed it. The Great House was surrounded by numerous and variously shaped outbuildings. There were kitchens, wash houses, dairies, summer house, greenhouses, hen houses, turkey houses, pigeon houses, and arbors of many sizes and devices, all neatly painted and altogether interspersed with grand old trees, ornamental and primitive, which afforded delightful shade in summer, and imparted to the scene a high degree of stately beauty. The Great House itself was a large white wooden building, with wings on 3 sides of it. In front, a large portico extending the entire length of the building, and supported by a long range of columns, gave to the whole establishment an air of solemn grandeur. It was a treat to my young and gradually opening mind to behold this elaborate exhibition of wealth, power, and vanity. The carriage entrance to the house was a large gate, more than a quarter of a mile distant from it. The intermediate space was a beautiful lawn, very neatly trimmed, and watched with the greatest care. It was dotted thickly over with delightful trees, shrubbery, and flowers. The road, or lane, from the gate to the Great House was richly paved with white pebbles from the beach, and in its course formed a complete circle around the beautiful lawn. Carriages going in and retiring from the great house made the circuit of the lawn, and their passengers were permitted to behold a scene of almost Eden like beauty. Outside this select enclosure were parks, where, as about the residences of the English nobility, rabbits, deer, and other wild game might be seen, peering and playing about, with none to molest them or make them afraid. The tops of the stately poplars were often covered with the red winged blackbirds, making all nature vocal with the joyous life and beauty of their wild warbling notes. These all belonged to me, as well as to Colonel Edward Lloyd, and for a time I greatly enjoyed them. A short distance from the great house were the stately mansions of the dead, a place of somber aspect. Vast tombs, embowered beneath the weeping willow and the fir tree, told of the antiquities of the Lloyd family as well as of their wealth. Superstition was rife among the slaves about this family burying ground. Strange sights had been seen there by some of the older slaves. Shrouded ghosts, riding on great black horses, had been seen to enter. Balls of fire had been seen to fly there at midnight, and horrid sounds had been repeatedly heard. Slaves know enough of the rudiments of theology to believe that those go to hell who die slaveholders, and they often fancy such persons wishing themselves back again to wield the lash. Tales of sights and sounds, strange and terrible, connected with the huge black tombs, were a very great security to the grounds about them, for few of the slaves felt like approaching them even in the daytime. It was a dark, gloomy, and forbidding place, and it was difficult to feel that the spirits of the sleeping dust there deposited reigned with the blessed in the realms of eternal peace. The business of 20 or 30 farms was transacted at this, called, by way of eminence, Great House Farm. These farms all belonged to Colonel Lloyd, as did also the slaves upon them. Each farm was under the management of an overseer. As I have said of the overseer of the home plantation, so I may say of the overseers on the smaller ones. They stand between the slave and all civil constitutions. Their word is law, and is implicitly obeyed. The Colonel at this time was reputed to be, and he apparently was, very rich. His slaves alone were an immense fortune. These small and great could not have been fewer than 1,000 in number, and though scarcely a month passed without the sale of one or more lots to the Georgia traders, there was no apparent diminution in the number of his human stock. The home plantation merely groaned at a removal of the young increase, or human crop, then proceeded as lively as ever. Horseshoeing, cart mending, plow repairing, coopering, grinding, and weaving for all the neighboring farms were performed here, and slaves were employed in all these branches. Uncle Tony was the blacksmith, Uncle Harry was the cartwright, Uncle Abel was the shoemaker, and all these had hands to assist them in their several departments. These mechanics were called uncles by all the younger slaves, not because they really sustained that relationship to any, but according to plantation etiquette, as a mark of respect due from the younger to the older slaves. Strange and even ridiculous as it may seem among a people so uncultivated, and with so many stern trials to look in the face, there is not to be found among any people a more rigid enforcement of the law of respect to elders than they maintain. I set this down as partly constitutional with my race, and partly conventional. There is no better material in the world for making a gentleman than is furnished in the African. He shows to others, and exacts for himself, all the tokens of respect which he is compelled to manifest toward his master. A young slave must approach the company of the older with hat in hand, and woe betide him if he fails to acknowledge a favor of any sort with the accustomed "tankee," etc. So uniformly are good manners enforced among slaves, that I can easily detect a bogus fugitive by his manners. Among other slave notabilities of the plantation was one called by everybody Uncle Isaac Copper. It is seldom that a slave gets a surname from anybody in Maryland, and so completely has the South shaped the manners of the North in this respect, that even abolitionists make very little of the surname of a Negro. The only improvement on the Bills, Jacks, Jims, and Neds of the South observable here is that William, John, James, Edward are substituted. It goes against the grain to treat and address a Negro precisely as they would treat and address a white man. But once in a while, in slavery as in the free States, by some extraordinary circumstance, the Negro has a surname fastened to him and holds it against all conventionalities. This was the case with Uncle Isaac Copper. When the uncle was dropped, he generally had the prefix Doctor in its stead. He was our Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Divinity as well. Where he took his degree I am unable to say, for he was not very communicative to inferiors, and I was emphatically such, being but a boy 7 or 8 years old. He was too well established in his profession to permit questions as to his native skill or his attainments. One qualification he undoubtedly had. He was a confirmed cripple, and he could neither work nor would he bring anything if offered for sale in the market. The old man, though lame, was no sluggard. He was a man that made his crutches do him good service. He was always on the alert, looking up the sick and all such as were supposed to need his counsel. His remedial prescriptions embraced 4 articles: for diseases of the body, Epsom salts and castor oil; for those of the soul, the Lord's Prayer and hickory switches. I was not long at Colonel Lloyd's before I was placed under the care of Dr. Isaac Copper. I was sent to him with 20 or 30 other children to learn the Lord's Prayer. I found the old gentleman seated on a huge 3-legged oaken stool, armed with several large hickory switches, and from his position he could reach, lame as he was, any boy in the room. After standing a while to learn what was expected of us, the old gentleman, in any other than a devotional tone, commanded us to kneel down. This done, he commenced telling us to say everything he said. Our Father, this we repeated after him with promptness and uniformity. Who art in heaven, was less promptly and uniformly repeated, and the old gentleman paused in the prayer to give us a short lecture upon the consequences of inattention, both immediate and future, and especially those more immediate. About these he was absolutely certain, for he held in his right hand the means of bringing all his predictions and warnings to pass. On he proceeded with the prayer, and we, with our thick tongues and unskilled ears, followed him to the best of our ability. This, however, was not sufficient to please the old gentleman. Everybody in the South wants the privilege of whipping somebody else. Uncle Isaac shared the common passion of his country, and therefore seldom found any means of keeping his disciples in order short of flogging. Say everything I say, and bang would come the switch on some poor boy's undevotional head. What you looking at there? Stop that pushing, and down again would come the lash. The whip is all in all. It is supposed to secure obedience to the slaveholder, and is held as a sovereign remedy among the slaves themselves for every form of disobedience, temporal or spiritual. Slaves, as well as slaveholders, use it with an unsparing hand. Our devotions at Uncle Isaac's combine too much of the tragic and comic to make them very salutary in a spiritual point of view, and it is due to truth to say I was often a truant when the time for attending the praying and flogging of Dr. Isaac Copper came on. The windmill, under the care of Mr. Kinney, a kind-hearted old Englishman, was to me a source of infinite interest and pleasure. The old man always seemed pleased when he saw a troop of darky little urchins, with their tow linen shirts fluttering in the breeze, approaching to view and admire the whirling wings of his wondrous machine. From the mill we could see other objects of deep interest. These were the vessels from St. Michael's on their way to Baltimore. It was a source of much amusement to view the flowing sails and complicated rigging as the little crafts dashed by, and to speculate upon Baltimore as to the kind and quality of the place. With so many sources of interest around me, the reader may be prepared to learn that I began to think very highly of Colonel L.'s plantation. It was just a place to my boyish taste. There were fish to be caught in the creek, if one only had a hook and line, and crabs, clams, and oysters were to be caught by wading, digging, and raking for them. Here was a field for industry and enterprise, strongly inviting, and the reader may be assured that I entered upon it with spirit. Even the much dreaded old master, whose merciless fiat had brought me from Tuckahoe, gradually, to my mind, parted with his terrors. Strange enough, his reverence seemed to take no particular notice of me, nor of my coming. Instead of leaping out and devouring me, he scarcely seemed conscious of my presence. The fact is, he was occupied with matters more weighty and important than either looking after or vexing me. He probably thought as little of my advent as he would have thought of the addition of a single pig to his stock. As the chief butler on Colonel Lloyd's plantation, his duties were numerous and perplexing. In almost all important matters he answered in Colonel Lloyd's stead. The overseers of all the farms were in some sort under him, and received the law from his mouth. The colonel himself seldom addressed an overseer, or allowed an overseer to address him. Old Master carried the keys of all the storehouses, measured out the allowance for each slave at the end of every month, superintended the storing of all goods brought to the plantation, dealt out the raw material to all the handicraftsmen, shipped the grain, tobacco, and all saleable produce of the plantation to market, and had the general oversight of the cooper's shop, wheelwright's shop, blacksmith's shop, and shoemaker's shop. Besides the care of these, he often had business for the plantation, which required him to be absent 2 and 3 days. Thus largely employed, he had little time, and perhaps as little disposition, to interfere with the children individually. What he was to Colonel Lloyd, he made Aunt Katy to him. When he had anything to say or do about us, it was said or done in a wholesale manner, disposing of us in classes or sizes, leaving all minor details to Aunt Katy, a person of whom the reader has already received no very favorable impression. Aunt Katy was a woman who never allowed herself to act greatly within the margin of power granted to her, no matter how broad that authority might be. Ambitious, ill-tempered, and cruel, she found in her present position an ample field for the exercise of her ill-omened qualities. She had a strong hold on Old Master. She was considered a first-rate cook, and she really was very industrious. She was, therefore, greatly favored by Old Master, and as one mark of his favor, she was the only mother who was permitted to retain her children around her. Even to these children she was often fiendish in her brutality. She pursued her son Phil one day in my presence with a huge butcher knife, and dealt a blow with its edge which left a shocking gash on his arm near the wrist. For this Old Master did sharply rebuke her, and threatened that if she ever should do the like again, he would take the skin off her back. Cruel, however, as Aunt Katy was to her own children, at times she was not destitute of maternal feeling, as I often had occasion to know in the bitter pinches of hunger I had to endure. Differing from the practice of Colonel Lloyd, Old Master, instead of allowing so much for each slave, committed the allowance for all to the care of Aunt Katy, to be divided after cooking it amongst us. The allowance, consisting of coarse cornmeal, was not very abundant. Indeed, it was very slender, and in passing through Aunt Katy's hands, it was made more slender still for some of us. William, Phil, and Jerry were her children, and it is not to accuse her too severely to allege that she was often guilty of starving myself and the other children, while she was literally cramming her own. Want of food was my chief trouble the first summer at my old master's. Oysters and clams would do very well, with an occasional supply of bread, but they soon failed in the absence of bread. I speak but the simple truth when I say, I have often been so pinched with hunger that I have fought with the dog, old Nep, for the smallest crumbs that fell from the kitchen table, and have been glad when I won a single crumb in the combat. Many times have I followed with eager step the waiting girl when she went out to shake the tablecloth to get the crumbs and small bones flung out for the cats. The water in which meat had been boiled was as eagerly sought for by me. It was a great thing to get the privilege of dipping a piece of bread in such water, and the skin taken from rusty bacon was a positive luxury. Nevertheless, I sometimes got full meals and kind words from sympathizing old slaves who knew my sufferings, and received the comforting assurance that I should be a man some day. "Never mind, honey, better day comin'," was even then a solace of cheering consolation to me in my troubles. Nor were all the kind words I received from slaves. I had a friend in the parlor as well, and one to whom I shall be glad to do justice before I have finished this part of my story. I was not long at Old Master's before I learned that his surname was Anthony, and that he was generally called Captain Anthony, a title which he probably acquired by sailing a craft in the Chesapeake Bay. Colonel Lloyd's slaves never called Captain Anthony Old Master, but always Captain Anthony. and me they called Captain Anthony Fed. There is not probably in the whole South a plantation where the English language is more imperfectly spoken than on Colonel Lloyd's. It is a mixture of Guinea and everything else you please. At the time of which I am now writing, there were slaves there who had been brought from the coast of Africa. They never used the S in indication of the possessive case. Captain Antony Tom, Lloyd Bill, Aunt Rose Harry means Captain Anthony's Tom, Lloyd's Bill, etc. "'Oo you dem 'long to' means whom do you belong to? "'Oo dem got any peachy' means have you got any peaches? I could scarcely understand them when I first went among them, so broken was their speech, and I am persuaded that I could not have been dropped anywhere on the globe where I could reap less in the way of knowledge from my immediate associates than on this plantation. Even Mass Daniel, by his association with his father's slaves, had measurably adopted their dialect and their ideas, so far as they had ideas to be adopted. The equality of nature is strongly asserted in childhood, and childhood requires children for associates. Color makes no difference with a child. Are you a child with wants, tastes, and pursuits common to children, not put on, but natural? Then were you black as ebony, you would be welcome to the child of alabaster whiteness. The law of compensation holds here as well as elsewhere. Mass Daniel could not associate with ignorance without sharing its shade, and he could not give his black playmates his company without giving them his intelligence as well. Without knowing this, or caring about it at the time, I, for some cause or other, spent much of my time with Mass Daniel in preference to spending it with most of the other boys. Mass Daniel was the youngest son of Colonel Lloyd. His older brothers were Edward and Murray, both grown up and fine looking men. Edward was especially esteemed by the children, and by me among the rest. Not that he ever said anything to us or for us which could be called especially kind. It was enough for us that he never looked nor acted scornfully toward us. There were also 3 sisters, all married, one to Edward Winder, a second to Edward Nicholson, a third to Mr. Lowndes. The family of Old Master consisted of 2 sons, Andrew and Richard, his daughter Lucretia, and her newly married husband, Captain Auld. This was the house family. The kitchen family consisted of Aunt Katy, Aunt Esther, and 10 or a dozen children, most of them older than myself. Captain Anthony was not considered a rich slaveholder, but was pretty well off in the world. He owned about 30 head of slaves and 3 farms in Tuckahoe. The most valuable part of his property was his slaves, of whom he could afford to sell one every year. This crop therefore brought him $700 or $800 a year, besides his yearly salary and other revenue from his farms. The idea of rank and station was rigidly maintained on Colonel Lloyd's plantation. Our family never visited the great house, and the Lloyds never came to our home. Equal non-intercourse was observed between Captain Anthony's family and that of Mr. Sevier, the overseer. Such, kind reader, was the community, and such the place in which my earliest and most lasting impressions of slavery and of slave life were received, of which impressions you will learn more in the coming chapters of this book. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gradual Initiation into the Mysteries of Slavery. Growing Acquaintance with Old Master. His Character. Evils of Unrestrained Passion. Apparent Tenderness. Old Master a man of trouble. Custom of muttering to himself. Necessity of being aware of his words. The supposed obtuseness of slave children. Brutal outrage. Drunken overseer. Slaveholder's impatience. Wisdom of appealing to superiors. The slaveholder's wrath bad as that of the overseer. A base and selfish attempt to break up a courtship. A harrowing scene. Although my old master, Captain Anthony, gave me at first, as the reader will have already seen, very little attention, and although that little was of a remarkably mild and gentle description, a few months only were sufficient to convince me that mildness and gentleness were not the prevailing or governing traits of his character. These excellent qualities were displayed only occasionally. He could, when it suited him, appear to be literally insensible to the claims of humanity when appealed to by the helpless against an aggressor, and he could himself commit outrages, deep, dark, and nameless. Yet he was not by nature worse than other men. Had he been brought up in a free state, surrounded by the just restraints of free society, restraints which are necessary to the freedom of all its members alike and equally, Captain Anthony might have been as humane a man, and every way as respectable, as many who now oppose the slave system; certainly as humane and respectable as are members of society generally. The slaveholder, as well as the slave, is the victim of the slave system. A man's character greatly takes its hue and shape from the form and color of things about him. Under the whole heavens there is no relation more unfavorable to the development of honorable character than that sustained by the slaveholder to the slave. Reason is imprisoned here, and passions run wild. Like the fires of the prairie, once lighted, they are at the mercy of every wind, and must burn till they have consumed all that is combustible within their remorseless grasp. Captain Anthony could be kind, and at times he even showed an affectionate disposition. Could the reader have seen him gently leading me by the hand, as he sometimes did, patting me on the head, speaking to me in soft, caressing tones, and calling me his little Indian boy, he would have deemed him a kind old man, and really almost fatherly. But the pleasant moods of a slaveholder are remarkably brittle. They are easily snapped. They neither come often nor remain long. His temper is subjected to perpetual trials. But since these trials are never borne patiently, they add nothing to his natural stock of patience. Old master very early impressed me with the idea that he was an unhappy man. Even to my child's eye he wore a troubled and at times a haggard aspect. His strange movements excited my curiosity and awakened my compassion. He seldom walked alone without muttering to himself, and he occasionally stormed about as if defying an army of invisible foes. He would do this, that, and the other. He'd be durned if he did not, was the usual form of his threats. Most of his leisure was spent in walking, cursing, and gesticulating, like one possessed by a demon. Most evidently he was a wretched man, at war with his own soul and with all the world around him. To be overheard by the children disturbed him very little. He made no more of our presence than of that of the ducks and geese which he met on the green. He little thought that the little black urchins around him could see, through those vocal crevices, the very secrets of his heart. Slaveholders ever underrate the intelligence with which they have to grapple. I really understood the old man's mutterings, attitudes, and gestures about as well as he did himself. But slaveholders never encouraged that kind of communication with the slaves by which they might learn to measure the depths of his knowledge. Ignorance is a high virtue in a human chattel, and as the master studies to keep the slave ignorant, the slave is cunning enough to make the master think he succeeds. The slave fully appreciates the saying, "Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise." When old master's gestures were violent, ending with a threatening shake of the head and a sharp snap of his middle finger and thumb, I deemed it wise to keep at a respectable distance from him; for at such times trifling faults stood in his eyes as momentous offenses, and having both the power and the disposition, the victim had only to be near him to catch the punishment, deserved or undeserved. One of the first circumstances that opened my eyes to the cruelty and wickedness of slavery, and the heartlessness of my old master, was the refusal of the latter to interpose his authority to protect and shield a young woman who had been most cruelly abused and beaten by his overseer in Tuckahoe. This overseer, a Mr. Plummer, was a man, like most of his class, little better than a human brute; and in addition to his general profligacy and repulsive coarseness, the creature was a miserable drunkard. He was probably employed by my old master less on account of the excellence of his services than for the cheap rate at which they could be obtained. He was not fit to have the management of a drove of mules. In a fit of drunken madness, he committed the outrage which brought the young woman in question down to my old master's for protection. This young woman was the daughter of Milly, an own aunt of mine. The poor girl, on arriving at our house, presented a pitiable appearance. She had left in haste and without preparation, and probably without the knowledge of Mr. Plummer. She had travelled 12 miles, barefooted, bare-necked, and bareheaded. Her neck and shoulders were covered with scars newly made, and not content with marring her neck and shoulders with the cowhide, the cowardly brute had dealt her a blow on the head with a hickory club, which cut a horrible gash, and left her face literally covered with blood. In this condition the poor young woman came down to implore protection at the hands of my old master. I expected to see him boil over with rage at the revolting deed, and to hear him fill the air with curses upon the brutal Plummer, but I was disappointed. He sternly told her, in an angry tone, he believed she deserved every bit of it, and if she did not go home instantly, he would himself take the remaining skin from her neck and back. Thus was the poor girl compelled to return without redress, and perhaps to receive an additional flogging for daring to appeal to old master against the overseer. Old master seemed furious at the thought of being troubled by such complaints. I did not at that time understand the philosophy of his treatment of my cousin. It was stern, unnatural, violent. Had the man no bowels of compassion? Was he dead to all sense of humanity? No, I think I now understand it. This treatment is a part of the system, rather than a part of the man. Were slaveholders to listen to complaints of this sort against the overseers, the luxury of owning large numbers of slaves would be impossible. It would do away with the office of overseer entirely, or in other words, it would convert the master himself into an overseer. It would occasion great loss of time and labor, leaving the overseer in fetters, and without the necessary power to secure obedience to his orders. A privilege so dangerous as that of appeal is, therefore, strictly prohibited, and any one exercising it runs a fearful hazard. Nevertheless, when a slave has nerve enough to exercise it, and boldly approaches his master with a well founded complaint against an overseer, though he may be repulsed, and may even have that of which he complains repeated at the time, and though he may be beaten by his master as well as by the overseer for his temerity, in the end the policy of complaining is generally vindicated by the relaxed rigor of the overseer's treatment. The latter becomes more careful and less disposed to use the lash upon such slaves thereafter. It is with this final result in view, rather than with any expectation of immediate good, that the outraged slave is induced to meet his master with a complaint. The overseer very naturally dislikes to have the ear of the master disturbed by complaints, and either upon this consideration, or upon advice and warning privately given him by his employers, he generally modifies the rigor of his rule after an outbreak of the kind to which I have been referring. Howsoever the slaveholder may allow himself to act toward his slave, and whatever cruelty he may deem it wise for example's sake, or for the gratification of his humor to inflict, he cannot, in the absence of all provocation, look with pleasure upon the bleeding wounds of a defenseless slave woman. When he drives her from his presence without redress, or the hope of redress, he acts generally from motives of policy rather than from a hardened nature or from innate brutality. Yet let but his own temper be stirred, his own passions get loose, and the slave owner will go far beyond the overseer in cruelty. He will convince the slave that his wrath is far more terrible and boundless, and vastly more to be dreaded than that of the underling overseer. What may have been mechanically and heartlessly done by the overseer is now done with a will. The man who now wields the lash is irresponsible. He may, if he pleases, cripple or kill without fear of consequences, except in so far as it may concern profit or loss. To a man of violent temper, as my old master was, this was but a very slender and inefficient restraint. I have seen him in a tempest of passion such as I have just described, a passion into which entered all the bitter ingredients of pride, hatred, envy, jealousy, and the thirst for revenge. The circumstances which I am about to narrate, and which gave rise to this fearful tempest of passion, are not singular nor isolated in slave life, but are common in every slave holding community in which I have lived. They are incidental to the relation of master and slave, and exist in all sections of slave holding countries. The reader will have noticed that in enumerating the names of the slaves who lived with my old master, Esther is mentioned. This was a young woman who possessed that which is ever a curse to the slave girl, namely, personal beauty. She was tall, well formed, and made a fine appearance. The daughters of Colonel Lloyd could scarcely surpass her in personal charms. Esther was courted by Ned Roberts, and he was as fine looking a young man as she was a woman. He was the son of a favorite slave of Colonel Lloyd. Some slaveholders would have been glad to promote the marriage of two such persons, but for some reason or other my old master took it upon him to break up the growing intimacy between Esther and Edward. He strictly ordered her to quit the company of said Roberts, telling her that he would punish her severely if he ever found her again in Edward's company. This unnatural and heartless order was of course broken. A woman's love is not to be annihilated by the peremptory command of any one whose breath is in his nostrils. It was impossible to keep Edward and Esther apart. Meet they would, and meet they did. Had old master been a man of honor and purity, his motives in this matter might have been viewed more favorably. As it was, his motives were as abhorrent as his methods were foolish and contemptible. It was too evident that he was not concerned for the girl's welfare. It is one of the damning characteristics of the slave system that it robs its victims of every earthly incentive to a holy life. The fear of God and the hope of heaven are found sufficient to sustain many slave women amidst the snares and dangers of their strange lot. But this side of God and heaven, a slave woman is at the mercy of the power, caprice, and passion of her owner. Slavery provides no means for the honorable continuance of the race. Marriage, as imposing obligations on the parties to it, has no existence here except in such hearts as are purer and higher than the standard morality around them. It is one of the consolations of my life that I know of many honorable instances of persons who maintained their honor where all around was corrupt. Esther was evidently much attached to Edward, and abhorred, as she had reason to do, the tyrannical and base behavior of old master. Edward was young and fine looking, and he loved and courted her. He might have been her husband in the high sense just alluded to, but who and what was this old master? His attentions were plainly brutal and selfish, and it was as natural that Esther should loathe him as that she should love Edward. Abhorred and circumvented as he was, old master, having the power, very easily took revenge. I happened to see this exhibition of his rage and cruelty toward Esther. The time selected was singular. It was early in the morning, when all besides was still, and before any of the family in the house or kitchen had left their beds. I saw but few of the shocking preliminaries, for the cruel work had begun before I awoke. I was probably awakened by the shrieks and piteous cries of poor Esther. My sleeping place was on the floor of a little rough closet, which opened into the kitchen, and through the cracks of its unplaned boards I could distinctly see and hear what was going on, without being seen by old master. Esther's wrists were firmly tied, and the twisted rope was fastened to a strong staple in a heavy wooden joist above, near the fireplace. Here she stood on a bench, her arms tightly drawn over her breast. Her back and shoulders were bare to the waist. Behind her stood old master with cowskin in hand, preparing his barbarous work with all manner of harsh, coarse, and tantalizing epithets. The screams of his victim were most piercing. He was cruelly deliberate, and protracted the torture as one who was delighted with the scene. Again and again he drew the hateful whip through his hand, adjusting it with a view of dealing the most pain-giving blow. Poor Esther had never yet been severely whipped, and her shoulders were plump and tender. Each blow, vigorously laid on, brought screams as well as blood. "Have mercy! Oh, have mercy!" she cried. "I won't do so no more." But her piercing cries seemed only to increase his fury. His answers to them are too coarse and blasphemous to be produced here. The whole scene, with all its attendants, was revolting and shocking to the last degree. And when the motives of this brutal castigation are considered, language has no power to convey a just sense of its awful criminality. After laying on some 30 or 40 stripes, old master untied his suffering victim, and let her get down. She could scarcely stand when untied. From my heart I pitied her, and, child though I was, the outrage kindled in me a feeling far from peaceful. But I was hushed, terrified, stunned, and could do nothing, and the fate of Esther might be mine next. The scene here described was often repeated in the case of poor Esther, and her life as I knew it was one of wretchedness. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Of My Bondage and My Freedom, by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Treatment of Slaves on Lloyd's Plantation. The author's early reflections on slavery. Presentiment of one day being a free man. Combat between an overseer and a slave woman. The advantages of resistance. Allowance Day on the home plantation. The singing of slaves. An explanation. The slaves' food and clothing. Naked children. Life in the quarter. Deprivation of sleep. Nursing children carried to the field. Description of the cowskin. The ash cake. Manner of making it. The dinner hour. The contrast. The heart-rending incidents related in the foregoing chapter led me thus early to inquire into the nature and history of slavery. Why am I a slave? Why are some people slaves and others masters? Was there ever a time when this was not so? How did the relation commence? These were the perplexing questions which began now to claim my thoughts and to exercise the weak powers of my mind, for I was still but a child, and knew less than children of the same age in the free States. As my questions concerning these things were only put to children a little older and little better informed than myself, I was not rapid in reaching a solid footing. By some means I learned from these inquiries that God up in the sky made everybody, and that he made white people to be masters and mistresses, and black people to be slaves. This did not satisfy me, nor lessen my interest in the subject. I was told, too, that God was good, and that he knew what was best for me and best for everybody. This was less satisfactory than the first statement, because it came point blank against all my notions of goodness. It was not good to let old master cut the flesh off Esther and make her cry so. Besides, how did people know that God made black people to be slaves? Did they go up in the sky and learn it, or did he come down and tell them so? All was dark here. It was some relief to my hard notions of the goodness of God that although he made white men to be slaveholders, he did not make them to be bad slaveholders, and that in due time he would punish the bad slaveholders, that he would, when they died, send them to the bad place where they would be burnt up. Nevertheless, I could not reconcile the relation of slavery with my crude notions of goodness. Then, too, I found that there were puzzling exceptions to this theory of slavery on both sides and in the middle. I knew of blacks who were not slaves, I knew of whites who were not slaveholders, and I knew of persons who were nearly white who were slaves. Color, therefore, was a very unsatisfactory basis for slavery. Once, however, engaged in the inquiry, I was not very long in finding out the true solution of the matter. It was not color, but crime; not God, but man, that afforded the true explanation of the existence of slavery. Nor was I long in finding out another important truth, viz., what man can make, man can unmake. The appalling darkness faded away, and I was master of the subject. There were slaves here, direct from Guinea, and there were many who could say that their fathers and mothers were stolen from Africa, forced from their homes, and compelled to serve as slaves. This to me was knowledge, but it was a kind of knowledge which filled me with a burning hatred of slavery, increased my suffering, and left me without the means of breaking away from my bondage. Yet it was knowledge quite worth possessing. I could not have been more than 7 or 8 years old when I began to make this subject my study. It was with me in the woods and fields, along the shore of the river, and wherever my boyish wanderings led me, and though I was at that time quite ignorant of the existence of the free States, I distinctly remember being even then most strongly impressed with the idea of being a free man some day. This cheering assurance was an inborn dream of my human nature, a constant menace to slavery, and one which all the powers of slavery were unable to silence or extinguish. Up to the time of the brutal flogging of my Aunt Esther, for she was my own aunt, and the horrid plight in which I had seen my cousin from Tuckahoe, who had been so badly beaten by the cruel Mr. Plummer, my attention had not been called especially to the gross features of slavery. I had of course heard of whippings and of savage rencontres between overseers and slaves, but I had always been out of the way at the times and places of their occurrence. My plays and sports most of the time took me from the corn and tobacco fields, where the great body of the hands were at work, and where scenes of cruelty were enacted and witnessed. But after the whipping of Aunt Esther, I saw many cases of the same shocking nature, not only in my master's house, but on Colonel Lloyd's plantation. One of the first which I saw, and which greatly agitated me, was the whipping of a woman belonging to Colonel Lloyd, named Nellie. The offense alleged against Nellie was one of the commonest and most indefinite in the whole catalogue of offenses usually laid to the charge of slaves, viz., impudence. This may mean almost anything or nothing at all, just according to the caprice of the master or overseer at the moment. But whatever it is or is not, if it gets the name of impudence, the party charged with it is sure of a flogging. This offense may be committed in various ways: in the tone of an answer, in answering at all, in not answering, in the expression of countenance, in the motion of the head, in the gait, manner, and bearing of the slave. In the case under consideration, I can easily believe that, according to all slaveholding standards, here was a genuine instance of impudence. In Nellie there were all the necessary conditions for committing the offense. She was a bright mulatto, the recognized wife of a favorite hand on board Colonel Lloyd's sloop, and the mother of 5 sprightly children. She was a vigorous and spirited woman, and one of the most likely on the plantation to be guilty of impudence. My attention was called to the scene by the noise, curses, and screams that proceeded from it, and on going a little in that direction, I came upon the parties engaged in the skirmish. Mr. Sevier, the overseer, had hold of Nelly when I caught sight of them. He was endeavoring to drag her toward a tree, which endeavor Nelly was sternly resisting, but to no purpose except to retard the progress of the overseer's plans. Nelly, as I have said, was the mother of 5 children. 3 of them were present, and though quite small, from 7 to 10 years old, I should think, they gallantly came to their mother's defense, and gave the overseer an excellent pelting with stones. One of the little fellows ran up, seized the overseer by the leg, and bit him; but the monster was too busily engaged with Nelly to pay any attention to the assaults of the children. There were numerous bloody marks on Mr. Sevier's face when I first saw him, and they increased as the struggle went on. The imprints of Nelly's fingers were visible, and I was glad to see them. Amidst the wild screams of the children, "Let my mammy go! Let my mammy go!" there escaped from between the teeth of the bullet-headed overseer a few bitter curses, mingled with threats that he would teach the "damned bitch how to give a white man impudence." There is no doubt that Nelly felt herself superior in some respects to the slaves around her. She was a wife and a mother. Her husband was a valued and favored slave. Besides, he was one of the first hands on board of the sloop, and the sloop hands, since they had to represent the plantation abroad, were generally treated tenderly. The overseer never was allowed to whip Harry. Why then should he be allowed to whip Harry's wife? Thoughts of this kind no doubt influenced her, but for whatever reason she nobly resisted, and, unlike most of the slaves, seemed determined to make her whipping cost Mr. Sevier as much as possible. The blood on his and her face attested her skill as well as her courage and dexterity in using her nails. Maddened by her resistance, I expected to see Mr. Sevier level her to the ground by a stunning blow; but no, like a savage bull dog, which he resembled both in temper and appearance, he maintained his grip, and steadily dragged his victim toward the tree, disregarding alike her blows and the cries of the children for their mother's release. He would doubtless have knocked her down with his hickory stick, but that such act might have cost him his place. It is often deemed advisable to knock a man slave down in order to tie him, but it is considered cowardly and inexcusable in an overseer thus to deal with a woman. He is expected to tie her up, and to give her what is called, in Southern parlance, a genteel flogging, without any very great outlay of strength or skill. I watched with palpitating interest the course of the preliminary struggle, and was saddened by every new advantage gained over her by the ruffian. There were times when she seemed likely to get the better of the brute, but he finally overpowered her, and succeeded in getting his rope around her arms, and in firmly tying her to the tree at which he had been aiming. This done, and Nelly was at the mercy of his merciless lash. And now what followed I have no heart to describe. The cowardly creature made good his every threat, and wielded the lash with all the hot zest of furious revenge. The cries of the woman while undergoing the terrible infliction were mingled with those of the children, sounds which I hope the reader may never be called upon to hear. When Nelly was untied, her back was covered with blood. The red stripes were all over her shoulders. She was whipped, severely whipped, but she was not subdued, for she continued to denounce the overseer, and to call him every vile name. He had bruised her flesh, but had left her invincible spirit undaunted. Such floggings are seldom repeated by the same overseer. They prefer to whip those who are most easily whipped. The old doctrine that submission is the best cure for outrage and wrong does not hold good on the slave plantation. He is whipped oftenest who is whipped easiest, and that slave who has the courage to stand up for himself against the overseer, although he may have many hard stripes at the first, becomes in the end a free man, even though he sustain the formal relation of a slave. "You can shoot me, but you can't whip me," said a slave to Rigby Hopkins, and the result was that he was neither whipped nor shot. If the latter had been his fate, it would have been less deplorable than the living and lingering death to which cowardly and slavish souls are subjected. I do not know that Mr. Sevier ever undertook to whip Nelly again. He probably never did, for it was not long after his attempt to subdue her that he was taken sick and died. The wretched man died as he had lived, unrepentant, and it was said, with how much truth I know not, that in the very last hours of his life his ruling passion showed itself, and that when wrestling with death he was uttering horrid oaths and flourishing the cowskin as though he was tearing the flesh off some helpless slave. One thing is certain, that when he was in health it was enough to chill the blood and to stiffen the hair of an ordinary man to hear Mr. Sevier talk. Nature or his cruel habits had given to his face an expression of unusual savageness even for a slave driver. Tobacco and rage had worn his teeth short, and nearly every sentence that escaped their compressed grating was commenced or concluded with some outburst of profanity. His presence made the field alike the field of blood and of blasphemy. Hated for his cruelty, despised for his cowardice, his death was deplored by no one outside his own house, if indeed it was deplored there. It was regarded by the slaves as a merciful interposition of Providence. Never went there a man to the grave loaded with heavier curses. Mr. Sevier's place was promptly taken by Mr. Hopkins, and the change was quite a relief, he being a very different man. He was in all respects a better man than his predecessor, as good as any man can be, and yet be an overseer. His course was characterized by no extraordinary cruelty, and when he whipped a slave, as he sometimes did, he seemed to take no especial pleasure in it, but on the contrary acted as though he felt it to be a mean business. Mr. Hopkins stayed but a short time. His place, much to the regret of the slaves generally, was taken by Mr. Gore, of whom more will be said hereafter. It is enough for the present to say that he was no improvement on Mr. Sevier, except that he was less noisy and less profane. I have already referred to the business-like aspect of Colonel Lloyd's plantation. This business-like appearance was much increased on the 2 days at the end of each month when the slaves from the different farms came to get their monthly allowance of meal and meat. These were gala days for the slaves, and there was much rivalry among them as to who should be elected to go up to the Great House farm for the allowance, and indeed to attend to any business at this, for them, the capital. The beauty and grandeur of the place, its numerous slave population, and the fact that Harry, Peter, and Jake, the sailors of the sloop, almost always kept privately little trinkets which they bought at Baltimore to sell, made it a privilege to come to the Great House farm. Being selected, too, for this office was deemed a high honor. It was taken as a proof of confidence and favor, but probably the chief motive of the competitors for the place was a desire to break the dull monotony of the field and to get beyond the overseer's eye and lash. Once on the road with an ox team and seated on the tongue of his cart with no overseer to look after him, the slave was comparatively free, and if thoughtful he had time to think. Slaves are generally expected to sing as well as to work. A silent slave is not liked by masters or overseers. Make a noise, and bear a hand," are the words usually addressed to the slaves when there is silence amongst them. This may account for the almost constant singing heard in the Southern States. There was generally more or less singing among the teamsters, as it was one means of letting the overseer know where they were, and that they were moving on with the work. But on allowance day, those who visited the Great House farm were peculiarly excited and noisy. While on their way, they would make the dense old woods for miles around reverberate with their wild notes. These were not always merry, because they were wild. On the contrary, they were mostly of a plaintive cast, and told a tale of grief and sorrow. In the most boisterous outbursts of rapturous sentiment there was ever a tinge of deep melancholy. I've never heard any songs like those anywhere since I left slavery, except when in Ireland. There I heard the same wailing notes, and was much affected by them. It was during the famine of 1845–6. In all the songs of the slaves there was ever some expression in praise of the Great House farm, something which would flatter the pride of the owner, and possibly draw a favorable glance from him. "I'm going away to the Great House farm, oh yea, oh yea, oh yea. My old master is a good old master, oh yea, oh yea, oh yea." This they would sing, with other words of their own improvising, jargon to others, but full of meaning to themselves. I have sometimes thought that the mere hearing of those songs would do more to impress truly spiritual-minded men and women with the soul-crushing and death-dealing character of slavery than the reading of whole volumes of its mere physical cruelties. They speak to the heart and to the soul of the thoughtful. I cannot better express my sense of them now than 10 years ago, when in sketching my life I thus spoke of this feature of my plantation experience. I did not, when a slave, understand the deep meanings of those rude and apparently incoherent songs. I was myself within the circle, so that I neither saw nor heard as those without might see and hear. They told a tale which was then altogether beyond my feeble comprehension. They were tones, loud, long, and deep, breathing the prayer and complaint of souls boiling over with the bitterest anguish. Every tone was a testimony against slavery, and a prayer to God for deliverance from chains. The hearing of those wild notes always depressed my spirits, and filled my heart with ineffable sadness. The mere recurrence, even now, afflicts my spirit, and while I am writing these lines, my tears are falling. To those songs I trace my first glimmering conceptions of the dehumanizing character of slavery. I can never get rid of that conception. Those songs still follow me, to deepen my hatred of slavery, and quicken my sympathies for my brethren in bonds. If any one wishes to be impressed with a sense of the soul-killing power of slavery, let him go to Colonel Lloyd's plantation, and on allowance day place himself in the deep pine woods, and there let him in silence thoughtfully analyze the sounds that shall pass through the chambers of his soul, and if he is not thus impressed, it will only be because there is no flesh in his obdurate heart. The remark is not unfrequently made that slaves are the most contented and happy laborers in the world. They dance and sing and make all manner of joyful noises. So they do, but it is a great mistake to suppose them happy because they sing. The songs of the slave represent the sorrows rather than the joys of his heart, and he is relieved by them only as an aching heart is relieved by its tears. Such is the constitution of the human mind that when pressed to extremes it often avails itself of the most opposite methods. Extremes meet in mind as in matter. When the slaves on board of the Pearl were overtaken, arrested, and carried to prison, their hopes for freedom blasted, as they marched in chains they sang, and found, as Emily Edmondson tells us, a melancholy relief in singing. The singing of a man cast away on a desolate island might be as appropriately considered an evidence of his contentment and happiness as the singing of a slave. Sorrow and desolation have their songs as well as joy and peace. Slaves sing more to make themselves happy than to express their happiness. It is the boast of slaveholders that their slaves enjoy more of the physical comforts of life than the peasantry of any country in the world. My experience contradicts this. The men and the women, slaves on Colonel Lloyd's farm, received as their monthly allowance of food 8 pounds of pickled pork, or their equivalent in fish. The pork was often tainted, and the fish was of the poorest quality, herrings, which would bring very little if offered for sale in any northern market. With their pork or fish they had 1 bushel of Indian meal, unbolted, of which quite 15% was fit only to feed pigs. With this 1 pint of salt was given, and this was the entire monthly allowance of a full-grown slave, working constantly in the open field from morning until night, every day in the month except Sunday, and living on a fraction more than 1/4 of a pound of meat per day, and less than a peck of cornmeal per week. There is no kind of work that a man can do which requires a better supply of food to prevent physical exhaustion than the field work of a slave. So much for the slave's allowance of food. Now for his raiment. The yearly allowance of clothing for the slaves on this plantation consisted of 2 tow linen shirts, such linen as the coarsest crash towels are made of, 1 pair of trousers of the same material for summer, and a pair of trousers and a jacket of woolen, most slasely put together, for winter, 1 pair of yarn stockings, and 1 pair of shoes of the coarsest description. The slaves' entire apparel could not have cost more than $8 per year. The allowance of food and clothing for the little children was committed to their mothers or to the older slave women having the care of them. Children who were unable to work in the field had neither shoes, stockings, jackets, nor trousers given them. Their clothing consisted of 2 coarse tow linen shirts, already described, per year, and when these failed them, as they often did, they went naked until the next allowance day. Flocks of little children from 5 to 10 years old might be seen on Colonel Lloyd's plantation, as destitute of clothing as any little heathen on the west coast of Africa, and this not merely during the summer months, but during the frosty weather of March. The little girls were no better off than the boys. All were nearly in a state of nudity. As to beds to sleep on, they were known to none of the field hands. Nothing but a coarse blanket, not so good as those used in the North to cover horses, was given them, and this only to the men and women. The children stuck themselves in holes and corners about the quarters, often in the corner of the huge chimneys, with their feet in the ashes to keep them warm. The want of beds, however, was not considered a very great privation. Time to sleep was of far greater importance, for when the day's work is done, most of the slaves have their washing, mending, and cooking to do, and having few or none of the ordinary facilities for doing such things, very many of their sleeping hours are consumed in necessary preparations for the duties of the coming day. The sleeping apartments, if they may be called such, have little regard to comfort or decency. Old and young, male and female, married and single, drop down upon the common clay floor, each covering up with his or her blanket, the only protection they have from cold or exposure. The night, however, is shortened at both ends. The slaves work often as long as they can see, and are late in cooking and mending for the coming day, and at the first gray streak of morning they are summoned to the field by the driver's horn. More slaves are whipped for oversleeping than for any other fault. Neither age nor sex finds any favor. The overseer stands at the quarter door, armed with stick and cowskin, ready to whip any who may be a few minutes behind time. When the horn is blown, there is a rush for the door, and the hindermost one is sure to get a blow from the overseer. Young mothers who worked in the field were allowed an hour, about 10 o'clock in the morning, to go home to nurse their children. Sometimes they were compelled to take their children with them, and to leave them in the corner of the fences, to prevent loss of time in nursing them. The overseer generally rides about the field on horseback. A cowskin and a hickory stick are his constant companions. The cowskin is a kind of whip seldom seen in the northern states. It is made entirely of untanned but dried ox hide, and is about as hard as a piece of well seasoned live oak. It is made of various sizes, but the usual length is about 3 feet. The part held in the hand is nearly an inch in thickness, and from the extreme end of the butt or handle the cowskin tapers its whole length to a point. This makes it quite elastic and springy. A blow with it on the hardest back will gash the flesh and make the blood start. Cowskins are painted red, blue, and green, and are the favorite slave whip. I think this whip worse than the cat o' nine tails. It condenses the whole strength of the arm to a single point, and comes with a spring that makes the air whistle. It is a terrible instrument, and is so handy that the overseer can always have it on his person and ready for use. The temptation to use it is ever strong, and an overseer can, if disposed, always have cause for using it. With him it is literally a word and a blow, and in most cases the blow comes first. As a general rule, slaves do not come to the quarters for either breakfast or dinner, but take their ash cake with them and eat it in the field. This was so on the home plantation, probably because the distance from the quarter to the field was sometimes 2 and even 3 miles. The dinner of the slaves consisted of a huge piece of ash cake and a small piece of pork or 2 salt herrings. Not having ovens nor any suitable cooking utensils, the slaves mixed their meal with a little water to such thickness that a spoon would stand erect in it, and after the wood had burned away to coals and ashes, they would place the dough between oak leaves and lay it carefully in the ashes, completely covering it. Hence the bread is called ash cake. The surface of this peculiar bread is covered with ashes to the depth of a 16th part of an inch, and the ashes certainly do not make it very grateful to the teeth, nor render it very palatable. The bran, or coarse part of the meal, is baked with the fine, and bright scales run through the bread. This bread, with its ashes and bran, would disgust and choke a northern man, but it is quite liked by the slaves. They eat it with avidity, and are more concerned about the quantity than about the quality. They are far too scantily provided for, and are worked too steadily, to be much concerned for the quality of their food. The few minutes allowed them at dinner time, after partaking of their coarse repast, are variously spent. Some lie down on the turning row and go to sleep, others draw together and talk, and others are at work with needle and thread, mending their tattered garments. Sometimes you may hear a wild hoarse laugh arise from a circle, and often a song. Soon, however, the overseer comes dashing through the field. Tumble up, and to work, work, is the cry. And now from 12 o'clock midday till dark, the human cattle are in motion, wielding their clumsy hoes, hurried on by no hope of reward, no sense of gratitude, no love of children, no prospect of bettering their condition, nothing save the dread and terror of the slave driver's lash. So goes one day, and so comes and goes another. But let us now leave the rough usage of the field, where vulgar coarseness and brutal cruelty spread themselves and flourish, rank as weeds in the tropics, where a vile wretch, in the shape of a man, rides, walks, or struts about, dealing blows and leaving gashes on broken spirited men and helpless women for $30 per month, a business so horrible, hardening, and disgraceful, that rather than engage in it, a decent man would blow his own brains out. And let the reader view with me the equally wicked but less repulsive aspects of slave life, where pride and pomp roll luxuriously at ease, where the toil of 1,000 men supports a single family in easy idleness and sin. This is the great house. It is the home of the Lloyds. Some idea of its splendor has already been given, and it is here that we shall find that height of luxury which is the opposite of that depth of poverty and physical wretchedness that we have just now been contemplating. But there is this difference in the two extremes, viz., that in the case of the slave the miseries and hardships of his lot are imposed by others, and in the master's case they are imposed by himself. The slave is his subject, subjected by others; the slaveholder is a subject, but he is the author of his own subjection. There is more truth in the saying that slavery is a greater evil to the master than to the slave, than many who utter it suppose. The self-executing laws of eternal justice follow close on the heels of the evil doer here, as well as elsewhere, making escape from all its penalties impossible. But let others philosophize. It is my province here to relate and describe, only allowing myself a word or two occasionally to assist the reader in the proper understanding of the facts narrated. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life in the Great House. Comforts and luxuries, elaborate expenditure, house servants, men servants and maid servants, appearances, slave aristocracy, stable and carriage house, boundless hospitality, fragrance of rich dishes, the deceptive character of slavery, slaves seem happy, slaves and slaveholders alike wretched, fretful discontent of slaveholders, fault finding, old Barney, his profession, whipping, humiliating spectacle, case exceptional, William Wilkes, supposed son of Colonel Lloyd, curious incident, slaves prefer rich masters to poor ones. The close-fisted stinginess that fed the poor slave on coarse cornmeal and tainted meat, that clothed him in crashy tow linen, and hurried him on to toil through the field in all weathers, with wind and rain beating through his tattered garments, that scarcely gave even the young slave mother time to nurse her hungry infant in the fence corner, wholly vanishes on approaching the sacred precincts of the great house, the home of the Lloyds. There the scriptural phrase finds an exact illustration. The highly favored inmates of this mansion are literally arrayed in purple and fine linen, and fare sumptuously every day. The table groans under the heavy and blood-bought luxuries gathered with painstaking care at home and abroad. Fields, forests, rivers, and seas are made tributary here. Immense wealth and its lavish expenditure fill the great house with all that can please the eye or tempt the taste. Here appetite, not food, is the great desideratum. Fish, flesh, and fowl are here in profusion. Chickens of all breeds, ducks of all kinds, wild and tame, the common and the huge muscovite, guinea fowls, turkeys, geese, and peafowls are in their several pens, fat and fatting for the destined vortex. The graceful swan, the mongrels, the black-necked wild goose, partridges, quails, pheasants, and pigeons, choice waterfowl with all their strange varieties, are caught in this huge family net. Beef, veal, mutton, and venison of the most select kinds and quality roll bounteously to this grand consumer. The teeming riches of the Chesapeake Bay, its rock perch, drums, crocus, trout, oysters, crabs, and terrapin are drawn hither to adorn the glittering table of the great house. The dairy, too, probably the finest on the eastern shore of Maryland, supplied by cattle of the best English stock, imported for the purpose, pours its rich donations of fragrant cheese, golden butter, and delicious cream to heighten the attraction of the gorgeous unending round of feasting. Nor are the fruits of the earth forgotten or neglected. The fertile garden, many acres in size, constituting a separate establishment, distinct from the common farm, with its scientific gardener, imported from Scotland, a Mr. MacDermot, with 4 men under his direction, was not behind, either in the abundance or in the delicacy of its contributions to the same full board. The tender asparagus, the succulent celery, and the delicate cauliflower, eggplants, beets, lettuce, parsnips, peas, and French beans early and late, radishes, cantaloupes, melons of all kinds, the fruits and flowers of all climes and of all descriptions, from the hardy apple of the North to the lemon and orange of the South, culminated at this point. Baltimore gathered figs, raisins, almonds, and juicy grapes from Spain, wines and brandies from France, teas of various flavor from China, and rich aromatic coffee from Java, all conspired to swell the tide of high life, where pride and indolence rolled and lounged in magnificence and satiety. Behind the tall backed and elaborately wrought chairs stand the servants, men and maidens, 15 in number, discriminately selected not only with a view to their industry and faithfulness, but with special regard to their personal appearance, their graceful agility and captivating address. Some of these are armed with fans, and are fanning reviving breezes toward the overheated brows of the alabaster ladies. Others watch with eager eye, and with fawn-like step anticipate and supply wants before they are sufficiently formed to be announced by word or sign. These servants constituted a sort of black aristocracy on Colonel Lloyd's plantation. They resembled the field hands in nothing except in color, and in this they held the advantage of a velvet-like glossiness, rich and beautiful. The hair, too, showed the same advantage. The delicate colored maid rustled in the scarcely worn silk of her young mistress, while the servant-men were equally well attired from the overflowing wardrobe of their young masters, so that in dress as well as in form and feature, in manner and speech, in tastes and habits, the distance between these favored few and the sorrow and hunger-smitten multitudes of the quarter and the field was immense, and this is seldom passed over. Let us now glance at the stables and the carriage house, and we shall find the same evidences of pride and luxurious extravagance. Here are 3 splendid coaches, soft within and lustrous without. Here, too, are gigs, phaetons, barouches, sulkies, and sleighs. Here are saddles and harnesses, beautifully wrought and silver mounted, kept with every care. In the stable you will find, kept only for pleasure, full 35 horses of the most approved blood for speed and beauty. There are 2 men here constantly employed in taking care of these horses. One of these men must be always in the stable to answer every call from the great house. Over the way from the stable is a house built expressly for the hounds, a pack of 25 or 30, whose fare would have made glad the heart of a dozen slaves. Horses and hounds are not the only consumers of the slave's toil. There was practiced at the Lord's a hospitality which would have astonished and charmed any health-seeking northern divine or merchant who might have chanced to share it. Viewed from his own table, and not from the field, the Colonel was a model of generous hospitality. His house was literally a hotel for weeks during the summer months. At these times especially, the air was freighted with the rich fumes of baking, boiling, roasting, and broiling. The odors I shared with the winds, but the meats were under a more stringent monopoly, except that occasionally I got a cake from Mass Daniel. In Mass Daniel I had a friend at court, from whom I learned many things which my eager curiosity was excited to know. I always knew when company was expected, and who they were, although I was an outsider, being the property, not of Colonel Lloyd, but of a servant of the wealthy Colonel. On these occasions all that pride, taste, and money could do to dazzle and charm was done. Who could say that the servants of Colonel Lloyd were not well clad and cared for, after witnessing one of his magnificent entertainments? Who could say that they did not seem to glory in being the slaves of such a master? Who but a fanatic could get up any sympathy for persons whose every movement was agile, easy, and graceful, and who evinced a consciousness of high superiority? And who would ever venture to suspect that Colonel Lloyd was subject to the troubles of ordinary mortals? Master and slave seem alike in their glory here. Can it all be seeming? Alas, it may only be a sham at last. This immense wealth, this gilded splendor, this profusion of luxury, this exemption from toil, this life of ease, this sea of plenty, ay, what of it all? Are the pearly gates of happiness and sweet content flung open to such suitors? Far from it. The poor slave on his hard pine plank, but scantily covered with his thin blanket, sleeps more soundly than the feverish voluptuary who reclines upon his feather bed and downy pillow. Food to the indolent lounger is poison, not sustenance. Lurking beneath all their dishes are invisible spirits of evil, ready to feed the self-deluded gormandizers with aches, pains, fierce temper, uncontrolled passions, dyspepsia, rheumatism, lumbago, and gout, and of these the Lloyds got their full share. To the pampered love of ease there is no resting place. What is pleasant to day is repulsive to morrow. What is soft now is hard at another time. What is sweet in the morning is bitter in the evening. Neither to the wicked nor to the idler is there any solid peace. Troubled like the restless sea. I had excellent opportunities of witnessing the restless discontent and the capricious irritation of the Lloyds. My fondness for horses, not peculiar to me more than to other boys, attracted me much of the time to the stables. This establishment was especially under the care of old and young Barney, father and son. Old Barney was a fine-looking old man, of a brownish complexion, who was quite portly, and wore a dignified aspect for a slave. He was evidently much devoted to his profession, and held his office an honorable one. He was a farrier as well as an ostler. He could bleed, remove lampers from the mouths of the horses, and was well instructed in horse medicines. No one on the farm knew so well as old Barney what to do with a sick horse. But his gifts and acquirements were of little advantage to him. His office was by no means an enviable one. He often got presents, but he got stripes as well, for in nothing was Colonel Lloyd more unreasonable and exacting than in respect to the management of his pleasure horses. Any supposed inattention to these animals was sure to be visited with degrading punishment. His horses and dogs fared better than his men. Their beds must be softer and cleaner than those of his human cattle. No excuse could shield old Barney if the Colonel only suspected something wrong about his horses, and consequently he was often punished when faultless. It was absolutely painful to listen to the many unreasonable and fretful scoldings poured out at the stable by Colonel Lloyd, his sons, and sons-in-law. Of the latter he had three, Messrs. Nicholson, Winder, and Lowndes. These all lived at the great house a portion of the year, and enjoyed the luxury of whipping the servants when they pleased, which was by no means unfrequently. A horse was seldom brought out of the stable to which no objection could be raised. There was dust in his hair. There was a twist in his reins. His mane did not lie straight. He had not been properly grained. His head did not look well. His foretop was not combed out. His fetlocks had not been properly trimmed. Something was always wrong. Listening to complaints, however groundless, Barney must stand, hat in hand, lips sealed, never answering a word. He must make no reply, no explanation. The judgment of the master must be deemed infallible, for his power is absolute and irresponsible. In a free state, a master thus complaining without cause of his ostler might be told, "Sir, I am sorry I cannot please you, but since I have done the best I can, your remedy is to dismiss me." Here, however, the ostler must stand, listen, and tremble. One of the most heart-saddening and humiliating scenes I ever witnessed was the whipping of old Barney by Colonel Lloyd himself. Here were two men, both advanced in years. There were the silvery locks of Colonel Lloyd, and there was the bald and toil-worn brow of old Barney. Master and slave, superior and inferior here, but equals at the bar of God, and in the common course of events they must both soon meet in another world. in a world where all distinctions, except those based on obedience and disobedience, are blotted out forever. "Uncover your head," said the imperious master. He was obeyed. "Take off your jacket, you old rascal," and off came Barney's jacket. "Down on your knees." Down knelt the old man, his shoulders bare, his bald head glistening in the sun, and his aged knees on the cold, damp ground. In this humble and debasing attitude the master, that master to whom he had given the best years and the best strength of his life, came forward and laid on 30 lashes with his horsewhip. The old man bore it patiently to the last, answering each blow with a slight shrug of the shoulders and a groan. I cannot think that Colonel Lloyd succeeded in marring the flesh of old Barney very seriously, for the whip was a light riding whip; but the spectacle of an aged man, a husband and a father, humbly kneeling before a worm of the dust, surprised and shocked me at the time, and since I have grown old enough to think on the wickedness of slavery, few facts have been of more value to me than this, to which I was a witness. It reveals slavery in its true color, and in its maturity of repulsive hatefulness. I owe it to truth, however, to say that this was the first and the last time I ever saw old Barney or any other slave compelled to kneel to receive a whipping. I saw at the stable another incident which I will relate, as it is illustrative of a phase of slavery to which I have already referred in another connection. Besides 2 other coachmen, Colonel Lloyd owned one named William, who, strangely enough, was often called by his surname, Wilkes, by white and colored people on the home plantation. Wilkes was a very fine looking man. He was about as white as anybody on the plantation, and in manliness of form and comeliness of features he bore a very striking resemblance to Mr. Murray Lloyd. It was whispered and pretty generally admitted as a fact that William Wilkes was a son of Colonel Lloyd by a highly favored slave woman who was still on the plantation. There were many reasons for believing this whisper, not only in William's appearance, but in the undeniable freedom which he enjoyed over all others, and his apparent consciousness of being something more than a slave to his master. It was notorious, too, that William had a deadly enemy in Murray Lloyd, whom he so much resembled, and that the latter greatly worried his father with importunities to sell William. Indeed, he gave his father no rest until he did sell him to Austin Woldfolk, the great slave trader at that time. Before selling him, however, Mr. L. tried what giving William a whipping would do toward making things smooth, but this was a failure. It was a compromise, and defeated itself, for immediately after the infliction the heart-sickened colonel atoned to William for the abuse by giving him a gold watch and chain. Another fact, somewhat curious, is, that though sold to the remorseless Woldfolk, taken in irons to Baltimore, and cast into prison with a view to being driven to the South, William, by some means, always a mystery to me, outbid all his purchasers, paid for himself, and now resides in Baltimore, a free man. Is there not room to suspect that as the gold watch was presented to atone for the whipping, a purse of gold was given him by the same hand with which to effect his purchase, as an atonement for the indignity involved in selling his own flesh and blood? All the circumstances of William on the Great House farm show him to have occupied a different position from the other slaves, and certainly there is nothing in the supposed hostility of slaveholders to amalgamation to forbid the supposition that William Wilkes was the son of Edward Lloyd. Practical amalgamation is common in every neighborhood where I have been in slavery. Colonel Lloyd was not in the way of knowing much of the real opinions and feelings of his slaves respecting him. The distance between him and them was far too great to admit of such knowledge. His slaves were so numerous that he did not know them when he saw them, nor indeed did all his slaves know him. In this respect he was inconveniently rich. It is reported of him that while riding along the road one day he met a colored man and addressed him in the usual way of speaking to colored people on the public highways of the South. "Well, boy, who do you belong to?" "To Colonel Lloyd," replied the slave. "Well, does the Colonel treat you well?" "No, sir," was the ready reply. "What! Does he work you too hard?" "Yes, sir." "Well, don't he give enough to eat?" "Yes, sir, he gives me enough, such as it is." The Colonel, after ascertaining where the slave belonged, rode on. The slave also went on about his business, not dreaming that he had been conversing with his master. He thought, said, and heard nothing more of the matter until 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. The poor man was then informed by his overseer that for having found fault with his master, he was now to be sold to a Georgia trader. He was immediately chained and handcuffed, and thus, without a moment's warning, he was snatched away and forever sundered from his family and friends by a hand more unrelenting than that of death. This is the penalty of telling the simple truth in answer to a series of plain questions. It is partly in consequence of such facts that slaves, when inquired of as to their condition and the character of their masters, almost invariably say they are contented, and that their masters are kind. Slaveholders have been known to send spies among their slaves to ascertain, if possible, their views and feelings in regard to their condition. The frequency of this has had the effect to establish among the slaves the maxim that a still tongue makes a wise head. They suppress the truth rather than take the consequence of telling it, and in so doing they prove themselves a part of the human family. If they have anything to say of their master, it is generally something in his favor, especially when speaking to strangers. I was frequently asked, while a slave, if I had a kind master, and I do not remember ever to have given a negative reply. Nor did I, when pursuing this course, consider myself as uttering what was utterly false, for I always measured the kindness of my master by the standard of kindness set up by slaveholders around us. However, slaves are like other people, and imbibe similar prejudices. They are apt to think their condition better than that of others. Many, under the influence of this prejudice, think their own masters are better than the masters of other slaves, and this, too, in some cases, when the very reverse is true. Indeed, it is not uncommon for slaves even to fall out and quarrel among themselves about the relative kindness of their masters, each contending for the superior goodness of his own over that of others. At the very same time, they mutually execrate their masters when viewed separately. It was so on our plantation. When Colonel Lloyd's slaves met those of Jacob Jepson, they seldom parted without a quarrel about their masters, Colonel Lloyd's slaves contending that he was the richest, and Mr. Jepson's slaves that he was the smartest man of the two. Colonel Lloyd's slaves would boast his ability to buy and sell Jacob Jepson. Mr. Jepson's slaves would boast his ability to whip Colonel Lloyd. These quarrels would almost always end in a fight between the parties. Those that beat were supposed to have gained the point at issue. They seemed to think that the greatness of their masters was transferable to themselves. To be a slave was thought to be bad enough, but to be a poor man's slave was deemed a disgrace indeed. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, a chapter of horrors. Austin Gore, a sketch of his character. Overseers as a class, their peculiar characteristics, the marked individuality of Austin Gore, his sense of duty, how he whipped, murder of poor Denby, how it occurred, sensation, how Gore made peace with Colonel Lloyd, the murder unpunished, another dreadful murder narrated, no laws for the protection of slaves can be enforced in the Southern States. As I have already intimated elsewhere, the slaves on Colonel Lloyd's plantation, whose hard lot under Mr. Sevier the reader has already noticed and deplored, were not permitted to enjoy the comparatively moderate rule of Mr. Hopkins. The latter was succeeded by a very different man. The name of the new overseer was Austin Gore. Upon this individual I would fix particular attention, for under his rule there was more suffering from violence and bloodshed than had, according to the older slaves, ever been experienced before on this plantation. I confess I hardly know how to bring this man fitly before the reader. He was, it is true, an overseer, and possessed to a large extent the peculiar characteristics of his class. Yet to call him merely an overseer would not give the reader a fair notion of the man. I speak of overseers as a class. They are such. They are as distinct from the slave-holding gentry of the South as are the fish women of Paris and the coal heavers of London distinct from other members of society. They constitute a separate fraternity at the South, not less marked than is the fraternity of Park Lane bullies in New York. They have been arranged and classified by that great law of attraction which determines the spheres and affinities of men, which ordains that men whose malign and brutal propensities predominate over their moral and intellectual endowments shall naturally fall into those employments which promise the largest gratification to those predominating instincts or propensities. The office of overseer takes this raw material of vulgarity and brutality and stamps it as a distinct class of Southern society. But in this class, as in all other classes, there are characters of marked individuality, even while they bear a general resemblance to the mass. Mr. Gore was one of those to whom a general characterization would do no manner of justice. He was an overseer, but he was something more. With the malign and tyrannical qualities of an overseer, he combined something of the lawful master. He had the artfulness and the mean ambition of his class, but he was wholly free from the disgusting swagger and noisy bravado of his fraternity. There was an easy air of independence about him, a calm self-possession, and a sternness of glance which might well daunt hearts less timid than those of poor slaves, accustomed from childhood and through life to cower before a driver's lash. The home plantation of Colonel Lloyd afforded an ample field for the exercise of the qualifications for overseership which he possessed in such an eminent degree. Mr. Gore was one of those overseers who could torture the slightest word or look into impudence. He had the nerve not only to resent but to punish promptly and severely. He never allowed himself to be answered back by a slave. In this he was as lordly and as imperious as Colonel Edward Lloyd himself, acting always up to the maxim, practically maintained by slaveholders, that it is better that a dozen slaves suffer under the lash without fault than that the master or the overseer should seem to have been wrong in the presence of the slave. Everything must be absolute here. Guilty or not guilty, it is enough to be accused to be sure of a flogging. The very presence of this man, Gore, was painful, and I shunned him as I would have shunned a rattlesnake. His piercing black eyes and sharp, shrill voice ever awakened sensations of terror among the slaves. For so young a man, I describe him as he was 25 or 30 years ago, Mr. Gore was singularly reserved and grave in the presence of slaves. He indulged in no jokes, said no funny things, and kept his own counsels. Other overseers, how brutal soever they might be, were at times inclined to gain favor with the slaves by indulging a little pleasantry, but Gore was never known to be guilty of any such weakness. He was always the cold, distant, unapproachable overseer of Colonel Edward Lloyd's plantation, and needed no higher pleasure than was involved in a faithful discharge of the duties of his office. When he whipped, he seemed to do so from a sense of duty and feared no consequences. What Hopkins did reluctantly, Gore did with alacrity. There was a stern will, an iron-like reality about this Gore, which would have easily made him the chief of a band of pirates had his environments been favorable to such a course of life. All the coolness, savage barbarity, and freedom from moral restraint which are necessary in the character of a pirate chief centered, I think, in this man Gore. Among many other deeds of shocking cruelty which he perpetrated while I was at Mr. Lloyd's was the murder of a young colored man named Denby. He was sometimes called Bill Denby or Demby. I write from sound, and the sounds on Lloyd's plantation are not very certain. I knew him well. He was a powerful young man, full of animal spirits, and so far as I know, he was among the most valuable of Colonel Lloyd's slaves. In something, I know not what, he offended this Mr. Austin Gore, and in accordance with the custom of the latter, he undertook to flog him. He gave Denby but few stripes. The latter broke away from him and plunged into the creek, and standing there to the depth of his neck in water, he refused to come out at the order of the overseer, whereupon, for this refusal, Gore shot him dead. It is said that Gore gave Denby 3 calls, telling him that if he did not obey the last call, he would shoot him. When the 3rd call was given, Denby stood his ground firmly, and this raised the question in the minds of the bystanding slaves, will he dare to shoot? Mr. Gore, without further parley, and without making any further effort to induce Denby to come out of the water, raised his gun deliberately to his face, took deadly aim at his standing victim, and in an instant poor Denby was numbered with the dead. His mangled body sank out of sight, and only his warm, red blood marked the place where he had stood. This devilish outrage, this fiendish murder, produced, as it was well calculated to do, a tremendous sensation. A thrill of horror flashed through every soul on the plantation, if I may except the guilty wretch who had committed the hell-black deed. While the slaves generally were panic-struck and howling with alarm, the murderer himself was calm and collected, and appeared as though nothing unusual had happened. The atrocity roused my old master, and he spoke out in reprobation of it, but the whole thing proved to be less than a 9 days' wonder. Both Colonel Lloyd and my old master arraigned Gore for his cruelty in the matter, but this amounted to nothing. His reply, or explanation, as I remember to have heard it at the time, was that the extraordinary expedient was demanded by necessity, that Denby had become unmanageable, that he had set a dangerous example to the other slaves, and that without some such prompt measure as that to which he had resorted were adopted, there would be an end to all rule and order on the plantation. The very convenient covert for all manner of cruelty and outrage, that cowardly alarm cry that the slaves would take the place, was pleaded in extenuation of this revolting crime, just as it had been cited in defense of 1,000 similar ones. He argued that if one slave refused to be corrected and was allowed to escape with his life, when he had been told that he should lose it if he persisted in his course, the other slaves would soon copy his example, the result of which would be the freedom of the slaves and the enslavement of the whites. I have every reason to believe that Mr. Gore's defense or explanation was deemed satisfactory, at least to Colonel Lloyd. He was continued in his office on the plantation. His fame as an overseer went abroad, and his horrid crime was not even submitted to judicial investigation. The murder was committed in the presence of slaves, and they, of course, could neither institute a suit nor testify against the murderer. His bare word would go further in a court of law than the united testimony of 10,000 black witnesses. All that Mr. Gore had to do was to make his peace with Colonel Lloyd. This done, and the guilty perpetrator of one of the most foul murders goes unwhipped of justice and uncensured by the community in which he lives. Mr. Gore lived in St. Michaels, Talbot County, when I left Maryland. If he is still alive, he probably yet resides there, and I have no reason to doubt that he is now as highly esteemed and as greatly respected as though his guilty soul had never been stained with innocent blood. I am well aware that what I have now written will by some be branded as false and malicious. It will be denied not only that such a thing ever did transpire, as I have now narrated, but that such a thing could happen in Maryland. I can only say, believe it or not, that I have said nothing but the literal truth, gainsay it who may. I speak advisedly when I say this, that killing a slave or any colored person in Talbot County, Maryland, is not treated as a crime either by the courts or the community. Mr. Thomas Landman, ship carpenter of St. Michael's, killed 2 slaves, one of whom he butchered with a hatchet by knocking his brains out. He used to boast of the commission of the awful and bloody deed. I've heard him do so laughingly, saying, among other things, that he was the only benefactor of his country in the company, and that when others would do as much as he had done, we should be relieved of the damned niggers. As an evidence of the reckless disregard of human life, where the life is that of a slave, I may state the notorious fact that the wife of Mr. Giles Hicks, who lived but a short distance from Colonel Lloyd's, with her own hands murdered my wife's cousin, a young girl between 15 and 16 years of age, mutilating her person in a most shocking manner. The atrocious woman, in the paroxysm of her wrath, not content with murdering her victim, literally mangled her face and broke her breastbone. Wild, however, and infuriated as she was, she took the precaution to cause the slave girl to be buried, but the facts of the case, coming abroad, very speedily led to the disinterment of the remains of the murdered slave girl. A coroner's jury was assembled, who decided that the girl had come to her death by severe beating. It was ascertained that the offense for which the girl was thus hurried out of the world was this: she had been set that night and several preceding nights to mind Mrs. Hicks's baby, and having fallen into a sound sleep, the baby cried, waking Mrs. Hicks, but not the slave girl. Mrs. Hicks, becoming infuriated at the girl's tardiness, after calling her several times, jumped from her bed and seized a piece of firewood from the fireplace, and then, as she lay fast asleep, she deliberately pounded in her skull and breastbone, and thus ended her life. I will not say that this most horrid murder produced no sensation in the community. It did produce a sensation. But, incredible to tell, the moral sense of the community was blunted too entirely by the ordinary nature of slavery horrors to bring the murderers to punishment. A warrant was issued for her arrest, but for some reason or other that warrant was never served. Thus did Mrs. Hicks not only escape condign punishment, but even the pain and mortification of being arraigned before a court of justice. Whilst I am detailing the bloody deeds that took place during my stay on Colonel Lloyd's plantation, I will briefly narrate another dark transaction which occurred about the same time as the murder of Denby by Mr. Gore. On the side of the River Wye, opposite from Colonel Lloyd's, there lived a Mr. Beal Bondley, a wealthy slaveholder. In the direction of his land, and near the shore, there was an excellent oyster fishing ground, and to this some of the slaves of Colonel Lloyd occasionally resorted in their little canoes at night, with a view to make up the deficiency of their scanty allowance of food by the oysters that they could easily get there. This Mr. Bondley took it into his head to regard as a trespass, and while an old man belonging to Colonel Lloyd was engaged in catching a few of the many millions of oysters that lined the bottom of that creek to satisfy his hunger, the villainous Mr. Bondley, lying in ambush, without the slightest ceremony, discharged the contents of his musket into the back and shoulders of the poor old man. As good fortune would have it, the shot did not prove mortal, and Mr. Bondley came over the next day to see Colonel Lloyd. Whether to pay him for his property, or to justify himself for what he had done, I know not, but this I can say: the cruel and dastardly transaction was speedily hushed up. There was very little said about it at all, and nothing was publicly done which looked like the application of the principle of justice to the man whom chance only saved from being an actual murderer. One of the commonest sayings to which my ears early became accustomed on Colonel Lloyd's plantation and elsewhere in Maryland was that it was worth but half a cent to kill a nigger, and a half a cent to bury him. And the facts of my experience go far to justify the practical truth of this strange proverb. Laws for the protection of the lives of the slaves are, as they must needs be, utterly incapable of being enforced where the very parties who are nominally protected are not permitted to give evidence in courts of law against the only class of persons from whom abuse, outrage, and murder might be reasonably apprehended. While I heard of numerous murders committed by slaveholders on the eastern shore of Maryland, I never knew a solitary instance in which a slaveholder was either hung or imprisoned for having murdered a slave. The usual pretext for killing a slave is, that the slave has offered resistance. Should a slave, when assaulted, but raise his hand in self-defense, the white assaulting party is fully justified by Southern or Maryland public opinion in shooting the slave down. Sometimes this is done, simply because it is alleged that the slave has been saucy. But here I leave this phase of the society of my early childhood, and will relieve the kind reader of these heart-sickening details. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Personal treatment of the author. Miss Lucretia, her kindness, how it was manifested, Ike, a battle with him, the consequences thereof, Miss Lucretia's balsam, bread, how I obtained it, beams of sunlight amidst the general darkness, suffering from cold, how we took our meals, orders to prepare for Baltimore, overjoyed at the thought of quitting the plantation, extraordinary cleansing, cousin Tom's version of Baltimore, arrival there, kind reception given me by Mrs. Sophia Auld, little Tommy, my new position, my new duties, a turning point in my history. I have nothing cruel or shocking to relate of my own personal experience while I remained on Colonel Lloyd's plantation at the home of my old master. An occasional cuff from Aunt Katy and a regular whipping from old master, such as any heedless and mischievous boy might get from his father, is all that I can mention of this sort. I was not old enough to work in the field, and there being little else than field work to perform, I had much leisure. The most I had to do was to drive up the cows in the evening to keep the front yard clean, and to perform small errands for my young mistress, Lucretia Auld. I have reasons for thinking this lady was very kindly disposed toward me, and although I was not often the object of her attention, I constantly regarded her as my friend, and was always glad when it was my privilege to do her a service. In a family where there was so much that was harsh, cold, and indifferent, the slightest word or look of kindness passed with me for its full value. Miss Lucretia, as we all continued to call her long after her marriage, had bestowed upon me such words and looks as taught me that she pitied me if she did not love me. In addition to words and looks, she sometimes gave me a piece of bread and butter, a thing not set down in the bill of fare, and which must have been an extra ration, planned aside from either Aunt Katy or old master, solely out of the tender regard and friendship she had for me. Then, too, I one day got into the wars with Uncle Abel's son, Ike, and had got sadly worsted. In fact, the little rascal had struck me directly in the forehead with a sharp piece of cinder, fused with iron, from the old blacksmith's forge, which made a cross in my forehead very plainly to be seen now. The gash bled very freely, and I roared very loudly and betook myself home. The cold-hearted Aunt Katy paid no attention either to my wound or my roaring, except to tell me it served me right. I had no business with Ike. It was good for me. I would now keep away from dem Lloyd niggers. Miss Lucretia, in this state of the case, came forward, and, in quite a different spirit from that manifested by Aunt Katy, she called me into the parlor, an extra privilege of itself, and without using toward me any of the hard-hearted and reproachful epithets of my kitchen tormentor, she quietly acted the Good Samaritan. With her own soft hand she washed the blood from my head and face, fetched her own balsam bottle, and with the balsam wetted a nice piece of white linen, and bound up my head. The balsam was not more healing to the wound in my head than her kindness was healing to the wounds in my spirit. made by the unfeeling words of Aunt Katy. After this, Miss Lucretia was my friend. I felt her to be such, and I have no doubt that the simple act of binding up my head did much to awaken in her mind an interest in my welfare. It is quite true that this interest was never very marked, and it seldom showed itself in anything more than in giving me a piece of bread when I was very hungry, but this was a great favor on a slave plantation, and I was the only one of the children to whom such attention was paid. When very hungry, I would go into the back yard and play under Miss Lucretia's window. When pretty severely pinched by hunger, I had a habit of singing, which the good lady very soon came to understand as a petition for a piece of bread. When I sung under Miss Lucretia's window, I was very apt to get well paid for my music. The reader will see that I now had two friends, both at important points, Mas Daniel at the great house, and Miss Lucretia at home. From Mas Daniel I got protection from the bigger boys, and from Miss Lucretia I got bread by singing when I was hungry, and sympathy when I was abused by that termagant who had the reins of government in the kitchen. For such friendship I felt deeply grateful, and bitter as are my recollections of slavery, I love to recall any instances of kindness, any sunbeams of humane treatment, which found way to my soul through the iron grating of my house of bondage. Such beams seem all the brighter from the general darkness into which they penetrate, and the impression they make is vividly distinct and beautiful. As I have before intimated, I was seldom whipped, and never severely, by my old master. I suffered little from the treatment I received, except from hunger and cold. These were my two great physical troubles. I could neither get a sufficiency of food nor of clothing, but I suffered less from hunger than from cold. In hottest summer and coldest winter, I was kept almost in a state of nudity. No shoes, no stockings, no jacket, no trousers, nothing but coarse sackcloth or tow linen, made into a sort of shirt reaching down to my knees. This I wore night and day, changing it once a week. In the daytime I could protect myself pretty well by keeping on the sunny side of the house, and in bad weather in the corner of the kitchen chimney. The great difficulty was to keep warm during the night. I had no bed. The pigs in the pen had leaves, and the horses in the stable had straw, but the children had no beds. They lodged anywhere in the ample kitchen. I slept generally in a little closet, without even a blanket to cover me. In very cold weather I sometimes got down the bag in which corn meal was usually carried to the mill, and crawled into that. Sleeping there with my head in and feet out, I was partly protected, though not comfortable. My feet have been so cracked with the frost that the pen with which I am writing might be laid in the gashes. The manner of taking our meals at old master's indicated but little refinement. Our cornmeal mush, when sufficiently cooled, was placed in a large wooden tray or trough, like those used in making maple sugar here in the North. This tray was set down either on the floor of the kitchen or out of doors on the ground, and the children were called like so many pigs. And like so many pigs, they would come and literally devour the mush, some with oyster shells, some with pieces of shingles, and none with spoons. He that eat fastest got most, and he that was strongest got the best place, and few left the trough really satisfied. I was the most unlucky of any, for Aunt Katy had no good feeling for me, and if I pushed any of the other children, or if they told her anything unfavorable of me, she always believed the worst, and was sure to whip me. As I grew older and more thoughtful, I was more and more filled with a sense of my wretchedness. The cruelty of Aunt Katy, the hunger and cold I suffered, and the terrible reports of wrong and outrage which came to my ear, together with what I almost daily witnessed, led me, when yet but 8 or 9 years old, to wish I had never been born. I used to contrast my condition with the blackbirds, in whose wild in sweet songs, I fancied them so happy. Their apparent joy only deepened the shades of my sorrow. There are thoughtful days in the lives of children, at least there were in mine, when they grapple with all the great primary subjects of knowledge, and reach in a moment conclusions which no subsequent experience can shake. I was just as well aware of the unjust, unnatural, and murderous character of slavery when 9 years old as I am now. Without any appeal to books, to laws, or to authorities of any kind, it was enough to accept God as a father to regard slavery as a crime. I was not 10 years old when I left Colonel Lloyd's plantation for Baltimore. I left that plantation with inexpressible joy. I never shall forget the ecstasy with which I received the intelligence from my friend, Miss Lucretia, that my old master had determined to let me go to Baltimore to live with Mr. Hugh Auld, a brother to Mr. Thomas Auld, my old master's son-in-law. I received this information about 3 days before my departure. They were 3 of the happiest days of my childhood. I spent the largest part of these 3 days in the creek, washing off the plantation scurf, and preparing for my new home. Mrs. Lucretia took a lively interest in getting me ready. She told me I must get all the dead skin off my feet and knees before I could go to Baltimore, for the people there were very cleanly and would laugh at me if I looked dirty. And besides, she was intending to give me a pair of trousers which I should not put on unless I got all the dirt off. This was a warning to which I was bound to take heed, for the thought of owning a pair of trousers was great indeed. It was almost a sufficient motive, not only to induce me to scrub off the mange, as pig drovers would call it, but the skin as well. So I went at it in good earnest, working for the first time in the hope of reward. I was greatly excited, and could hardly consent to sleep, lest I should be left. The ties that ordinarily bind children to their homes were all severed, or they never had any existence in my case, at least so far as the home plantation of Colonel L. was concerned. I therefore found no severe trial at the moment of my departure, such as I had experienced when I separated from my home in Tuckahoe. My home at my old master's was charmless to me. It was not home, but a prison to me. On parting from it, I could not feel that I was leaving anything which I could have enjoyed by staying. My mother was now long dead. My grandmother was far away, so that I seldom saw her. Aunt Katy was my unrelenting tormentor, and my 2 sisters and brothers, owing to our early separation in life and the family destroying power of slavery, were comparatively strangers to me. The fact of our relationship was almost blotted out. I looked for home elsewhere, and was confident of finding none which I should relish less than the one I was leaving. If, however, I found in my new home, to which I was going with such blissful anticipations, hardship, whipping, and nakedness, I had the questionable consolation that I should not have escaped any one of these evils by remaining under the management of Aunt Katy. Then, too, I thought, since I had endured much in this line on Lloyd's plantation, I could endure as much elsewhere, and especially at Baltimore. For I had something of the feeling about that city which is expressed in the saying that being hanged in England is better than dying a natural death in Ireland. I had the strongest desire to see Baltimore. My cousin Tom, a boy 2 or 3 years older than I, had been there, and though not fluent, he stuttered immoderately in speech. He had inspired me with that desire by his eloquent description of the place. Tom was sometimes Captain Auld's cabin boy, and when he came from Baltimore, he was always a sort of hero amongst us, at least till his Baltimore trip was forgotten. I could never tell him of anything, or point out anything that struck me as beautiful or powerful, but that he had seen something in Baltimore far surpassing it. Even the great house itself, with all its pictures within and pillars without, he had the hardihood to say, was nothing to Baltimore. He bought a trumpet worth sixpence, and brought it home, told what he had seen in the windows of stores, that he had heard shooting crackers and seen soldiers, that he had seen a steamboat, that there were ships in Baltimore that could carry 4 such sloops as the Sally Lloyd. He said a great deal about the market house. He spoke of the bells ringing, and of many other things which roused my curiosity very much, and indeed which heightened my hopes of happiness in my new home. We sailed out of Miles River for Baltimore early on a Saturday morning. I remember only the day of the week, for at that time I had no knowledge of the days of the month, nor indeed of the months of the year. On setting sail, I walked aft and gave to Colonel Lloyd's plantation what I hoped would be the last look I should ever give to it, or to any place like it. My strong aversion to the great house farm was not owing to my own personal suffering, but the daily suffering of others, and to the certainty that I must, sooner or later, be placed under the barbarous rule of an overseer, such as the accomplished Gore, or the brutal and drunken Plummer. After taking this last view, I quitted the quarter deck, made my way to the bow of the sloop, and spent the remainder of the day in looking ahead, interesting myself in what was in the distance rather than what was near by or behind. The vessels sweeping along the bay were very interesting objects. The broad bay opened like a shoreless ocean on my boyish vision, filling me with wonder and admiration. Late in the afternoon we reached Annapolis, the capital of the State, stopping there not long enough to admit of my going ashore. It was the first large town I had ever seen, and though it was inferior to many a factory village in New England, my feelings on seeing it were excited to a pitch very little below that reached by travelers at the first view of Rome. The dome of the State House was especially imposing, and surpassed in grandeur the appearance of the great house. The great world was opening upon me very rapidly, and I was eagerly acquainting myself with its multifarious lessons. We arrived in Baltimore on Sunday morning, and landed at Smith's Wharf, not far from Bowly's Wharf. We had on board the sloop a large flock of sheep for the Baltimore market, and after assisting in driving them to the slaughter house of Mr. Curtis on Loudon Slater's Hill, I was speedily conducted by Rich, one of the hands belonging to the sloop, to my new home in Allashiana Street, near Gardner's Shipyard on Fell's Point. Mr. and Mrs. Hugh Auld, my new mistress and master, were both at home, and met me at the door with their rosy-cheeked little son Thomas, to take care of whom was to constitute my future occupation. In fact, it was to little Tommy, rather than to his parents, that old master made a present of me, and though there was no legal form or arrangement entered into, I have no doubt that Mr. and Mrs. Auld felt that in due time I should be the legal property of their bright-eyed and beloved boy Tommy. I was struck with the appearance, especially of my new mistress. Her face was lighted with the kindliest emotions, and the reflex influence of her countenance, as well as the tenderness with which she seemed to regard me, while asking me sundry little questions, greatly delighted me, and lit up to my fancy the pathway of my future. Miss Lucretia was kind, but my new mistress, Miss Sophie, surpassed her in kindness of manner. Little Thomas was affectionately told by his mother that there was his Freddie, and that Freddie would take care of him, and I was told to be kind to little Tommy, an injunction I scarcely needed, for I had already fallen in love with the dear boy, and with these little ceremonies I was initiated into my new home, and entered upon my peculiar duties with not a cloud above the horizon. I may say here that I regard my removal from Colonel Lloyd's plantation as one of the most interesting and fortunate events of my life. Viewing it in the light of human likelihoods, it is quite probable that but for the mere circumstance of being thus removed before the rigors of slavery had fastened upon me, before my young spirit had been crushed under the iron control of the slave driver, instead of being to day a free man, I might have been wearing the galling chains of slavery. I have sometimes felt, however, that there was something more intelligent than chance, and something more certain than luck, to be seen in the circumstance. If I have made any progress in knowledge, if I have cherished any honorable aspirations, or have in any manner worthily discharged the duties of a member of an oppressed people, this little circumstance must be allowed its due weight in giving my life that direction. I have ever regarded it as the first plain manifestation of that divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them as we will. I was not the only boy on the plantation that might have been sent to live in Baltimore. There was a wide margin from which to select. There were boys younger, boys older, and boys of the same age, belonging to my old master, some at his own house and some at his farm, but the high privilege fell to my lot. I may be deemed superstitious and egotistical in regarding this event as a special interposition of divine providence in my favor, but the thought is a part of my history, and I should be false to the earliest and most cherished sentiments of my soul if I suppressed or hesitated to avow that opinion, although it may be characterized as irrational by the wise and ridiculous by the scoffer. From my earliest recollections of serious matters, I date the entertainment of something like an ineffaceable conviction that slavery would not always be able to hold me within its foul embrace; and this conviction, like a word of living faith, strengthened me through the darkest trials of my lot. This good spirit was from God, and to Him I offer thanksgiving and praise. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life in Baltimore. City annoyances. Plantation regrets. My mistress, Miss Sophia. Her history. Her kindness to me. My master, Hugh Auld. His sourness. My increased sensitiveness. My comforts. My occupation. The baneful effects of slaveholding on my dear and good mistress. How she commenced teaching me to read. Why she ceased teaching me. Clouds gathering over my bright prospects. Master Auld's exposition of the true philosophy of slavery. City slaves, plantation slaves, the contrast, exceptions, Mr. Hamilton's two slaves, Henrietta and Mary, Mrs. Hamilton's cruel treatment of them, the piteous aspect they presented. No power must come between the slave and the slaveholder. Once in Baltimore, with hard brick pavements under my feet, which almost raised blisters by their very heat, for it was in the height of summer, walled in on all sides by towering brick buildings, with troops of hostile boys ready to pounce upon me at every street corner, with new and strange objects glaring upon me at every step, and with startling sounds reaching my ears from all directions, I for a time thought that, after all, the home plantation was a more desirable place of residence than my home on Aliciana Street in Baltimore. My country eyes and ears were confused and bewildered here, but the boys were my chief trouble. They chased me and called me Eastern Shore man, till really I almost wished myself back on the Eastern Shore. I had to undergo a sort of moral acclimation, and when that was over I did much better. My new mistress happily proved to be all she seemed to be, when with her husband she met me at the door with a most beaming, benignant countenance. She was naturally of an excellent disposition, kind, gentle, and cheerful. The supercilious contempt for the rights and feelings of the slave, and the petulance and bad humor which generally characterize slaveholding ladies, were all quite absent from kind Miss Sophia's manner and bearing toward me. She had in truth never been a slaveholder, but had, a thing quite unusual in the South, depended almost entirely upon her own industry for a living. To this fact the dear lady, no doubt, owed the excellent preservation of her natural goodness of heart, for slavery can change a saint into a sinner, and an angel into a demon. I hardly knew how to behave toward Miss Sopha, as I used to call Mrs. Hugh Auld. I had been treated as a pig on the plantation. I was treated as a child now. I could not even approach her as I had formerly approached Mrs. Thomas Auld. How could I hang down my head and speak with bated breath, when there was no pride to scorn me, no coldness to repel me, and no hatred to inspire me with fear? I therefore soon learned to regard her as something more akin to a mother than a slaveholding mistress. The crouching servility of a slave, usually so acceptable a quality to the haughty slaveholder, was not understood nor desired by this gentle woman. So far from deeming it impudent in a slave to look her straight in the face, as some slaveholding ladies do, she seemed ever to say, "Look up, child, don't be afraid. See, I am full of kindness and good will toward you." The hands belonging to Colonel Lloyd's sloop esteemed it a great privilege to be the bearers of parcels or messages to my new mistress, for whenever they came, they were sure of a most kind and pleasant reception. If little Thomas was her son, and her most dearly beloved child, she, for a time at least, made me something like his half brother in her affections. If dear Tommy was exalted to a place on his mother's knee, Fetty was honored by a place at his mother's side. Nor did he lack the caressing strokes of her gentle hand to convince him that, though motherless, he was not friendless. Mrs. Auld was not only a kind-hearted woman, but she was remarkably pious, frequent in her attendance of public worship, much given to reading the Bible, and to chanting hymns of praise when alone. Mr. Hugh Auld was altogether a different character. He cared very little about religion, knew more of the world, and was more of the world than his wife. He set out, doubtless, to be, as the world goes, a respectable man, and to get on by becoming a successful shipbuilder in that city of shipbuilding. This was his ambition, and it fully occupied him. I was, of course, of very little consequence to him, compared with what I was to good Mrs. Auld, and when he smiled upon me, as he sometimes did, the smile was borrowed from his lovely wife, and like all borrowed light was transient, and vanished with the source whence it was derived. While I must characterize Master Hugh as being a very sour man, and of forbidding appearance, it is due to him to acknowledge that he was never very cruel to me, according to the notion of cruelty in Maryland. The first year or two which I spent in his house, he left me almost exclusively to the management of his wife. She was my lawgiver. In hands so tender as hers, and in the absence of the cruelties of the plantation, I became both physically and mentally much more sensitive to good and ill treatment, and perhaps suffered more from a frown from my mistress than I formerly did from a cuff at the hands of Aunt Katy. Instead of the cold, damp floor of my old master's kitchen, I found myself on carpets. For the corn bag in winter, I now had a good straw bed, well furnished with covers. For the coarse cornmeal in the morning, I now had good bread and mush occasionally. For my poor tow linen shirt, reaching to my knees, I had good clean clothes. I was really well off. My employment was to run of errands, and to take care of Tommy, to prevent his getting in the way of carriages, and to keep him out of harm's way generally. Tommy and I and his mother got on swimmingly together for a time. I say for a time, because the fatal poison of irresponsible power and the natural influence of slavery customs were not long in making a suitable impression on the gentle and loving disposition of my excellent mistress. At first Mrs. Auld evidently regarded me simply as a child, like any other child. She had not come to regard me as property. This latter thought was a thing of conventional growth. The first was natural and spontaneous. A noble nature like hers could not instantly be wholly perverted, and it took several years to change the natural sweetness of her temper into fretful bitterness. In her worst estate, however, there were, during the first 7 years I lived with her, occasional returns of her former kindly disposition. The frequent hearing of my mistress reading the Bible, for she often read aloud when her husband was absent, soon awakened my curiosity in respect to this mystery of reading, and roused in me the desire to learn. Having no fear of my kind mistress before my eyes, she had then given me no reason to fear. I frankly asked her to teach me to read, and without hesitation the dear woman began the task, and very soon by her assistance I was master of the alphabet and could spell words of 3 or 4 letters. My mistress seemed almost as proud of my progress as if I had been her own child, and supposing that her husband would be as well pleased, she made no secret of what she was doing for me. Indeed, she exultingly told him of the aptness of her pupil, of her intention to persevere in teaching me, and of the duty which she felt it to teach me, at least to read the Bible. Here arose the first cloud over my Baltimore prospects, the precursor of drenching rains and chilling blasts. Master Hugh was amazed at the simplicity of his spouse, and probably for the first time he unfolded to her the true philosophy of slavery, and the peculiar rules necessary to be observed by masters and mistresses in the management of their human chattels. Mr. Auld promptly forbade the continuance of her instruction, telling her, in the first place, that the thing itself was unlawful, that it was also unsafe, and could only lead to mischief. To use his own words, further, he said, "If you give a nigger an inch, he will take an ell. He should know nothing but the will of his master, and learn to obey it. Learning would spoil the best nigger in the world. If you teach that nigger," speaking of myself, "how to read the Bible, there will be no keeping him. It would forever unfit him for the duties of a slave. And as to himself, learning would do him no good, but probably a great deal of harm, making him disconsolate and unhappy. If you learn him now to read, he'll want to know how to write, and this accomplished, he'll be running away with himself." Such was the tenor of Master Hugh's oracular exposition of the true philosophy of training a human chattel, and it must be confessed that he very clearly comprehended the nature and the requirements of the relation of master and slave. His discourse was the first decidedly anti-slavery lecture to which it had been my lot to listen. Mrs. Auld evidently felt the force of his remarks, and like an obedient wife, began to shape her course in the direction indicated by her husband. The effect of his words on me was neither slight nor transitory. His iron sentences, cold and harsh, sunk deep into my heart, and stirred up not only my feelings into a sort of rebellion, but awakened within me a slumbering train of vital thought. It was a new and special revelation, dispelling a painful mystery against which my youthful understanding had struggled and struggled in vain, to wit, the white man's power to perpetuate the enslavement of the black man. Very well, thought I, knowledge unfits a child to be a slave. I instinctively assented to the proposition, and from that moment I understood the direct pathway from slavery to freedom. This was just what I needed, and I got it at a time and from a source whence I least expected it. I was saddened at the thought of losing the assistance of my kind mistress, but the information, so instantly derived, to some extent compensated me for the loss I had sustained in this direction. Wise as Mr. Auld was, he evidently underrated my comprehension. and had little idea of the use to which I was capable of putting the impressive lesson he was giving to his wife. He wanted me to be a slave. I had already voted against that on the home plantation of Colonel Lloyd. That which he most loved I most hated, and the very determination which he expressed to keep me in ignorance only rendered me the more resolute in seeking intelligence. In learning to read, therefore, I am not sure that I do not owe quite as much to the opposition of my master as to the kindly assistance of my amiable mistress. I acknowledge the benefit rendered me by the one and by the other, believing that but for my mistress I might have grown up in ignorance. I had resided but a short time in Baltimore before I observed a marked difference in the manner of treating slaves generally from that which I had witnessed in that isolated and out of the way part of the country where I began life. A city slave is almost a free citizen in Baltimore compared with a slave on Colonel Lloyd's plantation. He is much better fed and clothed, is less dejected in his appearance, and enjoys privileges altogether unknown to the whip-driven slave on the plantation. Slavery dislikes a dense population in which there is a majority of non-slave holders. The general sense of decency that must pervade such a population does much to check and prevent those outbreaks of atrocious cruelty and those dark crimes without a name almost openly perpetrated on the plantation. He is a desperate slaveholder who will shock the humanity of his non-slaveholding neighbors by the cries of the lacerated slaves, and very few in the city are willing to incur the odium of being cruel masters. I found in Baltimore that no man was more odious to the white as well as to the colored people than he who had the reputation of starving his slaves. Work them, flog them, if need be, but don't starve them. There are, however, some painful exceptions to this rule. While it is quite true that most of the slaveholders in Baltimore feed and clothe their slaves well, there are others who keep up their country cruelties in the city. An instance of this sort is furnished in the case of a family who lived directly opposite to our house, and were named Hamilton. Mrs. Hamilton owned two slaves. Their names were Henrietta and Mary. They had always been house slaves. One was aged about 22 and the other about 14. They were a fragile couple by nature, and the treatment they received was enough to break down the constitution of a horse. Of all the dejected, emaciated, mangled, and excoriated creatures I ever saw, those two girls, in the refined, church-going, and Christian city of Baltimore, were the most deplorable. Of stone must that heart be made that could look upon Henrietta and Mary without being sickened to the core with sadness. Especially was Mary a heart-sickening object. Her head, neck, and shoulders were literally cut to pieces. I have frequently felt her head, and found it nearly covered over with festering sores caused by the lash of her cruel mistress. I do not know that her master ever whipped her, but I have often been an eyewitness of the revolting and brutal inflictions by Mrs. Hamilton. And what lends a deeper shade to this woman's conduct is the fact that almost in the very moments of her shocking outrages of humanity and decency, she would charm you by the sweetness of her voice and her seeming piety. She used to sit in a large rocking chair near the middle of the room, with a heavy cowskin, such as I have elsewhere described, and I speak within the truth when I say that those girls seldom passed that chair during the day without a blow from that cowskin, either upon their bare arms or upon their shoulders. As they passed her, she would draw her cowskin and give them a blow, saying, "Move faster, you black gyp," and again, "Take that, you black gyp," continuing, "If you don't move faster, I will give you more." Then the lady would go on, singing her sweet hymns as though her righteous soul were sighing for the holy realms of paradise. Added to the cruel lashings to which these poor slave girls were subjected, enough in themselves to crush the spirit of men, they were really kept nearly half starved. They seldom knew what it was to eat a full meal, except when they got it in the kitchens of neighbors less mean and stingy than the psalm-singing Mrs. Hamilton. I have seen poor Mary contending for the offal with the pigs in the street, so much was the poor girl pinched, kicked, cut, and pecked to pieces, that the boys in the street knew her only by the name of Pecked, a name derived from the scars and blotches on her neck, head, and shoulders. It is some relief to this picture of slavery in Baltimore to say, what is but the simple truth, that Mrs. Hamilton's treatment of her slaves was generally condemned as disgraceful and shocking. But while I say this, it must also be remembered that the very parties who censured the cruelty of Mrs. Hamilton would have condemned and promptly punished any attempt to interfere with Mrs. Hamilton's right to cut and slash her slaves to pieces. There must be no force between the slave and the slaveholder to restrain the power of the one and protect the weakness of the other, and the cruelty of Mrs. Hamilton is as justly chargeable to the upholders of the slave system as drunkenness is chargeable on those who, by precept and example, or by indifference, uphold the drinking system. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A change came o'er the spirit of my dream. How the author learned to read, my mistress, her slave-holding duties, their deplorable effects upon her originally noble nature, the conflict in her mind, her final opposition to my learning to read, too late. She had given me the inch, I was resolved to take the ell. How I pursued my education, my tutors, how I compensated them, what progress I made, slavery, what I heard said about it, 13 years old, the Columbian orator, a rich scene, a dialogue, speeches of Chatham, Sheridan, Pitt, and Fox, knowledge ever increasing, my eyes opened, liberty, how I pined for it, my sadness, the dissatisfaction of my poor mistress, my hatred of slavery, one upas tree overshadowed us both. I lived in the family of Master Hugh at Baltimore 7 years, during which time, as the almanac makers say of the weather, my condition was variable. The most interesting feature of my history here was my learning to read and write, under somewhat marked disadvantages. In attaining this knowledge, I was compelled to resort to indirections by no means congenial to my nature, and which were really humiliating to me. My mistress, who, as the reader has already seen, had begun to teach me, was suddenly checked in her benevolent design by the strong advice of her husband. In faithful compliance with this advice, the good lady had not only ceased to instruct me herself, but had set her face as a flint against my learning to read by any means. It is due, however, to my mistress to say, that she did not adopt this course in all its stringency at the first. She either thought it unnecessary, or she lacked the depravity indispensable to shutting me up in mental darkness. It was at least necessary for her to have some training and some hardening in the exercise of the slaveholder's prerogative to make her equal to forgetting my human nature and character, and to treating me as a thing destitute of a moral or an intellectual nature. Mrs. Auld, my mistress, was, as I have said, a most kind and tender-hearted woman, and in the humanity of her heart and the simplicity of her mind, she set out, when I first went to live with her, to treat me as she supposed one human being ought to treat another. It is easy to see that in entering upon the duties of a slaveholder, some little experience is needed. Nature has done almost nothing to prepare men and women to be either slaves or slaveholders. Nothing but rigid training, long persisted in, can perfect the character of the one or the other. One cannot easily forget to love freedom, and it is as hard to cease to respect that natural love in our fellow creatures. On entering upon the career of a slave-holding mistress, Mrs. Auld was singularly deficient. Nature, which fits nobody for such an office, had done less for her than any lady I had known. It was no easy matter to induce her to think and to feel that the curly-headed boy who stood by her side and even leaned on her lap, who was loved by little Tommy, and who loved little Tommy in turn, sustained to her only the relation of a chattel. I was more than that, and she felt me to be more than that. I could talk and sing. I could laugh and weep. I could reason and remember. I could love and hate. I was human, and she, dear lady, knew and felt me to be so. How could she then treat me as a brute, without a mighty struggle with all the noble powers of her own soul? That struggle came, and the will and power of the husband was victorious. Her noble soul was overthrown, but he that overthrew it did not himself escape the consequences. He, not less than the other parties, was injured in his domestic peace by the fall. When I went into their family, it was the abode of happiness and contentment. The mistress of the house was a model of affection and tenderness. Her fervent piety and watchful uprightness made it impossible to see her without thinking and feeling, "That woman is a Christian." There was no sorrow nor suffering for which she had not a tear, and there was no innocent joy for which she had not a smile. She had bread for the hungry, clothes for the naked, and comfort for every mourner that came within her reach. Slavery soon proved its ability to divest her of these excellent qualities, and her home of its early happiness. Conscience cannot stand much violence. Once thoroughly broken down, who is he that can repair the damage? It may be broken toward the slave on Sunday, and toward the master on Monday. It cannot endure such shocks. It must stand entire, or it does not stand at all. If my condition waxed bad, that of the family waxed not better. The first step in the wrong direction was the violence done to nature and to conscience in arresting the benevolence that would have enlightened my young mind. In ceasing to instruct me, she must begin to justify herself to herself, and once consenting to take sides in such a debate, she was riveted to her position. One needs very little knowledge of moral philosophy to see where my mistress now landed. She finally became even more violent in her opposition to my learning to read than was her husband himself. She was not satisfied with simply doing as well as her husband had commanded her, but seemed resolved to better his instruction. Nothing appeared to make my poor mistress, after her turning toward the downward path, more angry than seeing me seated in some nook or corner, quietly reading a book or a newspaper. I have had her rush at me with the utmost fury, and snatch from my hand such newspaper or book, with something of the wrath and consternation which a traitor might be supposed to feel on being discovered in a plot by some dangerous spy. Mrs. Auld was an apt woman, and the advice of her husband and her own experience soon demonstrated to her entire satisfaction that education and slavery are incompatible with each other. When this conviction was thoroughly established, I was most narrowly watched in all my movements. If I remained in a separate room from the family for any considerable length of time, I was sure to be suspected of having a book, and was at once called upon to give an account of myself. All this, however, was entirely too late. The first and never to be retraced step had been taken. In teaching me the alphabet in the days of her simplicity and kindness, my mistress had given me the inch, and now no ordinary precaution could prevent me from taking the ell. Seized with a determination to learn to read at any cost, I hit upon many expedients to accomplish the desired end. The plea which I mainly adopted, and the one by which I was most successful, was that of using my young white playmates, with whom I met in the street, as teachers. I used to carry, almost constantly, a copy of Webster's spelling book in my pocket, and when sent of errands, or when playtime was allowed me, I would step with my young friends aside and take a lesson in spelling. I generally paid my tuition fee to the boys with bread, which I also carried in my pocket. For a single biscuit, any of my hungry little comrades would give me a lesson more valuable to me than bread. Not every one, however, demanded this consideration, for there were those who took pleasure in teaching me, whenever I had a chance to be taught by them. I am strongly tempted to give the names of two or three of those little boys, as a slight testimonial of the gratitude and affection I bear them, but prudence forbids. Not that it would injure me, but it might possibly embarrass them, for it is almost an unpardonable offense to do anything, directly or indirectly, to promote a slave's freedom in a slave state. It is enough to say of my warm-hearted little playfellows that they lived on Philpot Street, very near Durgan and Bailey's shipyard. Although slavery was a delicate subject and very cautiously talked about among grown-up people in Maryland, I frequently talked about it, and that very freely, with the white boys. I would sometimes say to them, while seated on a curbstone or a cellar door, "I wish I could be free, as you will be when you get to be men. You will be free, you know, as soon as you are 21 and can go where you like, but I am a slave for life. Have I not as good a right to be free as you have?" Words like these, I observed, always troubled them, and I had no small satisfaction in wringing from the boys, occasionally, that fresh and bitter condemnation of slavery that springs from nature, unseared and unperverted. Of all consciences, let me have those to deal with which have not been bewildered by the cares of life. I do not remember ever to have met with a boy, while I was in slavery, who defended the slave system, but I have often had boys to console me with the hope that something would yet occur by which I might be made free. Over and over again they have told me that they believed I had as good a right to be free as they had, and that they did not believe God ever made any one to be a slave. The reader will easily see that such little conversations with my playfellows had no tendency to weaken my love of liberty, nor to render me contented with my condition as a slave. When I was about 13 years old, and had succeeded in learning to read, every increase of knowledge, especially respecting the free states, added something to the almost intolerable burden of the thought, "I am a slave for life." To my bondage I saw no end. It was a terrible reality, and I shall never be able to tell how sadly that thought chafed my young spirit. Fortunately or unfortunately, about this time in my life I had made enough money to buy what was then a very popular school book, viz., the Columbian Orator. I bought this edition to my library of Mr. Knight, on Thames Street, Fells Point, Baltimore, and paid him 50 cents for it. I was first led to buy this book by hearing some little boys say that they were going to learn some little pieces out of it for the exhibition. This volume was indeed a rich treasure, and every opportunity afforded me for a time was spent in diligently perusing it. Among much other interesting matter, that which I had perused and reperused with unflagging satisfaction was a short dialogue between a master and his slave. The slave is represented as having been recaptured in a second attempt to run away, and the master opens the dialogue with an upbraiding speech, charging the slave with ingratitude, and demanding to know what he has to say in his own defense. Thus upbraided, and thus called upon to reply, the slave rejoins, that he knows how little anything that he can say will avail, seeing that he is completely in the hands of his owner, and with noble resolution calmly says, "I submit to my fate." Touched by the slave's answer, the master insists upon his further speaking, and recapitulates the many acts of kindness which he has performed toward the slave, and tells him he is permitted to speak for himself. Thus invited to the debate, the quondam slave made a spirited defense of himself, and thereafter the whole argument for and against slavery was brought out. The master was vanquished at every turn in the argument, and seeing himself to be thus vanquished, he generously and meekly emancipates the slave, with his best wishes for his prosperity. It is scarcely necessary to say that a dialogue with such an origin and such an ending, read when the fact of my being a slave was a constant burden of grief, powerfully affected me, and I could not help feeling that the day might come when the well-directed answers made by the slave to the master in this instance would find their counterpart in myself. This, however, was not all the fanaticism which I found in this Columbian orator. I met there one of Sheridan's mighty speeches on the subject of Catholic emancipation, Lord Chatham's speech on the American War, and speeches by the great William Pitt and by Fox. These were all choice documents to me, and I read them over and over again with an interest that was ever increasing because it was ever gaining in intelligence, for the more I read them, the better I understood them. The reading of these speeches added much to my limited stock of language, and enabled me to give tongue to many interesting thoughts which had frequently flashed through my soul and died away for want of utterance. The mighty power and heart-searching directness of truth, penetrating even the heart of a slaveholder, compelling him to yield up his earthly interests to the claims of eternal justice, were finely illustrated in the dialogue just referred to. And from the speeches of Sheridan I got a bold and powerful denunciation of oppression and a most brilliant vindication of the rights of man. Here was indeed a noble acquisition. If I ever wavered under the consideration that the Almighty in some way ordained slavery and willed my enslavement for His own glory, I wavered no longer. I had now penetrated the secret of all slavery and oppression, and had ascertained their true foundation to be in the pride, the power, and the avarice of man. The dialogue and the speeches were all redolent of the principles of liberty, and poured floods of light on the nature and character of slavery. With a book of this kind in my hand, my own human nature and the facts of my experience to help me, I was equal to a contest with the religious advocates of slavery, whether among the whites or among the colored people, for blindness in this matter is not confined to the former. I have met many religious colored people at the South who are under the delusion that God requires them to submit to slavery and to wear their chains with meekness and humility. I could entertain no such nonsense as this, and I almost lost my patience when I found any colored man weak enough to believe such stuff. Nevertheless, the increase of knowledge was attended with bitter as well as sweet results. The more I read, the more I was led to abhor and detest slavery and my enslavers. Slaveholders, thought I, are only a band of successful robbers who left their homes and went into Africa for the purpose of stealing and reducing my people to slavery. I loathed them as the meanest and the most wicked of men. As I read, behold, the very discontent so graphically predicted by Master Hugh had already come upon me. I was no longer the light-hearted, gleesome boy, full of mirth and play, as when I landed first at Baltimore. Knowledge had come. Light had penetrated the moral dungeon where I dwelt. And behold, there lay the bloody whip for my back. And here was the iron chain, and my good, kind master. He was the author of my situation. The revelation haunted me, stung me, and made me gloomy and miserable. As I writhed under the sting and torment of this knowledge, I almost envied my fellow slaves their stupid contentment. This knowledge opened my eyes to the horrible pit, and revealed the teeth of the frightful dragon that was ready to pounce upon me, but it opened no way for my escape. I have often wished myself a beast or a bird, anything rather than a slave. I was wretched and gloomy beyond my ability to describe. I was too thoughtful to be happy. It was this everlasting thinking which distressed and tormented me, and yet there was no getting rid of the subject of my thoughts. All nature was redolent of it. Once awakened by the silver trump of knowledge, my spirit was roused to eternal wakefulness. Liberty, the inestimable birthright of every man, had for me converted every object into an assertor of this great right. It was heard in every sound and beheld in every object. It was ever present to torment me with a sense of my wretched condition. The more beautiful and charming were the smiles of nature, the more horrible and desolate was my condition. I saw nothing without seeing it, and I heard nothing without hearing it. I do not exaggerate when I say that it looked from every star, smiled in every calm, breathed in every wind, and moved in every storm. I have no doubt that my state of mind had something to do with the change in the treatment adopted by my once kind mistress toward me. I can easily believe that my leaden, downcast, and discontented look was very offensive to her. Poor lady, she did not know my trouble, and I dared not tell her. Could I have freely made her acquainted with the real state of my mind, and given her the reasons therefor, it might have been well for both of us. Her abuse of me fell upon me like the blows of the false prophet upon his ass. She did not know that an angel stood in the way, and such is the relation of master and slave. I could not tell her. Nature had made us friends, slavery made us enemies. My interests were in a direction opposite to hers, and we both had our private thoughts and plans. She aimed to keep me ignorant, and I resolved to know, although knowledge only increased my discontent. My feelings were not the result of any marked cruelty in the treatment I received. They sprung from the consideration of my being a slave at all. It was slavery, not its mere incidents, that I hated. I had been cheated. I saw through the attempt to keep me in ignorance. I saw that slaveholders would have gladly made me believe that they were merely acting under the authority of God in making a slave of me, and in making slaves of others, and I treated them as robbers and deceivers. The feeding and clothing me well could not atone for taking my liberty from me. The smiles of my mistress could not remove the deep sorrow that dwelt in my young bosom. Indeed, these in time came only to deepen my sorrow. She had changed, and the reader will see that I had changed too. We were both victims to the same overshadowing evil, she as mistress, I as slave. I will not censure her harshly. She cannot censure me, for she knows I speak but the truth, and have acted in my opposition to slavery just as she herself would have acted in a reverse of circumstances. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Religious nature awakened. Abolitionists spoken of. My eagerness to know what this word meant. My consultation of the dictionary. Incendiary information. How and where derived. The enigma solved. Nathaniel Turner's insurrection. The cholera religion, first awakened by a Methodist minister named Hanson. My dear and good old colored friend Lawson. His character and occupation. His influence over me. Our mutual attachment. The comfort I derived from his teaching. New hopes and aspirations. Heavenly light amidst earthly darkness. The two Irishmen on the wharf. Their conversation. How I learned to write. What were my aims? Whilst in the painful state of mind described in the foregoing chapter, almost regretting my very existence, because doomed to a life of bondage, so goaded and so wretched at times that I was even tempted to destroy my own life, I was yet keenly sensitive and eager to know any and everything that transpired having any relation to the subject of slavery. I was all ears, all eyes, whenever the word slave, slavery, dropped from the lips of any white person, and the occasions were not unfrequent when these words became leading ones in high social debate at our house. Every little while I could overhear Master Hugh or some of his company speaking with much warmth and excitement about abolitionists. Of who or what these were, I was totally ignorant. I found, however, that whatever they might be, they were most cordially hated and soundly abused by slaveholders of every grade. I very soon discovered, too, that slavery was in some sort under consideration whenever the abolitionists were alluded to. This made the term a very interesting one to me. If a slave, for instance, had made good his escape from slavery, it was generally alleged that he had been persuaded and assisted by the abolitionists. If also a slave killed his master, as was sometimes the case, or struck down his overseer, or set fire to his master's dwelling, or committed any violence or crime out of the common way, it was certain to be said that such a crime was the legitimate fruits of the abolition movement. Hearing such charges often repeated, I, naturally enough, received the impression that abolition, whatever else it might be, could not be unfriendly to the slave, nor very friendly to the slave holder. I therefore set about finding out, if possible, who and what the abolitionists were, and why they were so obnoxious to the slaveholders. The dictionary afforded me very little help. It taught me that abolition was the act of abolishing, but it left me in ignorance at the very point where I most wanted information, and that was as to the thing to be abolished. A city newspaper, the Baltimore American, gave me the incendiary information denied me by the dictionary. In its columns I found that on a certain day a vast number of petitions and memorials had been presented to Congress, praying for the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia and for the abolition of the slave trade between the States of the Union. This was enough. The vindictive bitterness, the marked caution, the studied reserve, and the cumbrous ambiguity practiced by our white folks when alluding to this subject was now fully explained. Ever after that, when I heard the words abolition or abolition movement mentioned, I felt the matter one of a personal concern, and I drew near to listen when I could do so without seeming too solicitous and prying. There was hope in those words. Ever and anon, too, I could see some terrible denunciation of slavery in our papers, copied from abolition papers at the North, and the injustice of such denunciation commented on. These I read with avidity. I had a deep satisfaction in the thought that the rascality of slaveholders was not concealed from the eyes of the world, and that I was not alone in abhorring the cruelty and brutality of slavery. A still deeper train of thought was stirred. I saw that there was fear as well as rage in the manner of speaking of the abolitionists. The latter, therefore, I was compelled to regard as having some power in the country, and I felt that they might possibly succeed in their designs. When I met with a slave to whom I deemed it safe to talk on the subject, I would impart to him so much of the mystery as I had been able to penetrate. Thus the light of this grand movement broke in upon my mind by degrees, and I must say that, ignorant as I then was of the philosophy of that movement, I believed in it from the first, and I believed in it partly because I saw that it alarmed the consciences of slaveholders. The insurrection of Nathaniel Turner had been quelled, but the alarm and terror had not subsided. The cholera was on its way, and the thought was present that God was angry with the white people because of their slaveholding wickedness, and therefore his judgments were abroad in the land. It was impossible for me not to hope much from the abolition movement when I saw it supported by the Almighty and armed with death. Previous to my contemplation of the anti-slavery movement and its probable results, my mind had been seriously awakened to the subject of religion. I was not more than 13 years old when I felt the need of God as a father and protector. My religious nature was awakened by the preaching of a white Methodist minister named Hanson. He thought that all men, great and small, bond and free, were sinners in the sight of God, that they were by nature rebels against his government, and that they must repent of their sins and be reconciled to God through Christ. I cannot say that I had a very distinct notion of what was required of me, but one thing I knew very well: I was wretched, and had no means of making myself otherwise. Moreover, I knew that I could pray for light. I consulted a good colored man named Charles Johnson, and in tones of holy affection he told me to pray and what to pray for. I was for weeks a poor, broken-hearted mourner, traveling through the darkness and misery of doubts and fears. I finally found that change of heart which comes by casting all one's care upon God, and by having faith in Jesus Christ as the Redeemer, Friend, and Savior of those who diligently seek Him. After this, I saw the world in a new light. I seemed to live in a new world, surrounded by new objects. and to be animated by new hopes and desires. I loved all mankind, slaveholders not excepted, though I abhorred slavery more than ever. My great concern was now to have the world converted. The desire for knowledge increased, and especially did I want a thorough acquaintance with the contents of the Bible. I have gathered scattered pages from this holy book from the filthy street gutters of Baltimore, and washed and dried them, that in the moments of my leisure I might get a word or two of wisdom from them. While thus religiously seeking knowledge, I became acquainted with a good old colored man named Lawson. A more devout man than he I never saw. He drove a dray for Mr. James Ramsey, the owner of a rope walk on Fells Point, Baltimore. This man not only prayed 3 times a day, but he prayed as he walked through the streets, at his work, on his dray, everywhere. His life was a life of prayer, and his words, when he spoke to his friends, were about a better world. Uncle Lawson lived near Master Hugh's house, and becoming deeply attached to the old man, I went often with him to prayer meeting, and spent much of my leisure time with him on Sunday. The old man could read a little, and I was a great help to him in making out the hard words, for I was a better reader than he. I could teach him the letter, but he could teach me the spirit. And high, refreshing times we had together in singing, praying, and glorifying God. Those meetings with Uncle Lawson went on for a long time without the knowledge of Master Hugh or my mistress. Both knew, however, that I had become religious, and they seemed to respect my conscientious piety. My mistress was still a professor of religion, and belonged to class. Her leader was no less a person than the Reverend Beverly Waugh, the presiding elder, and now one of the bishops of the Methodist Episcopal Church. Mr. Waugh was then stationed over Wilk Street Church. I am careful to state these facts that the reader may be able to form an idea of the precise influences which had to do with shaping and directing my mind. In view of the cares and anxieties incident to the life she was then leading, and especially in view of the separation from religious associations to which she was subjected, my mistress had, as I have before stated, become lukewarm, and needed to be looked up by her leader. This brought Mr. Waugh to our house, and gave me an opportunity to hear him exhort and pray. But my chief instructor in matters of religion was Uncle Lawson. He was my spiritual father, and I loved him intensely, and was at his house every chance I got. This pleasure was not long allowed me. Master Hugh became averse to my going to Father Lawson's, and threatened to whip me if I ever went there again. I now felt myself persecuted by a wicked man, and I would go to Father Lawson's, notwithstanding the threat. The good old man had told me that the Lord had a great work for me to do, and I must prepare to do it, and that he had been shown that I must preach the gospel. His words made a deep impression on my mind, and I verily felt that some such work was before me, though I could not see how I should ever engage in its performance. The good Lord, he said, would bring it to pass in his own good time, and that I must go on reading and studying the Scriptures. The advice and the suggestions of Uncle Lawson were not without their influence upon my character and destiny. He threw my thoughts into a channel from which they have never entirely diverged. He fanned my already intense love of knowledge into a flame by assuring me that I was to be a useful man in the world. When I would say to him, "How can these things be, and what can I do?" his simple reply was, "Trust in the Lord." When I told him that I was a slave, and a slave for life, he said, "The Lord can make you free, my dear. All things are possible with him. Only have faith in God. Ask, and it shall be given. If you want liberty," said the good old man, "ask the Lord for it in faith, and he will give it to you." Thus assured and cheered on under the inspiration of hope, I worked and prayed with a light heart, believing that my life was under the guidance of a wisdom higher than my own. With all other blessings sought at the mercy seat, I always prayed that God would of his great mercy and in his own good time deliver me from my bondage. I went one day on the wharf of Mr. Waters, and seeing two Irishmen unloading a large scow of stone or ballast, I went on board unasked and helped them. When we had finished the work, one of the men came to me aside and asked me a number of questions, and among them if I were a slave. I told him I was a slave, and a slave for life. The good Irishman gave his shoulders a shrug, and seemed deeply affected by the statement. He said it was a pity so fine a little fellow as myself should be a slave for life. They both had much to say about the matter, and expressed the deepest sympathy with me, and the most decided hatred of slavery. They went so far as to tell me that I ought to run away and go to the North, that I should find friends there, and that I would be as free as anybody. I, however, pretended not to be interested in what they said, for I feared they might be treacherous. White men have been known to encourage slaves to escape, and then, to get the reward, they have kidnapped them and returned them to their masters. And while I mainly inclined to the notion that these men were honest and meant me no ill, I feared it might be otherwise. I nevertheless remembered their words and their advice, and looked forward to an escape to the North as a possible means of gaining the liberty for which my heart panted. It was not my enslavement at the then present time that most affected me. The being a slave for life was the saddest thought. I was too young to think of running away immediately. Besides, I wished to learn how to write before going, as I might have occasion to write my own pass. I now not only had the hope of freedom, but a foreshadowing of the means by which I might some day gain that inestimable boon. Meanwhile, I resolved to add to my educational attainments the art of writing. After this manner I began to learn to write. I was much in the shipyard, Master Hugh's and that of Durgin and Bailey, and I observed that the carpenters, after hewing and getting a piece of timber ready for use, wrote on it the initials of the name of that part of the ship for which it was intended. When, for instance, a piece of timber was ready for the starboard side, it was marked with a capital S. A piece for the larboard side was marked L. Larboard forward, LF. Larboard aft was marked LA. Starboard aft, SA. And starboard forward, SF. I soon learned these letters, and for what they were placed on the timbers. My work was now to keep fire under the steam box, and to watch the shipyard while the carpenters had gone to dinner. This interval gave me a fine opportunity for copying the letters named. I soon astonished myself with the ease with which I made the letters, and the thought was soon present, if I can make four, I can make more. But having made these easily, when I met boys about Bethel Church or any of our playgrounds, I entered the lists with them in the art of writing, and would make the letters which I had been so fortunate as to learn, and ask them to beat that if they could. With playmates for my teachers, fences and pavements for my copy books, and chalk for my pen and ink, I learned the art of writing. I, however, afterward adopted various methods of improving my hand. The most successful was copying the italics in Webster's spelling book until I could make them all without looking on the book. By this time my little Master Tommy had grown to be a big boy, and had written over a number of copy books and brought them home. They had been shown to the neighbors, had elicited due praise, and were now laid carefully away. Spending my time between the shipyard and house, I was as often the lone keeper of the latter as of the former. When my mistress left me in charge of the house, I had a grand time. I got Master Tommy's copy books and a pen and ink, and in the ample spaces between the lines I wrote other lines as nearly like his as possible. The process was a tedious one, and I ran the risk of getting a flogging for marring the highly prized copybooks of the oldest son. In addition to these opportunities, sleeping as I did in the kitchen loft, a room seldom visited by any of the family, I got a flour barrel up there and a chair, and upon the head of that barrel I have written, or endeavored to write, copying from the Bible and the Methodist hymn book, and other books which had accumulated on my hands till late at night, and when all the family were in bed and asleep. I was supported in my endeavors by renewed advice and by holy promises from the good Father Lawson, with whom I continued to meet and pray and read the Scriptures. Although Master Hugh was aware of my going there, I must say, for his credit, that he never executed his threat to whip me for having thus innocently employed my leisure time. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The vicissitudes of slave life. Death of old master's son Richard speedily followed by that of old master. Valuation and division of all the property, including the slaves. My presence required at Hillsborough to be appraised and allotted to a new owner. My sad prospects and grief. Parting. The utter powerlessness of the slaves to decide their own destiny. A general dread of Master Andrew, his wickedness and cruelty. Miss Lucretia, my new owner. My return to Baltimore. Joy under the roof of Master Hugh. Death of Mrs. Lucretia, my poor old grandmother. Her sad fate, the lone cot in the woods. Master Thomas Auld's second marriage, again removed from Master Hugh's. Reasons for regretting the change. A plan of escape entertained. I must now ask the reader to go with me a little back in point of time in my humble story, and to notice another circumstance that entered into my slavery experience, and which doubtless has had a share in deepening my horror of slavery and increasing my hostility toward those men and measures that practically uphold the slave system. It has already been observed that though I was, after my removal from Colonel Lloyd's plantation, in form the slave of Master Hugh, I was in fact and in law the slave of my old master, Captain Anthony, very well. In a very short time after I went to Baltimore, my old master's youngest son, Richard, died, and in 3 years and 6 months after his death, my old master himself died, leaving only his son, Andrew, and his daughter, Lucretia, to share his estate. The old man died while on a visit to his daughter in Hillsborough, where Captain Auld and Mrs. Lucretia now lived. The former, having given up the command of Colonel Lloyd's sloop, was now keeping a store in that town. Cut off thus unexpectedly, Captain Anthony died intestate, and his property must now be equally divided between his 2 children, Andrew and Lucretia. The valuation and the division of slaves among contending heirs is an important incident in slave life. The character and tendencies of the heirs are generally well understood among the slaves who are to be divided, and all have their aversions and preferences, but neither their aversions nor their preferences avail them anything. On the death of old master, I was immediately sent for to be valued and divided with the other property. Personally, my concern was mainly about my possible removal from the home of Master Hugh, which, after that of my grandmother, was the most endeared to me. But the whole thing, as a feature of slavery, shocked me. It furnished me a new insight into the unnatural power to which I was subjected. My detestation of slavery, already great, rose with this new conception of its enormity. That was a sad day for me, a sad day for little Tommy, and a sad day for my dear Baltimore mistress and teacher, when I left for the Eastern Shore to be valued and divided. We all three wept bitterly that day, for we might be parting, and we feared we were parting forever. No one could tell among which pile of chattels I should be flung. Thus early I got a foretaste of that painful uncertainty which slavery brings to the ordinary lot of mortals. Sickness, adversity, and death may interfere with the plans and purposes of all, but the slave has the added danger of changing homes, changing hands, and of having separations unknown to other men. Then, too, there was the intensified degradation of the spectacle. What an assemblage! Men and women, young and old, married and single, moral and intellectual beings, in open contempt of their humanity, leveled at a blow with horses, sheep, horned cattle, and swine. Horses and men, cattle and women, pigs and children, all holding the same rank in the scale of social existence, and all subjected to the same narrow inspection to ascertain their value in gold and silver, the only standard of worth applied by slaveholders to slaves. How vividly at that moment did the brutalizing power of slavery flash before me! Personality swallowed up in the sordid idea of property, manhood lost in chattelhood. After the valuation, then came the division. This was an hour of high excitement and distressing anxiety. Our destiny was now to be fixed for life, and we had no more voice in the decision of the question than the oxen and cows that stood chewing at the haymow. One word from the appraisers against all preferences or prayers was enough to sunder all the ties of friendship and affection, and even to separate husbands and wives, parents and children. We were all appalled before that power, which to human seeming could bless or blast us in a moment. Added to the dread of separation, most painful to the majority of the slaves, we all had a decided horror of the thought of falling into the hands of Master Andrew. He was distinguished for cruelty and intemperance. Slaves generally dread to fall into the hands of drunken owners. Master Andrew was almost a confirmed sot, and had already, by his reckless mismanagement and profligate dissipation, wasted a large portion of old master's property. To fall into his hands was therefore considered merely as the first step toward being sold away to the far South. He would spend his fortune in a few years, and his farms and slaves would be sold, we thought, at public outcry, and we should be hurried away to the cotton fields and rice swamps of the sunny South. This was the cause of deep consternation. The people of the North, and free people generally, I think, have less attachment to the places where they are born and brought up than have the slaves. Their freedom to go and come, to be here and there, as they list, prevents any extravagant attachment to any one particular place in their case. On the other hand, the slave is a fixture. He has no choice, no goal, no destination, but is pegged down to a single spot, and must take root here or nowhere. The idea of removal elsewhere comes generally in the shape of a threat and in punishment of crime. It is therefore attended with fear and dread. A slave seldom thinks of bettering his condition by being sold, and hence he looks upon separation from his native place with none of the enthusiasm which animates the bosoms of young freemen when they contemplate a life in the far West, or in some distant country where they intend to rise to wealth and distinction. Nor can those from whom they separate give them up with that cheerfulness with which friends and relations yield each other up when they feel that it is for the good of the departing one that he is removed from his native place. Then, too, there is correspondence, and there is at least the hope of reunion, because reunion is possible. But with the slave all these mitigating circumstances are wanting. There is no improvement in his condition probable, no correspondence possible, no reunion attainable. His going out into the world is like a living man going into the tomb, who, with open eyes, sees himself buried out of sight and hearing of wife, children, and friends of kindred tie. In contemplating the likelihoods and possibilities of our circumstances, I probably suffered more than most of my fellow servants. I had known what it was to experience kind and even tender treatment. They had known nothing of the sort. Life to them had been rough and thorny as well as dark. They had, most of them, lived on my old master's farm in Tuckahoe, and had felt the reign of Mr. Plummer's rule. The overseer had written his character on the living parchment of most of their backs, and left them callous. My back, thanks to my early removal from the plantation to Baltimore, was yet tender. I had left a kind mistress at Baltimore, who was almost a mother to me. She was in tears when we parted, and the probabilities of ever seeing her again, trembling in the balance as they did, could not be viewed without alarm and agony. The thought of leaving that kind mistress forever, and worse still, of being the slave of Andrew Anthony, a man who but a few days before the division of the property had in my presence seized my brother Perry by the throat, dashed him on the ground, and with the heel of his boot stamped him on the head until the blood gushed from his nose and ears, was terrible. This fiendish proceeding had no better apology than the fact that Perry had gone to play when Master Andrew wanted him for some trifling service. This cruelty, too, was of a piece with his general character. After inflicting his heavy blows on my brother, on observing me looking at him with intense astonishment, he said, "That is the way I will serve you one of these days," meaning, no doubt, when I should come into his possession. This threat, the reader may well suppose, was not very tranquillizing to my feelings. I could see that he really thirsted to get hold of me, but I was there only for a few days. I had not received any orders, and had violated none, and there was, therefore, no excuse for flogging me. At last the anxiety and suspense were ended, and they ended, thanks to a kind Providence, in accordance with my wishes. I fell to the portion of Mrs. Lucretia, the dear lady who bound up my head when the savage Aunt Katy was adding to my sufferings her bitterest maledictions. Captain Thomas Auld and Mrs. Lucretia at once decided on my return to Baltimore. They knew how sincerely and warmly Mrs. Hugh Auld was attached to me, and how delighted Mr. Hugh's son would be to have me back, and withal, having no immediate use for one so young, they willingly let me off to Baltimore. I need not stop here to narrate my joy on returning to Baltimore, nor that of little Tommy, nor the tearful joy of his mother, nor the evident satisfaction of Master Hugh. I was just 1 month absent from Baltimore before the matter was decided, and the time really seemed full 6 months. One trouble over, and on comes another. The slave's life is full of uncertainty. I had returned to Baltimore but a short time, when the tidings reached me that my kind friend Mrs. Lucretia, who was only second in my regard to Mrs. Hugh Auld, was dead, leaving her husband and only one child, a daughter named Amanda. Shortly after the death of Mrs. Lucretia, strange to say, Master Andrew died, leaving his wife and one child. Thus the whole family of Anthonys was swept away. Only 2 children remained. All this happened within 5 years of my leaving Colonel Lloyd's. No alteration took place in the condition of the slaves in consequence of these deaths. Yet I could not help feeling less secure after the death of my friend Mrs. Lucretia than I had done during her life. While she lived, I felt that I had a strong friend to plead for me in any emergency. 10 years ago, while speaking of the state of things in our family after the events just named, I used this language. Now all the property of my old master, slaves included, was in the hands of strangers, strangers who had nothing to do in accumulating it. Not a slave was left free. All remained slaves, from the youngest to the oldest. If any one thing in my experience more than another served to deepen my conviction of the infernal character of slavery, and to fill me with unutterable loathing of slaveholders, It was their base ingratitude to my poor old grandmother. She had served my old master faithfully from youth to old age. She had been the source of all his wealth. She had peopled his plantation with slaves. She had become a great grandmother in his service. She had rocked him in infancy, attended him in childhood, served him through life, and at his death wiped from his icy brow the cold death sweat and closed his eyes forever. She was nevertheless left a slave for life, a slave in the hands of strangers, and in their hands she saw her children, her grandchildren, and her great grandchildren divided like so many sheep without being gratified with the small privilege of a single word as to their or her own destiny. And to cap the climax of their base ingratitude and fiendish barbarity, my grandmother, who was now very old, having outlived my old master and all his children, having seen the beginning and end of all of them, and her present owners finding she was of but little value, her frame already racked with the pains of old age, and complete helplessness fast stealing over her once active limbs, they took her to the woods, built her a little hut, put up a little mud chimney, and then made her welcome to the privilege of supporting herself there in perfect loneliness, thus virtually turning her out to die. If my poor old grandmother now lives, she lives to suffer in utter loneliness. She lives to remember and mourn over the loss of children, the loss of grandchildren, and the loss of great grandchildren. They are, in the language of the slave's poet Whittier, gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, where the slave whip ceaseless swings, where the noisome insect stings, where the fever demon strews poison with the falling dews, where the sickly sunbeams glare through the hot and misty air. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, from Virginia hills and waters. Woe is me, my stolen daughters! The hearth is desolate. The children, the unconscious children, who once sang and danced in her presence, are gone. She gropes her way in the darkness of age for a drink of water. Instead of the voices of her children, she hears by day the moans of the dove, and by night the screams of the hideous owl. All is gloom. The grave is at the door. And now, when weighed down by the pains and aches of old age, when the head inclines to the feet, when the beginning and ending of human existence meet, and helpless infancy and painful old age combine together, at this time, this most needful time, the time for the exercise of that tenderness and affection which children only can exercise toward a declining parent, my poor old grandmother, the devoted mother of 12 children, is left all alone in yonder little hut before a few dim embers. 2 years after the death of Mrs. Lucretia, Master Thomas married his second wife. Her name was Rowena Hamilton, the eldest daughter of Mr. William Hamilton, a rich slaveholder on the eastern shore of Maryland, who lived about 5 miles from St. Michael's, the then place of my master's residence. Not long after his marriage, Master Thomas had a misunderstanding with Master Hugh, and as a means of punishing his brother, he ordered him to send me home. As the ground of misunderstanding will serve to illustrate the character of Southern chivalry and humanity, I will relate it. Among the children of my Aunt Millie was a daughter named Henny. When quite a child, Henny had fallen into the fire and had burnt her hands so bad that they were very little use to her. Her fingers were drawn almost into the palms of her hands. She could make out to do something, but she was considered hardly worth the having, of little more value than a horse with a broken leg. This unprofitable piece of human property, ill shapen and disfigured, Captain Auld sent off to Baltimore, making his brother Hugh welcome to her services. After giving poor Henny a fair trial, Master Hugh and his wife came to the conclusion that they had no use for the crippled servant, and they sent her back to Master Thomas. This the latter took as an act of ingratitude on the part of his brother, and as a mark of his displeasure, he required him to send me immediately to St. Michael's, saying, "If he cannot keep Hen, he shall not have Fred." Here was another shock to my nerves, another breaking up of my plans, and another severance of my religious and social alliances. I was now a big boy. I had become quite useful to several young colored men who had made me their teacher. I had taught some of them to read, and was accustomed to spend many of my leisure hours with them. Our attachment was strong, and I greatly dreaded the separation. But regrets, especially in a slave, are unavailing. I was only a slave, my wishes were nothing, and my happiness was the sport of my masters. My regrets at now leaving Baltimore were not for the same reasons as when I before left that city to be valued and handed over to my proper owner. My home was not now the pleasant place it had formerly been. A change had taken place both in Master Hugh and in his once pious and affectionate wife. The influence of brandy and bad company on him, and the influence of slavery and social isolation upon her, had wrought disastrously upon the characters of both. Thomas was no longer little Tommy, but was a big boy, and had learned to assume the airs of his class toward me. My condition, therefore, in the house of Master Hugh was not by any means so comfortable as in former years. My attachments were now outside of our family. They were felt to those to whom I imparted instruction, and to those little white boys from whom I received instruction. There, too, was my dear old father, the pious Lawson, who was in Christian graces the very counterpart of Uncle Tom. The resemblance is so perfect that he might have been the original of Mrs. Stowe's Christian hero. The thought of leaving these dear friends greatly troubled me, for I was going without the hope of ever returning to Baltimore again, the feud between Master Hugh and his brother being bitter and irreconcilable, or at least supposed to be so. In addition to thoughts of friends from whom I was parting, as I supposed forever, I had the grief of neglected chances of escape to brood over. I had put off running away until now I was to be placed where the opportunities for escaping were much fewer than in a large city like Baltimore. On my way from Baltimore to St. Michael's down the Chesapeake Bay, our sloop, the Amanda, was passed by the steamers plying between that city and Philadelphia, and I watched the course of those steamers, and while going to St. Michael's I formed a plan to escape from slavery, of which plan and matters connected therewith the kind reader shall learn more hereafter. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Experience in St. Michael's. The village, its inhabitants, their occupation, and low propensities. Captain Thomas Auld, his character, his second wife Rowena, well matched, sufferings from hunger, obliged to take food, mode of argument in vindication thereof. No moral code of free society can apply to slave society. Southern camp meeting, what Master Thomas did there, hopes, suspicions about his conversion. The result, faith and works entirely at variance. His rise and progress in the church. Poor cousin Henny, his treatment of her, the Methodist preachers, their utter disregard of us. One excellent exception, Reverend George Cookman. Sabbath school, how broken up and by whom. A funeral pall cast over all my prospects. Covey the Negro breaker. St. Michael's, the village in which was now my new home, compared favorably with villages in slave states generally. There were a few comfortable dwellings in it, but the place as a whole wore a dull, slovenly, enterprise forsaken aspect. The mass of the buildings were of wood. They had never enjoyed the artificial adornment of paint, and time and storms had worn off the bright color of the wood, leaving them almost as black as buildings charred by a conflagration. St. Michael's had in former years, previous to 1833, for that was the year I went to reside there, enjoyed some reputation as a shipbuilding community, but that business had almost entirely given place to oyster fishing for the Baltimore and Philadelphia markets, a course of life highly unfavorable to morals, industry, and manners. Miles River was broad, and its oyster fishing grounds were extensive, and the fishermen were out often all day and a part of the night during autumn, winter, and spring. This exposure was an excuse for carrying with them, in considerable quantities, spirituous liquors, the then supposed best antidote for cold. Each canoe was supplied with its jug of rum, and tippling among this class of the citizens of St. Michael's became general. This drinking habit in an ignorant population fostered coarseness, vulgarity, and an indolent disregard for the social improvement of the place, so that it was admitted by the few sober thinking people who remained there that St. Michael's had become a very unsaintly as well as an unsightly place before I went there to reside. I left Baltimore for St. Michael's in the month of March, 1833. I know the year because it was the one succeeding the first cholera in Baltimore, and was the year also of that strange phenomenon when the heavens seemed about to part with its starry train. I witnessed this gorgeous spectacle and was awestruck. The air seemed filled with bright descending messengers from the sky. It was about daybreak when I saw this sublime scene. I was not without the suggestion at the moment that it might be the harbinger of the coming of the Son of Man, and in my then state of mind I was prepared to hail him as my friend and deliverer. I had read that the stars shall fall from heaven, and they were now falling. I was suffering much in my mind. It did seem that every time the young tendrils of my affection became attached, they were rudely broken by some unnatural outside power, and I was beginning to look away to heaven for the rest denied me on earth. But to my story. It was now more than 7 years since I had lived with Master Thomas Auld in the family of my old master on Colonel Lloyd's plantation. We were almost entire strangers to each other, for when I knew him at the house of my old master, it was not as a master, but simply as Captain Auld, who had married old master's daughter. All my lessons concerning his temper and disposition, and the best methods of pleasing him, were yet to be learnt. Slaveholders, however, are not very ceremonious in approaching a slave, and my ignorance of the new material in the shape of a master was but transient. Nor was my new mistress long in making known her animus. She was not a Miss Lucretia, traces of whom I yet remembered, and the more especially as I saw them shining in the face of little Amanda, her daughter, now living under a stepmother's government. I had not forgotten the soft hand, guided by a tender heart, that bound up with healing balsam the gash made in my head by Ike, the son of Abel. Thomas and Rowena I found to be a well matched pair. He was stingy and she was cruel. And what was quite natural in such cases, she possessed the ability to make him as cruel as herself, while she could easily descend to the level of his meanness. In the house of Master Thomas I was made, for the first time in 7 years, to feel the pinchings of hunger, and this was not very easy to bear. For in all the changes of Master Hugh's family there was no change in the bountifulness with which they supplied me with food. Not to give a slave enough to eat is meanness intensified, and it is so recognized among slaveholders generally in Maryland. The rule is, no matter how coarse the food, only let there be enough of it. This is the theory, and in the part of Maryland I came from, the general practice accords with this theory. Lloyd's plantation was an exception, as was also the house of Master Thomas Auld. All know the lightness of Indian cornmeal as an article of food, and can easily judge from the following facts whether the statements I have made of the stinginess of Master Thomas are borne out. There were 4 slaves of us in the kitchen, and 4 whites in the great house: Thomas Auld, Mrs. Auld, Hadaway Auld, brother of Thomas Auld, and little Amanda. The names of the slaves in the kitchen were Eliza, my sister; Priscilla, my aunt; Henny, my cousin; and myself. There were 8 persons in the family. There was each week 1/2 bushel of cornmeal brought from the mill, and in the kitchen cornmeal was almost our exclusive food, for very little else was allowed us. Out of this half bushel of cornmeal the family in the great house had a small loaf every morning, thus leaving us in the kitchen with not quite a half a peck of meal per week apiece. This allowance was less than half the allowance of food on Lloyd's plantation. It was not enough to subsist upon, and we were therefore reduced to the wretched necessity of living at the expense of our neighbors. We were compelled either to beg or to steal, and we did both. I frankly confess that while I hated everything like stealing as such, I nevertheless did not hesitate to take food when I was hungry wherever I could find it. Nor was this practice the mere result of an unreasoning instinct. It was in my case the result of a clear apprehension of the claims of morality. I weighed and considered the matter closely before I ventured to satisfy my hunger by such means. Considering that my labor and person were the property of Master Thomas, and that I was by him deprived of the necessaries of life, necessaries obtained by my own labor, it was easy to deduce the right to supply myself with what was my own. It was simply appropriating what was my own to the use of my master, since the health and strength derived from such food were exerted in his service. To be sure, this was stealing, according to the law and gospel I heard from St. Michael's pulpit, but I had already begun to attach less importance to what dropped from that quarter on that point, while as yet I retained my reverence for religion. It was not always convenient to steal from master, and the same reason why I might innocently steal from him did not seem to justify me in stealing from others. In the case of my master, it was only a question of removal, the taking his meat out of one tub and putting it into another. The ownership of the meat was not affected by the transaction. At first he owned it in the tub, and last he owned it in me. His meat house was not always open. There was a strict watch kept on that point, and the key was on a large bunch in Rowena's pocket. A great many times have we poor creatures been severely pinched with hunger, when meat and bread have been molding under the lock, while the key was in the pocket of our mistress. This had been so when she knew we were nearly half starved, and yet that mistress, with saintly air, would kneel with her husband and pray each morning that a merciful God would bless them in basket and in store, and save them at last in his kingdom. But I proceed with the argument. It was necessary that the right to steal from others should be established, and this could only rest upon a wider range of generalization than that which supposed the right to steal from my master. It was some time before I arrived at this clear right. The reader will get some idea of my train of reasoning by a brief statement of the case. I am, thought I, not only the slave of Master Thomas, but I am the slave of society at large. Society at large has bound itself in form and in fact to assist Master Thomas in robbing me of my rightful liberty and of the just reward of my labor. Therefore, whatever rights I have against Master Thomas, I have equally against those confederated with him in robbing me of liberty. As society has marked me out as privileged plunder on the principle of self-preservation, I am justified in plundering in turn. Since each slave belongs to all must therefore belong to each. I shall here make a profession of faith which may shock some, offend others, and be dissented from by all. It is this: within the bounds of his just earnings, I hold that the slave is fully justified in helping himself to the gold and silver and the best apparel of his master or that of any other slaveholder, and that such taking is not stealing in any just sense of that word. The morality of free society can have no application to slave society. Slaveholders have made it almost impossible for the slave to commit any crime, known either to the laws of God or to the laws of man. If he steals, he takes his own. If he kills his master, he imitates only the heroes of the Revolution. Slaveholders I hold to be individually and collectively responsible for all the evils which grow out of the horrid relation, and I believe they will be so held at the judgment in the sight of a just God. Make a man a slave and you rob him of moral responsibility. Freedom of choice is the essence of all accountability. But my kind readers are, probably, less concerned about my opinions than about that which more nearly touches my personal experience, albeit my opinions have in some sort been formed by that experience. Bad as slaveholders are, I have seldom met with one so entirely destitute of every element of character capable of inspiring respect as was my present master, Captain Thomas Auld. When I lived with him, I thought him incapable of a noble action. The leading trait in his character was intense selfishness. I think he was fully aware of this fact himself, and often tried to conceal it. Captain Auld was not a born slaveholder, not a birthright member of the slaveholding oligarchy. He was only a slaveholder by marriage right, and of all slaveholders these latter are by far the most exacting. There was in him all the love of domination, the pride of mastery, and the swagger of authority, but his rule lacked the vital element of consistency. He could be cruel, but his methods of showing it were cowardly, and evinced his meanness rather than his spirit. His commands were strong, his enforcement weak. Slaves are not insensible to the whole-souled characteristics of a generous, dashing slaveholder who is fearless of consequences, and they prefer a master of this bold and daring kind, even with the risk of being shot down for impudence, to the fretful little soul who never uses the lash but at the suggestion of a love of gain. Slaves, too, readily distinguish between the birthright bearing of the original slaveholder and the assumed attitudes of the accidental slaveholder, and while they cannot respect either, they certainly despise the latter more than the former. The luxury of having slaves wait upon him was something new to Master Thomas, and for it he was wholly unprepared. He was a slaveholder without the ability to hold or manage his slaves. We seldom called him master, but generally addressed him by his Baycraft title, Captain Auld. It is easy to see that such conduct might do much to make him appear awkward and consequently fretful. His wife was especially solicitous to have us call her husband master. "Is your master at the store?" "Where is your master?" "Go and tell your master." "I will make your master acquainted with your conduct," she would say. But we were inapt scholars. Especially were I and my sister Eliza inapt in this particular. Aunt Priscilla was less stubborn and defiant in her spirit than Eliza and myself, and I think her road was less rough than ours. In the month of August, 1833, when I had almost become desperate under the treatment of Master Thomas, and when I entertained more strongly than ever the oft-repeated determination to run away, a circumstance occurred which seemed to promise brighter and better days for us all. At a Methodist camp meeting held in the Bayside, a famous place for camp meetings, about 8 miles from St. Michael's, Master Thomas came out with a profession of religion. He had long been an object of interest to the church and to the ministers, as I had seen by the repeated visits and lengthy exhortations of the latter. He was a fish quite worth catching, for he had money and standing. In the community of St. Michael's he was equal to the best citizen. He was strictly temperate, perhaps from principle, but most likely from interest. There was very little to do for him to give him the appearance of piety and to make him a pillar in the church. Well, the camp meeting continued a week. People gathered from all parts of the county, and 2 steamboat loads came from Baltimore. The ground was happily chosen, seats were arranged, a stand erected, a rude altar fenced in, fronting the preacher's stand, with straw in it for the accommodation of mourners. This latter would hold at least 100 persons. In front and on the sides of the preacher's stand, and outside the long rows of seats, rose the first class of stately tents, each vying with the other in strength, neatness, and capacity for accommodating its inmates. Behind this first circle of tents was another, less imposing, which reached round the campground to the speaker's stand. Outside this second class of tents were covered wagons, ox carts, and vehicles of every shape and size. These served as tents to their owners. Outside of these, huge fires were burning in all directions, where roasting and boiling and frying were going on for the benefit of those who were attending to their own spiritual welfare within the circle. Behind the preacher's stand, a narrow space was marked out for the use of the colored people. There were no seats provided for this class of persons. The preachers addressed them over the left, if they addressed them at all. After the preaching was over, at every service, an invitation was given to mourners to come into the pen, and in some cases ministers went out to persuade men and women to come in. By one of these ministers, Master Thomas Auld was persuaded to go inside the pen. I was deeply interested in that matter, and followed. And though colored people were not allowed either in the pen or in front of the preacher's stand, I ventured to take my stand at a sort of halfway place between the blacks and whites, where I could distinctly see the movements of mourners, and especially the progress of Master Thomas. "If he has got religion," thought I, "he will emancipate his slaves; and if he should not do so much as this, he will, at any rate, behave toward us more kindly, and feed us more generously than he has heretofore done." Appealing to my own religious experience, and judging my master by what was true in my own case, I could not regard him as soundly converted, unless some such good results followed his profession of religion. But in my expectations I was doubly disappointed. Master Thomas was Master Thomas still. The fruits of his righteousness were to show themselves in no such way as I had anticipated. His conversion was not to change his relation toward men, at any rate not toward black men, but toward God. My faith, I confess, was not great. There was something in his appearance that in my mind cast a doubt over his conversion. Standing where I did, I could see his every movement. I watched very narrowly while he remained in the little pen, and although I saw that his face was extremely red and his hair disheveled, and though I heard him groan, and saw a stray tear halting on his cheek, as if inquiring which way shall I go, I could not wholly confide in the genuineness of his conversion. The hesitating behavior of that teardrop and its loneliness distressed me, and cast a doubt upon the whole transaction of which it was a part. But people said Captain Auld had come through, and it was for me to hope for the best. I was bound to do this in charity, for I too was religious, and had been in the church full 3 years, although now I was not more than 16 years old. Slaveholders may sometimes have confidence in the piety of some of their slaves, but the slaves seldom have confidence in the piety of their masters. "He can't go to heaven with our blood in his skirts," is a settled point in the creed of every slave, rising superior to all teaching to the contrary, and standing forever as a fixed fact. The highest evidence the slaveholder can give the slave of his acceptance with God is the emancipation of his slaves. This is proof that he is willing to give up all to God and for the sake of God. Not to do this was, in my estimation, and in the opinion of all the slaves, an evidence of half-heartedness. and wholly inconsistent with the idea of genuine conversion. I had read also somewhere in the Methodist discipline the following question and answer. Question. What shall be done for the extirpation of slavery? Answer. We declare that we are as much as ever convinced of the great evil of slavery. Therefore, no slaveholder shall be eligible to any official station in our church. These words sounded in my ears for a long time and encouraged me to hope. But as I have before said, I was doomed to disappointment. Master Thomas seemed to be aware of my hopes and expectations concerning him. I have thought before now that he looked at me in answer to my glances as much as to say, I will teach you, young man, that though I have parted with my sins, I have not parted with my sense. I shall hold my slaves and go to heaven too. Possibly to convince us that we must not presume too much upon his recent conversion, he became rather more rigid and stringent in his exactions. There always was a scarcity of good nature about the man, but now his whole countenance was soured over with the seemings of piety. His religion, therefore, neither made him emancipate his slaves, nor caused him to treat them with greater humanity. If religion had any effect on his character at all, it made him more cruel and hateful in all his ways. The natural wickedness of his heart had not been removed, but only reinforced by the profession of religion. Do I judge him harshly? God forbid. Facts are facts. Captain Auld made the greatest profession of piety. His house was literally a house of prayer. In the morning and in the evening, loud prayers and hymns were heard there, in which both himself and his wife joined. Yet no more meal was brought from the mill, no more attention was paid to the moral welfare of the kitchen, and nothing was done to make us feel that the heart of Master Thomas was one whit better than it was before he went into the little pen opposite to the preacher's stand on the camp ground. Our hopes, founded on the discipline, soon vanished, for the authorities let him into the church at once, and before he was out of his term of probation, I heard of his leading class. He distinguished himself greatly among the brethren, and was soon an exhorter. His progress was almost as rapid as the growth of the fabled vine of Jack's bean. No man was more active than he in revivals. He would go many miles to assist in carrying them on, and in getting outsiders interested in religion. His house, being one of the holiest, if not the happiest, in St. Michael's, became the preacher's home. These preachers evidently liked to share Master Thomas's hospitality, for while he starved us, he stuffed them. 3 or 4 of these ambassadors of the gospel according to slavery have been there at a time, all living on the fat of the land, while we in the kitchen were nearly starving. Not often did we get a smile of recognition from these holy men. They seemed almost as unconcerned about our getting to heaven as they were about our getting out of slavery. To this general charge there was one exception, the Reverend George Cookman. Unlike Reverend Messrs. Storks, Ewry, Hickey, Humphrey, and Cooper, all whom were on the St. Michael's circuit, he kindly took an interest in our temporal and spiritual welfare. Our souls and our bodies were all alike sacred in his sight, and he really had a good deal of genuine anti-slavery feeling mingled with his colonization ideas. There was not a slave in our neighborhood that did not love and almost venerate Mr. Cookman. It was pretty generally believed that he had been chiefly instrumental in bringing one of the largest slaveholders, Mr. Samuel Harrison, in that neighborhood, to emancipate all his slaves, and indeed the general impression was that Mr. Cookman had labored faithfully with slaveholders whenever he met them to induce them to emancipate their bondmen, and that he did this as a religious duty. When this good man was at our house, we were all sure to be called in to prayers in the morning, and he was not slow in making inquiries as to the state of our minds, nor in giving us a word of exhortation and of encouragement. Great was the sorrow of all the slaves when this faithful preacher of the gospel was removed from the Talbot County circuit. He was an eloquent preacher and possessed what few ministers south of Mason-Dixon's line possess or dare to show, viz., a warm and philanthropic heart. The Mr. Cookman of whom I speak was an Englishman by birth, and perished while on his way to England on board the ill-fated President. Could the thousands of slaves in Maryland know the fate of the good man to whose words of comfort they were so largely indebted, they would thank me for dropping a tear on this page in memory of their favorite preacher, friend, and benefactor. But let me return to Master Thomas and to my experience after his conversion. In Baltimore I could occasionally get into a Sabbath school among the free children and receive lessons with the rest. But having already learned both to read and to write, I was more of a teacher than a pupil even there. When, however, I went back to the Eastern Shore and was at the house of Master Thomas, I was neither allowed to teach nor to be taught. The whole community, with but a single exception among the whites, frowned upon everything like imparting instruction either to slaves or to free colored persons. That single exception, a pious young man named Wilson, asked me one day if I would like to assist him in teaching a little Sabbath school at the house of a free colored man in St. Michael's named James Mitchell. The idea was to me a delightful one, and I told him I would gladly devote as much of my Sabbaths as I could command to that most laudable work. Mr. Wilson soon mustered up a dozen old spelling books and a few Testaments, and we commenced operations with some 20 scholars in our Sunday school. Here, thought I, is something worth living for. Here is an excellent chance for usefulness, and I shall soon have a company of young friends, lovers of knowledge, like some of my Baltimore friends, from whom I now felt parted forever. Our first Sabbath passed delightfully, and I spent the week after very joyously. I could not go to Baltimore, but I could make a little Baltimore here. At our second meeting, I learned that there was some objection to the existence of the Sabbath school, and sure enough, we had scarcely got at work, good work, simply teaching a few colored children how to read the gospel of the Son of God, when in rushed a mob headed by Mr. Wright Fairbanks and Mr. Garrison West, 2 class leaders, and Master Thomas, who, armed with sticks and other missiles, drove us off and commanded us never to meet for such a purpose again. One of this pious crew told me that as for my part, I wanted to be another Nat Turner, and if I did not look out, I should get as many balls into me as Nat did into him. Thus ended the infant Sabbath school in the town of St. Michael's. The reader will not be surprised when I say that the breaking up of my Sabbath school by these class leaders and professedly holy men did not serve to strengthen my religious convictions. The cloud over my St. Michael's home grew heavier and blacker than ever. It was not merely the agency of Master Thomas in breaking up and destroying my Sabbath school that shook my confidence in the power of Southern religion to make men wiser or better, but I saw in him all the cruelty and meanness after his conversion, which he had exhibited before he made a profession of religion. His cruelty and meanness were especially displayed in his treatment of my unfortunate cousin Henny, whose lameness made her a burden to him. I have no extraordinary personal hard usage toward myself to complain of against him, but I have seen him tie up the lame and maimed woman, and whip her in a manner most brutal and shocking, and then with blood-chilling blasphemy he would quote the passage of Scripture, "That servant which knew his Lord's will, and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes." Master would keep this lacerated woman tied up by her wrists to a bolt in the joist 3, 4, and 5 hours at a time. He would tie her up early in the morning, whip her with a cowskin before breakfast, leave her tied up, go to his store, and returning to his dinner, repeat the castigation, laying on the rugged lash on flesh already made raw by repeated blows. He seemed desirous to get the poor girl out of existence, or at any rate off his hands. In proof of this he afterwards gave her away to his sister Sarah, Mrs. Klein. But, as in the case of Master Hugh, Henny was soon returned to his hands. Finally, upon a pretense that he could do nothing with her, I use his own words, he set her adrift to take care of herself. Here was a recently converted man holding with tight grasp the well-framed and able-bodied slaves left him by old master, the persons who in freedom could have taken care of themselves, yet turning loose the only cripple among them, virtually to starve and die. No doubt had Master Thomas been asked by some pious Northern brother why he continued to sustain the relation of a slaveholder to those whom he retained, his answer would have been precisely the same as many other religious slaveholders have returned to that inquiry, viz., I hold my slaves for their own good. Bad as my condition was when I lived with Master Thomas, I was soon to experience a life far more goading and bitter. The many differences springing up between myself and Master Thomas, owing to the clear perception I had of his character, and the boldness with which I defended myself against his capricious complaints, led him to declare that I was unsuited to his wants, that my city life had affected me perniciously, that in fact it had almost ruined me for every good purpose, and had fitted me for everything that was bad. One of my greatest faults or offenses was that of letting his horse get away and go down to the farm belonging to his father-in-law. The animal had a liking for that farm with which I fully sympathized. Whenever I let it out, it would go dashing down the road to Mr. Hamilton's as if going on a grand frolic. My horse gone, of course I must go after it. The explanation of our mutual attachment to the place is the same. The horse found there good pasturage, and I found there plenty of bread. Mr. Hamilton had his faults, but starving his slaves was not among them. He gave food in abundance, and that, too, of an excellent quality. In Mr. Hamilton's cook, Aunt Mary, I found a most generous and considerate friend. She never allowed me to go there without giving me bread enough to make good the deficiencies of a day or two. Master Thomas at last resolved to endure my behavior no longer. He could neither keep me nor his horse. We liked so well to be at his father-in-law's farm. I had now lived with him nearly 9 months, and he had given me a number of severe whippings without any visible improvement in my character or my conduct, and now he was resolved to put me out, as he said, to be broken. There was in the Bayside, very near the camp ground where my master got his religious impressions, a man named Edward Covey, who enjoyed the execrated reputation of being a first-rate hand at breaking young negroes. This Covey was a poor man, a farm renter, and this reputation, hateful as it was to the slaves and to all good men, was at the same time of immense advantage to him. It enabled him to get his farm tilled with very little expense, compared with what it would have cost him without this most extraordinary reputation. Some slaveholders thought it an advantage to let Mr. Covey have the government of their slaves a year or two, almost free of charge, for the sake of the excellent training such slaves got under his happy management. Like some horse breakers, noted for their skill, who ride the best horses in the country without expense, Mr. Covey could have under him the most fiery bloods of the neighborhood, for the simple reward of returning them to their owners well broken. Added to the natural fitness of Mr. Covey for the duties of his profession, he was said to enjoy religion, and was as strict in the cultivation of piety as he was in the cultivation of his farm. I was made aware of his character by some who had been under his hand, and while I could not look forward to going to him with any pleasure, I was glad to get away from St. Michael's. I was sure of getting enough to eat at Covey's, even if I suffered in other respects. This, to a hungry man, is not a prospect to be regarded with indifference. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Covey, the Negro Breaker. Journey to my new masters. Meditations by the way. View of Covey's residence. The family. The author's awkwardness as a field hand. A cruel beating. Why it was given. Description of Covey. First adventure at ox driving. Hairbreadth escapes. Ox and man alike property. Covey's manner of proceeding to whip. Hard labor better than the whip for breaking down the spirit. Cunning and trickery of Covey. Family worship. Shocking contempt for chastity. The author broken down. Great mental agitation in contrasting the freedom of the ships with his own slavery. Anguish beyond description. The morning of the 1st of January, 1834, with its chilling wind and pinching frost, quite in harmony with the winter in my own mind, found me with my little bundle of clothing on the end of a stick, swung across my shoulder, on the main road, bending my way toward Covey's, whither I had been imperiously ordered by Master Thomas. The latter had been as good as his word, and had committed me without reserve to the mastery of Mr. Edward Covey. 8 or 10 years had now passed since I had been taken from my grandmother's cabin in Tuckahoe, and these years, for the most part, I had spent in Baltimore, where, as the reader has already seen, I was treated with comparative tenderness. I was now about to sound profounder depths in slave life. The rigors of a field, less tolerable than the field of battle, awaited me. My new master was notorious for his fierce and savage disposition, and my only consolation in going to live with him was the certainty of finding him precisely as represented by common fame. There was neither joy in my heart nor elasticity in my step as I started in search of the tyrant's home. Starvation made me glad to leave Thomas Auld's, and the cruel lash made me dread to go to Covey's. Escape was impossible. So heavy and sad, I paced the 7 miles which separated Covey's house from St. Michael's, thinking much by the solitary way, averse to my condition. But thinking was all I could do. Like a fish in a net allowed to play for a time, I was now drawn rapidly to the shore, secured at all points. I am, thought I, but the sport of a power which makes no account either of my welfare or of my happiness. By a law which I can clearly comprehend, but cannot evade nor resist, I am ruthlessly snatched from the hearth of a fond grandmother and hurried away to the home of a mysterious old master. Again I am removed from there to a master in Baltimore. Thence am I snatched away to the Eastern Shore, to be valued with the beasts of the field, and with them divided and set apart for a possessor. Then I am sent back to Baltimore, and by the time I have formed new attachments and have begun to hope that no more rude shocks shall touch me, a difference arises between brothers, and I am again broken up and sent to St. Michael's. And now from the latter place I am footing my way to the home of a new master, where I am given to understand that like a wild young working animal, I am to be broken to the yoke of a bitter and lifelong bondage. With thoughts and reflections like these, I came in sight of a small wood-colored building about a mile from the main road, which, from the description I had received at starting, I easily recognized as my new home. The Chesapeake Bay, upon the jutting banks of which the little wood-colored house was standing, white with foam, raised by the heavy northwest wind. Poplar Island, covered with a thick black pine forest, standing out amid this half ocean, and Kent Point, stretching its sandy desert-like shores out into the foam-crested bay, were all in sight and deepened the wild and desolate aspect of my new home. The good clothes I had brought with me from Baltimore were now worn thin, and had not been replaced, for Master Thomas was as little careful to provide us against cold as against hunger. Met here by a north wind, sweeping through an open space of 40 miles, I was glad to make any port, and therefore I speedily pressed on to the little wood-colored house. The family consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Covey, Miss Kemp, a broken-backed woman, a sister of Mrs. Covey, William Hughes, cousin to Edward Covey, Caroline, the cook, Bill Smith, a hired man, and myself. Bill Smith, Bill Hughes, and myself were the working force of the farm, which consisted of 300 or 400 acres. I was now, for the first time in my life, to be a field hand, and in my new employment I found myself even more awkward than a green country boy may be supposed to be, upon his first entrance into the bewildering scenes of city life. And my awkwardness gave me much trouble. Strange and unnatural as it may seem, I had been at my new home but 3 days before Mr. Covey, my brother in the Methodist Church, gave me a bitter foretaste of what was in reserve for me. I presume he thought that since he had but a single year in which to complete his work, the sooner he began the better. Perhaps he thought that by coming to blows at once we should mutually better understand our relations. But to whatever motive, direct or indirect, the cause may be referred, I had not been in his possession 3 whole days before he subjected me to a most brutal chastisement. Under his heavy blows, blood flowed freely, and wales were left on my back as large as my little finger. The sores on my back from this flogging continued for weeks, for they were kept open by the rough and coarse cloth which I wore for shirting. The occasion and details of this first chapter of my experience as a field hand must be told, that the reader may see how unreasonable as well as how cruel my new Master Covey was. The whole thing I found to be characteristic of the man, and I was probably treated no worse by him than scores of lads who had previously been committed to him, for reasons similar to those which induced my master to place me with him. But here are the facts connected with the affair, precisely as they occurred. On one of the coldest days of the whole month of January, 1834, I was ordered at daybreak to get a load of wood from a forest about 2 miles from the house. In order to perform this work, Mr. Covey gave me a pair of unbroken oxen, for it seems his breaking abilities had not been turned in this direction. And I may remark in passing that working animals in the South are seldom so well trained as in the North. In due form, and with all proper ceremony, I was introduced to this huge yoke of unbroken oxen, and was carefully told which was buck and which was Darby, which was the in-hand and which was the off-hand ox. The master of this important ceremony was no less a person than Mr. Covey himself, and the introduction was the first of the kind I had ever had. My life hitherto had led me away from horned cattle, and I had no knowledge of the art of managing them. What was meant by the in-ox as against the off-ox, when both were equally fastened to one cart and under one yoke, I could not very easily divine, and the difference implied by the names and the peculiar duties of each were alike Greek to me. Why was not the off-ox called the in-ox? Where and what is the reason for this distinction in names, when there is none in the things themselves? After initiating me into the wo, back, gee, hither, the entire spoken language between oxen and driver, Mr. Covey took a rope about 10 feet long and 1 inch thick, and placed one end of it around the horns of the in-hand ox, and gave the other end to me, telling me that if the oxen started to run away, as the scamp knew they would, I must hold on to the rope and stop them. I need not tell any one who is acquainted with either the strength or the disposition of an untamed ox, that this order was about as unreasonable as a command to shoulder a mad bull. I had never driven oxen before, and I was as awkward as a driver as it is possible to conceive. It did not answer for me to plead ignorance to Mr. Covey. There was something in his manner that quite forbade that. He was a man to whom a slave seldom felt any disposition to speak. Cold, distant, morose, with a face wearing all the marks of captious pride and malicious sternness, he repelled all advances. Covey was not a large man. He was only about 5 feet 10 inches in height, I should think, short-necked, round shoulders, a quick and wiry motion, a thin and wolfish visage, with a pair of small greenish-gray eyes set well back under a forehead without dignity, and constantly in motion, and floating his passions rather than his thoughts in sight, but denying them utterance in words. The creature presented an appearance altogether ferocious and sinister, disagreeable and forbidding in the extreme. When he spoke, it was from the corner of his mouth, and in a sort of light growl, like a dog when an attempt is made to take a bone from him. The fellow had already made me believe him even worse than he had been represented. With his directions, and without stopping to question, I started for the woods, quite anxious to perform my first exploit in driving in a creditable manner. The distance from the house to the woods gate, a full mile, I should think, was passed over with very little difficulty, for although the animals ran, I was fleet enough in the open field to keep pace with them, especially as they pulled me along at the end of the rope. But on reaching the woods, I was speedily thrown into a distressing plight. The animals took fright and started off ferociously into the woods, carrying the cart full tilt against trees, over stumps, and dashing from side to side in a manner altogether frightful. As I held the rope, I expected every moment to be crushed between the cart and the huge trees among which they were so furiously dashing. After running thus for several minutes, my oxen were finally brought to a stand by a tree, against which they dashed themselves with great violence, upsetting the cart and entangling themselves among sundry young saplings. By the shock, the body of the cart was flung in one direction and the wheels and tongue in another, and all in the greatest confusion. There I was, all alone, in a thick wood to which I was a stranger, my cart upset and shattered, my oxen entangled, wild, and enraged, and I, poor soul, but a green hand to set all this disorder right. I knew no more of oxen than the ox driver is supposed to know of wisdom. After standing a few moments, surveying the damage and disorder, and not without a presentiment that this trouble would draw after it others even more distressing, I took one end of the cart body, and by an extra outlay of strength, I lifted it toward the axle tree, from which it had been violently flung, and after much pulling and straining, I succeeded in getting the body of the cart in its place. This was an important step out of the difficulty, and its performance increased my courage for the work which remained to be done. The cart was provided with an axe, a tool with which I had become pretty well acquainted in the shipyard at Baltimore. With this I cut down the saplings by which my oxen were entangled, and again pursued my journey with my heart in my mouth, lest the oxen should again take it into their senseless heads to cut up a caper. My fears were groundless. Their spree was over for the present, and the rascals now moved off as soberly as though their behavior had been natural and exemplary. On reaching the part of the forest where I had been the day before, chopping wood, I filled the cart with a heavy load as a security against another running away. But the neck of an ox is equal in strength to iron. It defies all ordinary burdens when excited. Tame and docile to a proverb, when well trained, the ox is the most sullen and intractable of animals when but half broken to the yoke. I now saw in my situation several points of similarity with that of the oxen. They were property, so was I. They were to be broken, so was I. Covey was to break me, I was to break them. Break and be broken, such is life. Half the day already gone, and my face not yet homeward. It required only 2 days' experience and observation to teach me that such apparent waste of time would not be lightly overlooked by Covey. I therefore hurried toward home, but on reaching the lane gate, I met with the crowning disaster for the day. This gate was a fair specimen of Southern handicraft. There were two huge posts, 18 inches in diameter, rough-hewed and square, and the heavy gate was so hung on one of these that it opened only about half the proper distance. On arriving here, it was necessary for me to let go the end of the rope on the horns of the in-hand ox, and now, as soon as the gate was open and I let go of it to get the rope again, off went my oxen, making nothing of their load, full tilt, and in doing so they caught the huge gate between the wheel and the cart body, literally crushing it to splinters, and coming only within a few inches of subjecting me to a similar crushing, for I was just in advance of the wheel when it struck the left gate post. With these two hairbreadth escapes, I thought I could successfully explain to Mr. Covey the delay and avert apprehended punishment. I was not without a faint hope of being commended for the stern resolution which I had displayed in accomplishing the difficult task, a task which I afterwards learned even Covey himself would not have undertaken without first driving the oxen for some time in the open field preparatory to their going into the woods. But in this I was disappointed. On coming to him, his countenance assumed an aspect of rigid displeasure, and as I gave him a history of the casualties of my trip, his wolfish face, with his greenish eyes, became intensely ferocious. "Go back to the woods again," he said, muttering something else about wasting time. I hastily obeyed, but I had not gone far on my way when I saw him coming after me. My oxen now behaved themselves with singular propriety, opposing their present conduct to my representation of their former antics. I almost wished, now that Covey was coming, they would do something in keeping with the character I had given them. But no, they had already had their spree, and they could afford now to be extra good, readily obeying my orders, and seeming to understand them quite as well as I did myself. On reaching the woods, my tormentor, who seemed all the way to be remarking upon the good behavior of his oxen, came up to me and ordered me to stop the cart, accompanying the same with the threat that he would now teach me how to break gates and idle away my time when he sent me to the woods. Suiting the action to the word, Covey paced off in his own wiry fashion to a large black gum tree, the young shoots of which are generally used for ox goads, they being exceedingly tough. 3 of these goads, from 4 to 6 feet long, he cut off and trimmed up with his large jack knife. This done, he ordered me to take off my clothes. To this unreasonable order I made no reply, but sternly refused to take off my clothing. "If you will beat me," thought I, "you shall do so over my clothes." After many threats, which made no impression on me, he rushed at me with something of the savage fierceness of a wolf, tore off the few and thinly worn clothes I had on, and proceeded to wear out on my back the heavy goads which he had cut from the gum tree. This flogging was the first of a series of floggings, and though very severe, it was less so than many which came after it, and these for offenses far lighter than the gate breaking. I remained with Mr. Covey 1 year. I cannot say I lived with him, and during the first 6 months that I was there, I was whipped, either with sticks or cowskins, every week. Aching bones and a sore back were my constant companions. Frequent as the lash was used, Mr. Covey thought less of it as a means of breaking down my spirit than that of hard and long continued labor. He worked me steadily up to the point of my powers of endurance. From the dawn of day in the morning till the darkness was complete in the evening, I was kept at hard work in the field or the woods. At certain seasons of the year we were all kept in the field till 11 and 12 o'clock at night. At these times Covey would attend us in the field and urge us on with words or blows as it seemed best to him. He had in his life been an overseer, and he well understood the business of slave driving. There was no deceiving him. He knew just what a man or boy could do, and he held both to strict account. When he pleased, he would work himself like a very Turk, making everything fly before him. It was, however, scarcely necessary for Mr. Covey to be really present in the field to have his work go on industriously. He had the faculty of making us feel that he was always present. By a series of adroitly managed surprises which he practised, I was prepared to expect him at any moment. His plan was, never to approach the spot where his hands were at work in an open, manly, and direct manner. No thief was ever more artful in his devices than this man Covey. He would creep and crawl in ditches and gullies, hide behind stumps and bushes, and practise so much of the cunning of the serpent that Bill Smith and I, between ourselves, never called him by any other name than the snake. We fancied that in his eyes and his gait we could see a snakish resemblance. One half of his proficiency in the art of negro breaking consisted, I should think, in this species of cunning. We were never secure. He could see or hear us nearly all the time. He was to us behind every stump, tree, bush, and fence on the plantation. He carried this kind of trickery so far that he would sometimes mount his horse and make believe he was going to St. Michael's, and in 30 minutes afterward you might find his horse tied in the woods, and the snake-like Covey lying flat in the ditch, with his head lifted above its edge, or in a fence corner watching every movement of the slaves. I have known him walk up to us and give us special orders as to our work in advance, as if he were leaving home with a view of being absent several days. And before he got halfway to the house, he would avail himself of our inattention to his movements to turn short on his heels, conceal himself behind a fence corner or a tree, and watch us until the going down of the sun. Mean and contemptible as is all this, it is in keeping with the character which the life of a slaveholder is calculated to produce. There is no earthly inducement in the slave's condition to incite him to labor faithfully. The fear of punishment is the sole motive for any sort of industry with him. Knowing this fact, as the slaveholder does, and judging the slave by himself, he naturally concludes the slave will be idle whenever the cause for this fear is absent. Hence all sorts of petty deceptions are practised to inspire this fear. But with Mr. Covey, trickery was natural. Everything in the shape of learning or religion which he possessed was made to conform to this semi-lying propensity. He did not seem conscious that the practice had anything unmanly, base, or contemptible about it. It was a part of an important system with him, essential to the relation of master and slave. I thought I saw in his very religious devotions this controlling element of his character. A long prayer at night made up for the short prayer in the morning, and few men could seem more devotional than he when he had nothing else to do. Mr. Covey was not content with the cold style of family worship adopted in these cold latitudes, which begin and end with a simple prayer. No, the voice of praise as well as of prayer must be heard in his house night and morning. At first I was called upon to bear some part in these exercises, but the repeated flogging given me by Covey turned the whole thing into mockery. He was a poor singer, and mainly relied on me for raising the hymn for the family, and when I failed to do so, he was thrown into much confusion. I do not think that he ever abused me on account of these vexations. His religion was a thing altogether apart from his worldly concerns. He knew nothing of it as a holy principle, directing and controlling his daily life, making the latter conform to the requirements of the gospel. One or two facts will illustrate his character better than a volume of generalities. I've already said or implied that Mr. Edward Covey was a poor man. He was, in fact, just commencing to lay the foundation of his fortune, as fortune is regarded in a slave state, the first condition of wealth and respectability there being the ownership of human property. Every nerve is strained by the poor man to obtain it, and very little regard is had to the manner of obtaining it. In pursuit of this object, pious as Mr. Covey was, he proved himself to be as unscrupulous and base as the worst of his neighbors. In the beginning, he was only able, as he said, to buy one slave, and scandalous and shocking as is the fact, he boasted that he bought her simply as a breeder. But the worst is not told in this naked statement. This young woman, Caroline was her name, was virtually compelled by Mr. Covey to abandon herself to the object for which he had purchased her, and the result was the birth of twins at the end of the year. At this addition to his human stock, both Edward Covey and his wife Susan were ecstatic with joy. No one dreamed of reproaching the woman or of finding fault with the hired man, Bill Smith, the father of the children, for Mr. Covey himself had locked the two up together every night, thus inviting the result. But I will pursue this revolting subject no further. No better illustration of the unchaste and demoralizing character of slavery can be found than is furnished in the fact that this professedly Christian slaveholder, amidst all his prayers and hymns, was shamelessly and boastfully encouraging and actually compelling in his own house undisguised and unmitigated fornication as a means of increasing his human stock. I may remark here that while this fact will be read with disgust and shame at the North, it will be laughed at as smart and praiseworthy in Mr. Covey at the South, for a man is no more condemned there for buying a woman and devoting her to this life of dishonor than for buying a cow and raising stock from her. The same rules are observed, with a view to increasing the number and quality of the former as of the latter. I will here reproduce what I said of my own experience in this wretched place more than 10 years ago. If at any one time of my life, more than another, I was made to drink the bitterest dregs of slavery, that time was during the first 6 months of my stay with Mr. Covey. We were worked all weathers. It was never too hot or too cold. It could never rain, blow, snow, or hail too hard for us to work in the field. Work, work, work was scarcely more the order of the day than of the night. The longest days were too short for him, and the shortest nights were too long for him. I was somewhat unmanageable when I first went there, but a few months of this discipline tamed me. Mr. Covey succeeded in breaking me. I was broken in body, soul, and spirit. My natural elasticity was crushed. My intellect languished. The disposition to read departed. The cheerful spark that lingered about my eye died. The dark night of slavery closed in upon me, and behold a man transformed into a brute. Sunday was my only leisure time. I spent this in a sort of beast-like stupor, between sleep and wake, under some large tree. At times I would rise up, a flash of energetic freedom would dart through my soul, accompanied with a faint beam of hope that flickered for a moment and then vanished. I sank down again, mourning over my wretched condition. I was sometimes prompted to take my life and that of Covey, but was prevented by a combination of hope and fear. My sufferings on this plantation seemed now like a dream rather than a stern reality. Our house stood within a few rods of the Chesapeake Bay, whose broad bosom was ever white with sails from every quarter of the habitable globe. Those beautiful vessels, robed in purest white, so delightful to the eye of free men, were to me so many shrouded ghosts to terrify and torment me with thoughts of my wretched condition. I have often in the deep stillness of a summer Sabbath stood all alone upon the banks of that noble bay, and traced with saddened heart and tearful eye the countless number of sails moving off to the mighty ocean. The sight of these always affected me powerfully. My thoughts would compel utterance, and there, with no audience but the Almighty, I would pour out my soul's complaint in my rude way, with an apostrophe to the moving multitude of ships. You are loosed from your moorings and free. I am fast in my chains and am a slave. You move merrily before the gentle gale, and I sadly before the bloody whip. You are freedom's swift-winged angels that fly around the world. I am confined in bands of iron. Oh, that I were free! Oh, that I were on one of your gallant decks and under your protecting wing! Alas, betwixt me and you the turbid waters roll. Go on, go on! Oh, that I could also go! Could I but swim, if I could fly! Oh, why was I born a man, of whom to make a brute? The glad ship is gone. She hides in the dim distance. I am left in the hottest hell of unending slavery. Oh, God, save me! God, deliver me! Let me be free! Is there any God? Why am I a slave? I will run away. I will not stand it. Get caught or get clear. I'll try it. I had as well die with ague as with fever. I have only one life to lose. I had as well be killed running as die standing. Only think of it. 100 miles straight north, and I am free. Try it? Yes. God helping me, I will. It cannot be that I shall live and die a slave. I will take to the water. This very bay shall bear me into freedom. The steamboat steered in a northeast coast from North Point. I will do the same, and when I get to the head of the bay, I will turn my canoe adrift and walk straight through Delaware into Pennsylvania. When I get there, I shall not be required to have a pass. I will travel without being disturbed. Let but the first opportunity offer, and come what will, I am off. Meanwhile, I will try to bear up under the yoke. I am not the only slave in the world. Why should I fret? I can bear as much as any of them. Besides, I am but a boy, and all boys are bound to some one. It may be that my misery in slavery will only increase my happiness when I get free. There is a better day coming. I shall never be able to narrate the mental experience through which it was my lot to pass during my stay at Covey's. I was completely wrecked, changed, and bewildered, goaded almost to madness at one time, and at another reconciling myself to my wretched condition. Everything in the way of kindness which I had experienced at Baltimore, all my former hopes and aspirations for usefulness in the world, and the happy moments spent in the exercises of religion, contrasted with my then present lot, but increased my anguish. I suffered bodily as well as mentally. I had neither sufficient time in which to eat or to sleep, except on Sundays. The overwork and the brutal chastisements of which I was the victim, combined with that ever gnawing and soul devouring thought, "I am a slave for life, a slave with no rational ground to hope for freedom," rendered me a living embodiment of mental and physical wretchedness. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This recording is in the public domain. Another pressure of the tyrant's vice. Experience at Covey's summed up. First 6 months severer than the second. Preliminaries to the change. Reasons for narrating the circumstances. Scene in the treading yard. Author taken ill. Unusual brutality of Covey. Author escapes to St. Michael's. The pursuit. Suffering in the woods. Driven back again to Covey's. Bearing of Master Thomas. The slave is never sick. Natural to expect slaves to feign sickness. Laziness of slave holders. The foregoing chapter, with all its horrid incidents and shocking features, may be taken as a fair representation of the first 6 months of my life at Covey's. The reader has but to repeat in his own mind once a week the scene in the woods where Covey subjected me to his merciless lash, to have a true idea of my bitter experience there, during the first period of the breaking process through which Mr. Covey carried me. I have no heart to repeat each separate transaction in which I was a victim of his violence and brutality. Such a narration would fill a volume much larger than the present one. I aim only to give the reader a truthful impression of my slave life, without unnecessarily affecting him with harrowing details. As I have elsewhere intimated that my hardships were much greater during the first 6 months of my stay at Covey's than during the remainder of the year, and as the change in my condition was owing to causes which may help the reader to a better understanding of human nature when subjected to the terrible extremities of slavery, I will narrate the circumstances of this change, although I may seem thereby to applaud my own courage. You have, dear reader, seen me humbled, degraded, broken down, enslaved, and brutalized, and you understand how it was done. Now let us see the converse of all this, and how it was brought about, and this will take us through the year 1834. On one of the hottest days of the month of August of the year just mentioned, had the reader been passing through Covey's farm, he might have seen me at work in what is there called the treading yard, a yard upon which wheat is trodden out from the straw by the horses' feet. I was there at work, feeding the fan, or rather bringing wheat to the fan, while Bill Smith was feeding. Our force consisted of Bill Hughes, Bill Smith, and a slave by the name of Eli, the latter having been hired for this occasion. The work was simple and required strength and activity rather than any skill or intelligence, and yet to one entirely unused to such work it came very hard. The heat was intense and overpowering, and there was much hurry to get the wheat trodden out that day through the fan, since if that work was done an hour before sundown, the hands would have, according to a promise of Covey, that hour added to their night's rest. I was not behind any of them in the wish to complete the day's work before sundown, and hence I struggled with all my might to get the work forward. The promise of 1 hour's repose on a week day was sufficient to quicken my pace and to spur me on to extra endeavor. Besides, we had all planned to go fishing, and I certainly wished to have a hand in that. But I was disappointed, and the day turned out to be one of the bitterest I ever experienced. About 3 o'clock, while the sun was pouring down his burning rays, and not a breeze was stirring, I broke down. My strength failed me. I was seized with a violent aching of the head, attended with extreme dizziness, and trembling in every limb. Finding what was coming, and feeling it would never do to stop work, I nerved myself up and staggered on until I fell by the side of the wheat fan, feeling that the earth had fallen upon me. This brought the entire work to a dead stand. There was work for four. Each one had his part to perform, and each part depended on the other, so that when one stopped, all were compelled to stop. Covey, who had now become my dread as well as my tormentor, was at the house, about 100 yards from where I was fanning, and instantly upon hearing the fan stop, he came down to the treading yard to inquire into the cause of our stopping. Bill Smith told him I was sick, and that I was unable longer to bring wheat to the fan. I had by this time crawled away under the side of a post and rail fence in the shade, and was exceedingly ill. The intense heat of the sun, the heavy dust rising from the fan, the stooping to take up the wheat from the yard, together with the hurrying to get through, had caused a rush of blood to my head. In this condition, Covey, finding out where I was, came to me, and after standing over me a while, he asked me what the matter was. I told him as well as I could, for it was with difficulty that I could speak. He then gave me a savage kick in the side, which jarred my whole frame, and commanded me to get up. The man had obtained complete control over me, and if he had commanded me to do any possible thing, I should, in my then state of mind, have endeavored to comply. I made an effort to rise, but fell back in the attempt before gaining my feet. The brute now gave me another heavy kick, and again told me to rise. I again tried to rise, and succeeded in gaining my feet, but upon stooping to get the tub with which I was feeding the fan, I again staggered and fell to the ground, and I must have so fallen had I been sure that 100 bullets would have pierced me as the consequence. While down in this sad condition, and perfectly helpless, the merciless negro breaker took up the hickory slab with which Hughes had been striking off the wheat to a level with the sides of the half-bushel measure, a very hard weapon, and with the sharp edge of it he dealt me a heavy blow on my head, which made a large gash and caused the blood to run freely, saying at the same time, "If you have got the headache, I'll cure you." This done, he ordered me again to rise, but I made no effort to do so, for I had made up my mind that it was useless, and that the heartless monster might now do his worst. He could but kill me, and that might put me out of my misery. Finding me unable to rise, or rather despairing of my doing so, Covey left me with a view to getting on with the work without me. I was bleeding very freely, and my face was soon covered with my warm blood. Cruel and merciless as was the motive that dealt that blow, dear reader, the wound was fortunate for me. Bleeding was never more efficacious. The pain in my head speedily abated, and I was soon able to rise. Covey had, as I have said, now left me to my fate, and the question was, shall I return to my work, or shall I find my way to St. Michael's and make Captain Auld acquainted with the atrocious cruelty of his brother Covey, and beseech him to get me another master? Remembering the object he had in view in placing me under the management of Covey, and further his cruel treatment of my poor crippled cousin Henny, and his meanness in the matter of feeding and clothing his slaves, there was little ground to hope for a favorable reception at the hands of Captain Thomas Auld. Nevertheless, I resolved to go straight to Captain Auld, thinking that, if not animated by motives of humanity, he might be induced to interfere on my behalf from selfish considerations. He cannot, thought I, allow his property to be thus bruised and battered, marred and defaced, and I will go to him and tell him the simple truth about the matter. In order to get to St. Michael's by the most favorable and direct road, I must walk 7 miles, and this, in my sad condition, was no easy performance. I had already lost much blood. I was exhausted by overexertion. My sides were sore from the heavy blows planted there by the stout boots of Mr. Covey, and I was in every way in an unfavorable plight for the journey. I, however, watched my chance, while the cruel and cunning Covey was looking in an opposite direction, and started off across the field for St. Michael's. This was a daring step. If it failed, it would only exasperate Covey and increase the rigors of my bondage during the remainder of my term of service under him. But the step was taken, and I must go forward. I succeeded in getting nearly halfway across the broad field towards the woods before Mr. Covey observed me. I was still bleeding, and the exertion of running had started the blood afresh. "Come back, come back!" vociferated Covey, with threats of what he would do if I did not return instantly. But disregarding his calls and his threats, I pressed on toward the woods as fast as my feeble state would allow. Seeing no signs of my stopping, Covey caused his horse to be brought out and saddled, as if he intended to pursue me. The race was now to be an unequal one, and thinking I might be overhauled by him if I kept the main road, I walked nearly the whole distance in the woods, keeping far enough from the road to avoid detection and pursuit. But I had not gone far before my little strength again failed me, and I laid down. The blood was still oozing from the wound in my head, and for a time I suffered more than I can describe. There I was in the deep woods, sick and emaciated, pursued by a wretch whose character for revolting cruelty beggars all opprobrious speech. Bleeding and almost bloodless, I was not without the fear of bleeding to death. The thought of dying in the woods all alone, and of being torn to pieces by the buzzards, had not yet been rendered tolerable by my many troubles and hardships, and I was glad when the shade of the trees and the cool evening breeze combined with my matted hair to stop the flow of blood. After lying there about 3/4 of an hour, brooding over the singular and mournful lot to which I was doomed, my mind passing over the whole scale or circle of belief and unbelief, from faith in the overruling providence of God to the blackest atheism, I again took up my journey toward St. Michael's, more weary and sad than in the morning when I left Thomas Auld's for the home of Mr. Covey. I was barefooted and bareheaded, and in my shirt sleeves. The way was through bogs and briars, and I tore my feet often during the journey. I was full 5 hours in going the 7 or 8 miles, partly because of the difficulties of the way, and partly because of the feebleness induced by my illness, bruises, and loss of blood. On gaining my master's store, I presented an appearance of wretchedness and woe, fitted to move any but a heart of stone. From the crown of my head to the sole of my feet, there were marks of blood. My hair was all clotted with dust and blood, and the back of my shirt was literally stiff with the same. Briars and thorns had scarred and torn my feet and legs, leaving blood marks there. Had I escaped from a den of tigers, I could not have looked worse than I did on reaching St. Michael's. In this unhappy plight, I appeared before my professedly Christian master, humbly to invoke the interposition of his power and authority to protect me from further abuse and violence. I had begun to hope, during the latter part of my tedious journey towards St. Michael's, that Captain Auld would now show himself in a nobler light than I had ever before seen him. I was disappointed. I had jumped from a sinking ship into the sea. I had fled from the tiger to something worse. I told him all the circumstances as well as I could, how I was endeavoring to please Covey, how hard I was at work in the present instance, how unwillingly I sunk down under the heat, toil, and pain, the brutal manner in which Covey had kicked me in the side, the gash cut in my head, my hesitation about troubling him, Captain Auld, with complaints, but that now I felt it would not be best longer to conceal from him the outrages committed on me from time to time by Covey. At first, Master Thomas seemed somewhat affected by the story of my wrongs, but he soon repressed his feelings and became cold as iron. It was impossible, as I stood before him at the first, for him to seem indifferent. I distinctly saw his human nature asserting its conviction against the slave system which made cases like mine possible. But as I have said, humanity fell before the systematic tyranny of slavery. He first walked the floor, apparently much agitated by my story and the sad spectacle I presented, but presently it was his turn to talk. He began moderately by finding excuses for Covey, and ending with a full justification of him, and a passionate condemnation of me. He had no doubt I deserved the flogging. He did not believe I was sick. I was only endeavoring to get rid of work. My dizziness was laziness, and Covey did right to flog me as he had done. After thus fairly annihilating me, and rousing himself by his own eloquence, he fiercely demanded what I wished him to do in the case. With such a complete knockdown to all my hopes as he had given me, and feeling as I did my entire subjection to his power, I had very little heart to reply. I must not affirm my innocence of the allegations which he had piled up against me, for that would be impudence, and would probably call down fresh violence as well as wrath upon me. The guilt of a slave is always and everywhere presumed, and the innocence of the slaveholder or the slave employer is always asserted. The word of the slave against this presumption is generally treated as impudence worthy of punishment. "Do you contradict me, you rascal?" is a final silencer of counter statements from the lips of a slave. Calming down a little in view of my silence and hesitation, and perhaps from a rapid glance at the picture of misery I presented, he inquired again what I would have him do. Thus invited a second time, I told Master Thomas I wished him to allow me to get a new home and to find a new master; that as sure as I went back to live with Mr. Covey again, I should be killed by him; that he would never forgive my coming to him, Captain Auld, with a complaint against him, Covey; that since I had lived with him, he had almost crushed my spirit, and I believed that he would ruin me for future service; that my life was not safe in his hands. This Master Thomas, my brother in the church, regarded as nonsense. There was no danger of Mr. Covey's killing me. He was a good man, industrious and religious, and he would not think of removing me from that home. Besides, said he, and this I found was the most distressing thought of all to him, if you should leave Covey now that your year has but half expired, I should lose your wages for the entire year. You belong to Mr. Covey for 1 year, and you must go back to him, come what will. You must not trouble me with any more stories about Mr. Covey, and if you do not go immediately home, I will get hold of you myself. This was just what I expected when I found he had prejudged the case against me. But, sir, I said, I'm sick and tired, and I cannot get home tonight. At this he again relented, and finally he allowed me to remain all night at St. Michael's, but said I must be off early in the morning, and concluded his directions by making me swallow a huge dose of Epsom salts, about the only medicine ever administered to slaves. It was quite natural for Master Thomas to presume I was feigning sickness to escape work, for he probably thought that were he in the place of a slave, with no wages for his work, no praise for well-doing, no motive for toil but the lash, he would try every possible scheme by which to escape labor. I say I have no doubt of this. The reason is that there are not under the whole heavens a set of men who cultivate such an intense dread of labor as do the slaveholders. The charge of laziness against the slaves is ever on their lips, and is the standing apology for every species of cruelty and brutality. These men literally bind heavy burdens, grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. My kind readers shall have in the next chapter what they were led perhaps to expect to find in this, namely, an account of my partial disenthrallment from the tyranny of Covey and the marked change which it brought about. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of My Bondage and My Freedom by Frederick Douglass. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Flogging. A sleepless night. Return to Covey's. Pursued by Covey. The chase defeated. Vengeance postponed. Musing in the woods. The alternative. Deplorable spectacle. Night in the woods. Expected attack. Accosted by Sandy, a friend, not a hunter. Sandy's hospitality. The ash cake supper. The interview with Sandy. His advice. Sandy a conjurer as well as a Christian. The magic root. Strange meeting with Covey. His manner. Covey's Sunday face. Author's defensive resolve. The fight, the victory, and its results. Sleep itself does not always come to the relief of the weary in body and the broken in spirit, especially when past troubles only foreshadow coming disasters. The last hope had been extinguished. My master, who I did not venture to hope would protect me as a man, had even now refused to protect me as his property, and had cast me back, covered with reproaches and bruises, into the hands of a stranger to that mercy which was the soul of the religion he professed. May the reader never spend such a night as that allotted to me previous to the morning which was to herald my return to the den of horrors from which I had made a temporary escape. I remained all night, sleep I did not, at St. Michael's, and in the morning, Saturday, I started off according to the order of Master Thomas, feeling that I had no friend on earth, and doubting if I had one in heaven. I reached Covey's about 9 o'clock, and just as I stepped into the field, before I had reached the house, Covey, true to his snakish habits, darted out at me from a fence corner in which he had secreted himself for the purpose of securing me. He was amply provided with a cow skin and a rope, and he evidently intended to tie me up and to wreak his vengeance on me to the fullest extent. I should have been an easy prey had he succeeded in getting his hands upon me, for I had taken no refreshment since noon on Friday, and this, together with the pelting, excitement, and the loss of blood, had reduced my strength. I, however, darted back into the woods before the ferocious hound could get hold of me, and buried myself in a thicket where he lost sight of me. The cornfield afforded me cover in getting to the woods. But for the tall corn, Covey would have overtaken me and made me his captive. He seemed very much chagrined that he did not catch me, and gave up the chase very reluctantly, for I could see his angry movements toward the house from which he had sallied on his foray. Well, now I am clear of Covey and of his wrathful lash for the present. I am in the wood, buried in its somber gloom, and hushed in its solemn silence, hid from all human eyes, shut in with nature and nature's God, and absent from all human contrivances. Here was a good place to pray for help, for deliverance, a prayer I had often made before. But how could I pray? Covey could pray, Captain Auld could pray. I would fain pray, but doubts arising partly from my own neglect of the means of grace, and partly from the sham religion which everywhere prevailed, cast in my mind a doubt upon all religion, and led me to the conviction that prayers were unavailing and delusive, prevented my embracing the opportunity as a religious one. Life in itself had almost become burdensome to me. All my outward relations were against me. I must stay here and starve. I was already hungry, or go home to Covey's and have my flesh torn to pieces, and my spirit humbled under the cruel lash of Covey. This was the painful alternative presented to me. The day was long and irksome. My physical condition was deplorable. I was weak from the toils of the previous day, and from the want of food and rest, and had been so little concerned about my appearance that I had not yet washed the blood from my garments. I was an object of horror even to myself. Life in Baltimore, when most oppressive, was a paradise to this. What had I done, what had my parents done, that such a life as this should be mine? That day in the woods I would have exchanged my manhood for the brutehood of an ox. Night came. I was still in the woods, unresolved what to do. Hunger had not yet pinched me to the point of going home, and I laid myself down in the leaves to rest, for I had been watching for hunters all day, but not being molested during the day, I expected no disturbance during the night. I had come to the conclusion that Covey relied upon hunger to drive me home, and in this I was quite correct. The facts showed that he had made no effort to catch me since morning. During the night I heard the step of a man in the woods. He was coming toward the place where I lay. A person lying still has the advantage over one walking in the woods in the daytime, and this advantage is much greater at night. I was not able to engage in a physical struggle, and I had recourse to the common resort of the weak. I hid myself in the leaves to prevent discovery. But as the night rambler in the woods drew nearer, I found him to be a friend, not an enemy. It was a slave of Mr. William Grooms of Easton, a kind hearted fellow named Sandy. Sandy lived with Mr. Kemp that year about 4 miles from St. Michael's. He, like myself, had been hired out by the year, but, unlike myself, had not been hired out to be broken. Sandy was the husband of a free woman who lived in the lower part of Potpie Neck, and he was now on his way through the woods to see her and to spend the Sabbath with her. As soon as I had ascertained that the disturber of my solitude was not an enemy, but the good-hearted Sandy, a man as famous among the slaves of the neighborhood for his good nature as for his good sense, I came out from my hiding place and made myself known to him. I explained the circumstances of the past 2 days which had driven me to the woods, and he deeply compassionated my distress. It was a bold thing for him to shelter me, and I could not ask him to do so, for had I been found in his hut, he would have suffered the penalty of 39 lashes on his bare back, if not something worse. But Sandy was too generous to permit the fear of punishment to prevent his relieving a brother bondman from hunger and exposure, and therefore, on his own motion, I accompanied him to his home, or rather to the home of his wife, for the house and lot were hers. His wife was called up, for it was now about midnight. A fire was made, some Indian meal was soon mixed with salt and water, and an ash cake was baked in a hurry to relieve my hunger. Sandy's wife was not behind him in kindness. Both seemed to esteem it a privilege to succor me, for although I was hated by Covey and by my master, I was loved by the colored people, because they thought I was hated for my knowledge, and persecuted because I was feared. I was the only slave now in that region who could read and write. There had been one other man belonging to Mr. Hugh Hamilton who could read. His name was Jim, but he, poor fellow, had, shortly after my coming into the neighborhood, been sold off to the far South. I saw Jim ironed in the cart to be carried to Easton for sale, pinioned like a yearling for the slaughter. My knowledge was now the pride of my brother slaves, and no doubt Sandy felt something of the general interest in me on that account. The supper was soon ready, and though I have feasted since with honorables, lord mayors, and aldermen over the sea, my supper on ash cake and cold water with Sandy was the meal of all my life, most sweet to my taste, and now most vivid in my memory. Supper over, Sandy and I went into a discussion of what was possible for me under the perils and hardships which now overshadowed my path. The question was, must I go back to Covey, or must I now attempt to run away? Upon a careful survey, the latter was found to be impossible, for I was on a narrow neck of land, every avenue from which would bring me in sight of pursuers. There was the Chesapeake Bay to the right, and Potpie River to the left, and St. Michael's and its neighborhood occupying the only space through which there was any retreat. I found Sandy an old adviser. He was not only a religious man, but he professed to believe in a system for which I have no name. He was a genuine African, and had inherited some of the so-called magical powers said to be possessed by African and Eastern nations. He told me that he could help me, that in those very woods there was an herb which in the morning might be found, possessing all the powers required for my protection. I put his thoughts in my own language, and that if I would take his advice, he would procure me the root of the herb of which he spoke. He told me further that if I would take that root and wear it on my right side, it would be impossible for Covey to strike me a blow; that with this root about my person no white man could whip me. He said he had carried it for years, and that he had fully tested its virtues. He had never received a blow from a slaveholder since he carried it. and he never expected to receive one, for he always meant to carry that root as a protection. He knew Covey well, for Mrs. Covey was the daughter of Mr. Camp, and he, Sandy, had heard of the barbarous treatment to which I was subjected, and he wanted to do something for me. Now all this talk about the root was to me very absurd and ridiculous, if not positively sinful. I at first rejected the idea that the simple carrying a root on my right side, a root, by the way, over which I walked every time I went into the woods, could possess any such magic power as he ascribed to it, and I was therefore not disposed to cumber my pocket with it. I had a positive aversion to all pretenders to divination. It was beneath one of my intelligence to countenance such dealings with the devil as this power implied. But, with all my learning, it was really precious little. Sandy was more than a match for me. My book learning, he said, had not kept Covey off me, a powerful argument just then, and he entreated me with flashing eyes to try this. If it did me no good, it could do me no harm, and it would cost me nothing anyway. Sandy was so earnest and so confident of the good qualities of this weed that to please him, rather than from any conviction of its excellence, I was induced to take it. He had been to me the good Samaritan, and had almost providentially found me, and helped me when I could not help myself. How did I know but that the hand of the Lord was in it? With thoughts of this sort, I took the roots from Sandy and put them in my right hand pocket. This was, of course, Sunday morning. Sandy now urged me to go home with all speed, and to walk up bravely to the house as though nothing had happened. I saw in Sandy too deep an insight into human nature, with all his superstition, not to have some respect for his advice. And perhaps, too, a slight gleam or shadow of his superstition had fallen upon me. At any rate, I started off toward Covey's, as directed by Sandy. Having, the previous night, poured my griefs into Sandy's ears, and got him enlisted in my behalf, having made his wife a sharer in my sorrows, and having also become well refreshed by sleep and food, I moved off quite courageously toward the much dreaded Covey's. Singularly enough, just as I entered his yard gate, I met him and his wife, dressed in their Sunday best, looking as smiling as angels, on their way to church. The manner of Covey astonished me. There was something really benignant in his countenance. He spoke to me as never before, told me that the pigs had got into the lot, and he wished me to drive them out, inquired how I was, and seemed an altered man. This extraordinary conduct of Covey really made me begin to think that Sandy's herb had more virtue in it than I, in my pride, had been willing to allow. And had the day been other than Sunday, I should have attributed Covey's altered manner solely to the magic power of the root. I suspected, however, that the Sabbath, and not the root, was the real explanation of Covey's manner. His religion hindered him from breaking this Sabbath, but not from breaking my skin. He had more respect for the day than for the man, for whom the day was mercifully given. For while he would cut and slash my body during the week, he would not hesitate on Sunday to teach me the value of my soul, or the way of life and salvation by Jesus Christ. All went well with me till Monday morning, and then, whether the root had lost its virtue, or whether my tormentor had gone deeper into the black art than myself, as was sometimes said of him, or whether he had obtained a special indulgence for his faithful Sabbath day's worship, it is not necessary for me to know or to inform the reader, but this much I may say: the pious and benignant smile which graced Covey's face on Sunday wholly disappeared on Monday. Long before daylight I was called up to go and feed, rub, and curry the horses. I obeyed the call, and I would have so obeyed it had it been made at an earlier hour, for I had brought my mind to a firm resolve during that Sunday's reflection, viz., to obey every order, however unreasonable, if it were possible; and if Mr. Covey should then undertake to beat me, to defend and protect myself to the best of my ability. My religious views on the subject of resisting my master had suffered a serious shock by the savage persecution to which I had been subjected, and my hands were no longer tied by my religion. Master Thomas's indifference had severed the last link. I had now to this extent backslidden from this point in the slave's religious creed, and I soon had occasion to make my fallen state known to my Sunday pious brother Covey. Whilst I was obeying his order to feed and get the horses ready for the field, and when in the act of going up the stable loft for the purpose of throwing down some blades, Covey sneaked into the stable in his peculiar snake-like way, and seizing me suddenly by the leg, he brought me to the stable floor, giving my newly mended body a fearful jar. I now forgot my roots, and remembered my pledge to stand up in my own defense. The brute was endeavoring skillfully to get a slip knot on my legs before I could draw up my feet. As soon as I found what he was up to, I gave a sudden spring. My 2 days' rest had been of much service to me, and by that means, no doubt, he was able to bring me to the floor so heavily. He was defeated in his plan of tying me. While down, he seemed to think he had me very securely in his power. He little thought he was, as the rowdies say, in for a rough and tumble fight. But such was the fact. Whence came the daring spirit necessary to grapple with a man who 8 and 40 hours before could, with his slightest word, have made me tremble like a leaf in a storm, I do not know. At any rate, I was resolved to fight, and what was better still, I was actually hard at it. The fighting madness had come upon me, and I found my strong fingers firmly attached to the throat of my cowardly tormentor, as heedless of consequences at the moment as though we stood as equals before the law. The very color of the man was forgotten. I felt as supple as a cat, and was ready for the snakish creature at every turn. Every blow of his was parried, though I dealt no blows in turn. I was strictly on the defensive, preventing him from injuring me rather than trying to injure him. I flung him on the ground several times when he meant to have hurled me there. I held him so firmly by the throat that his blood followed my nails. He held me, and I held him. All was fair thus far, and the contest was about equal. My resistance was entirely unexpected, and Covey was taken all aback by it, for he trembled in every limb. "Are you going to resist, you scoundrel?" said he, to which I returned a polite, "Yes, sir," steadily gazing my interrogator in the eye, to meet the first approach or dawning of the blow which I expected my answer would call forth. But the conflict did not long remain thus equal. Covey soon cried out lustily for help. Not that I was obtaining any marked advantage over him, or was injuring him, but because he was gaining none over me, and was not able single-handed to conquer me. He called for his cousin Hughes to come to his assistance, and now the scene was changed. I was compelled to give blows, as well as to parry them, and since I was, in any case, to suffer for resistance, I felt, as the musty proverb goes, that I might as well be hanged for an old sheep as a lamb. I was still defensive toward Covey, but aggressive toward Hughes, and at the first approach of the latter I dealt a blow, in my desperation, which fairly sickened my youthful assailant. He went off, bending over with pain, and manifesting no disposition to come within my reach again. The poor fellow was in the act of trying to catch and tie my right hand, and while flattering himself with success, I gave him the kick which sent him staggering away in pain, at the same time that I held Covey with a firm hand. Taken completely by surprise, Covey seemed to have lost his usual strength and coolness. He was frightened, and stood puffing and blowing, seemingly unable to command words or blows. When he saw that poor Hughes was standing half bent with pain, his courage quite gone, the cowardly tyrant asked if I meant to persist in my resistance. I told him I did mean to resist, come what might, that I had been by him treated like a brute during the last 6 months, and that I should stand it no longer. With that he gave me a shake, and attempted to drag me toward a stick of wood that was lying just outside the stable door. He meant to knock me down with it. But just as he leaned over to get the stick, I seized him with both hands by the collar, and with a vigorous and sudden snatch, I brought my assailant harmlessly his full length on the not over clean ground, for we were now in the cow yard. He had selected the place for the fight, and it was but right that he should have all the advantages of his own selection. By this time Bill, the hired man, came home. He had been to Mr. Hemsley's to spend the Sunday with his nominal wife, and was coming home on Monday morning to go to work. Covey and I had been skirmishing from before daybreak till now that the sun was almost shooting his beams over the eastern woods, and we were still at it. I could not see where the matter was to terminate. He evidently was afraid to let me go, lest I should again make off to the woods; otherwise he would probably have obtained arms from the house to frighten me. Holding me, Covey called upon Bill for assistance. The scene here had something comic about it. Bill, who knew precisely what Covey wished him to do, affected ignorance, and pretended he did not know what to do. "What shall I do, Mr. Covey?" said Bill. "Take hold of him, take hold of him," said Covey. With a toss of his head peculiar to Bill, he said, "Indeed, Mr. Covey, I want to go to work." "This is your work," said Covey. "Take hold of him." Bill replied with spirit, "My master hired me here to work, and not to help you whip Frederick." It was now my turn to speak. "Bill," said I, "don't put your hands on me." To which he replied, "My God, Frederick, I ain't going to tech you." And Bill walked off, leaving Covey and myself to settle our matters as best we might. But my present advantage was threatened when I saw Caroline, the slave woman of Covey, coming to the cow yard to milk, for she was a powerful woman, and could have mastered me very easily, exhausted as I now was. As soon as she came into the yard, Covey attempted to rally her to his aid. Strangely, and I may add fortunately, Caroline was in no humor to take a hand in any such sport. We were all in open rebellion that morning. Caroline answered the command of her master to take hold of me, precisely as Bill had answered. But in her it was at greater peril so to answer. She was the slave of Covey, and he could do what he pleased with her. It was not so with Bill, and Bill knew it. Samuel Harris, to whom Bill belonged, did not allow his slaves to be beaten unless they were guilty of some crime which the law would punish. But poor Caroline, like myself, was at the mercy of the merciless Covey. Nor did she escape the dire effects of her refusal. He gave her several sharp blows. Covey, at length 2 hours had elapsed, gave up the contest. Letting me go, he said, puffing and blowing at a great rate, "Now, you scoundrel, go to your work. I would not have whipped you half so much as I have had you not resist it." The fact was, he had not whipped me at all. He had not, in all the scuffle, drawn a single drop of blood from me. I had drawn blood from him, and even without this satisfaction I should have been victorious, because my aim had not been to injure him, but to prevent his injuring me. During the whole 6 months that I lived with Covey after this transaction, he never laid on me the weight of his finger in anger. He would occasionally say he did not want to have to get hold of me again, a declaration which I had no difficulty in believing, and I had a secret feeling which answered, "You need not wish to get hold of me again, for you will be likely to come off worse in a second fight than you did in the first." Well, my dear reader, this battle with Mr. Covey, undignified as it was, and, as I fear my narration of it is, was the turning point in my life as a slave. It rekindled in my breast the smoldering embers of liberty. It brought up my Baltimore dreams, and revived a sense of my own manhood. I was a changed being after that fight. I was nothing before. I was a man now. It recalled to life my crushed self-respect and my self-confidence, and inspired me with a renewed determination to be a free man. A man without force is without the essential dignity of humanity. Human nature is so constituted that it cannot honor a helpless man, although it can pity him, and even this it cannot do long if the signs of power do not arise. He only can understand the effect of this combat on my spirit who has himself incurred something, hazarded something, in repelling the unjust and cruel aggressions of a tyrant. Covey was a tyrant, and a cowardly one withal. After resisting him, I felt as I had never felt before. It was a resurrection from the dark and pestiferous tomb of slavery to the heaven of comparative freedom. I was no longer a servile coward, trembling under the frown of a brother worm of the dust, but my long cowed spirit was roused to an attitude of manly independence. I had reached the point at which I was not afraid to die. This spirit made me a free man in fact, while I remained a slave in form. When a slave cannot be flogged, he is more than half free. He has a domain as broad as his own manly heart to defend, and he is really a power on earth. While slaves prefer their lives with flogging to instant death, they will always find Christians enough like unto Covey to accommodate that preference. From this time until that of my escape from slavery, I was never fairly whipped. Several attempts were made to whip me, but they were always unsuccessful. Bruises I did get, as I shall hereafter inform the reader, but the case I have been describing was the end of the brutification to which slavery had subjected me. The reader will be glad to know why, after I had so grievously offended Mr. Covey, he did not have me taken in hand by the authorities. Indeed, why the law of Maryland, which assigns hanging to the slave who resists his master, was not put in force against me; at any rate, why I was not taken up, as is usual in such cases, and publicly whipped, for an example to other slaves, and as a means of deterring me from committing the same offense again, I confess that the easy manner in which I got off was, for a long time, a surprise to me, and I cannot even now fully explain the cause. The only explanation I can venture to suggest is the fact that Covey was probably ashamed to have it known, and confessed that he had been mastered by a boy of 16. Mr. Covey enjoyed the unbounded and very valuable reputation of being a first-rate overseer and negro breaker. By means of this reputation, he was able to procure his hands for very trifling compensation, and with very great ease. His interest and his pride mutually suggested the wisdom of passing the matter by in silence. The story that he had undertaken to whip a lad and had been resisted was of itself sufficient to damage him; for his bearing should, in the estimation of slaveholders, be of that imperial order that should make such an occurrence impossible. I judged from these circumstances that Covey deemed it best to give me the go by. It is perhaps not altogether creditable to my natural temper that after this conflict with Mr. Covey, I did at times purposely aim to provoke him to an attack by refusing to keep with the other hands in the field. But I could never bully him to another battle. I had made up my mind to do him serious damage if he ever again attempted to lay violent hands on me. Hereditary bondmen, know ye not who would be free? Themselves must strike the blow. End of Chapter 17.